All right, it is 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into welcome into the kickoff hour here. We're off and running. Speaking of running, there's Helmsy running right through the studio. We excited to be with you again today. Great podcast that is ready to publish Saturday morning with author Drew Allen. His latest book, America's Last Stand. Will you vote to save or destroy America in 2024? And that is a question we all have to ask ourselves is, hey, coming November, how are we going to vote? How does that look? And we discussed that with Drew, so that's one that you don't want to miss, and that will publish Saturday morning. If you're listening live, that's tomorrow morning on all of our social media. We'll also send out audio, video links to that. But just search wherever you get your podcast, Rick and Bubba University, and there it is. And go back. There's tons of them. I forget where we are, but we've done a lot of RBUs, and all of those are there for your enjoyment. All right, well, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
How is everybody doing?
I'm good. I'm actually looking forward to that podcast, and I know y'all make fun of me for stuff like this, but
Oh, boy.
I can't stand politicians, okay? And I don't like politics, believe it or not. But I love digging in to elections.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love the election process.
That's under
and
politics.
I know it is, Greg, and that's why this it's just strange. But like 3 years of the 4 years, I don't pay attention to any of it. But this year I will, because I love I love watching the electoral map. I love watching, hey, who's got 270 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I love that whole process.
Here it comes, buddy.
I know.
Well,
here it is.
He discusses a lot of like, hey, this is what's important.
Yeah.
This is what's happening, and so your vote does matter, and so those issues are discussed in this week's RBU. Let me just right out of the gate say,
shave and a haircut.
Helmsy, you got a haircut right before we all came back.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Greg got a haircut, and I
From
shaved.
the same person.
And I shaved this morning in the shower.
How about
Bonk,
that?
bonk.
Yeah, so I got smooth hair.
Same person cut our hair.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Almost
Shave.
almost told her to give me the Helmsy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we also got to
Skin
talk
it
about
off.
something else you got going on over there. And you think
Yeah.
we're going to let it go. You're not.
And I'll say this, okay? Greg got ahead of something yesterday.
He did, and he shouldn't,
That's
though.
all right.
That's
And
the thing.
matter of fact, Bubba got ahead of something yesterday, too. He claims that he was getting a
Shave and a haircut.
yesterday and is coming in with it today, and he even got ahead of it yesterday, saying, hey, guys, just so y'all know, I'm getting a haircut. I'm coming in with.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Greg says, hey, y'all gonna get on me, man, but
Well,
I
there's
got
a bit
some
from the past.
Yeah, well,
There is.
but those look different. You got some new shoes, but they're solid white.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to dirty them up. They're going to look
yeah, but this goes back to when Ryan Greenwood was here and everything else.
he was
You
just
came
trying.
in,
He
and
was just trying to
those
have
look
something.
like straight up old-fashioned cheerleader shoes.
They really didn't. But
And you look like you were a male cheerleader walking around here.
whatever.
And you said, hey, man, you're going to make fun of me. And I get that. But those are stylish, Under Armour white shoes.
Yeah, but they're-
and
Now, they are bright. Like
They're
I,
bright.
I
They
thought
are.
you had your headlights on when I
They're
first saw you
right,
this
right,
morning.
right.
That's right. At least I won't get run over by a car when I'm
No,
driving.
you will
Right.
not.
No, you're not going to do that.
Yeah.
But those don't look bad. So I can't
They're
make
very
fun of you on that.
comfortable.
Now, you would
They were
make fun
a
of
Christmas
us.
present
but,
for me. So,
See, you can't make fun of that.
but they were.
I wish you would stop getting ahead of things so we can get our first reaction, because we can't. You take the fun out of it, Greg.
Yeah,
Like-
Greg, throw them on up on the counter so the audience can see them. There we go. See, those don't look bad. I can't make
Very
fun of those.
comfortable.
Dang it, I'm mad at myself.
That's his word about these shoes. He said comfortable at least 3
No,
times.
That's
They
key
are.
to me. That is a big deal. When I get shoes, I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
stand to get them on and go, oh, man. These are like walking on
Well,
cloud.
maybe you can keep them
Yeah.
clean.
Yeah,
Nah,
maybe,
probably not.
Probably not. I've
Especially if I
tried to
run
keep
in
the.
'em.
I've tried to keep the ones that I have on, and those they're white. I say this: the dominant color of them is white, but there's other things
Well-
going on. And I've done
those are
that, and then
white.
I realized standing next to you that mine are dirty.
Well, here's the problem Greg's going to have that you and I don't.
yours like are
Is you
type
put
and
your,
paper white.
You put yours up here. I put mine up here.
Yeah.
We have the flashes of black in them.
Yeah.
So if they do get a little dirty, it almost goes with the black
Yeah.
that's on. it.
Yeah.
You don't
Hey, I
really, you
got a
can't
little
really
gray.
tell.
I got some
You,
gray.
yours, friend,
Yeah.
is
See the gray?
Just see if you can get on that rug. And do
yours
a
is
do-
like
do-
a wedding dress.
Yeah,
Yeah,
do
it's
a
gonna
toe
get
touch
wet.
for me.
I could.
Mm-hmm. You think when Adler gets here, he'll let you throw him up
Maybe.
like a cheerleader and hold him?
I don't know.
That's Speedy, by the way.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to make him proud because I feel like we're disappointing him, not making
What
fun.
the lady that cut your hair make fun of mine? Why'd you bring that up?
Do what now?
The lady that cut your hair cut mine. What'd she say? Well, he went on down this time with a 3 instead of a 4?
No. She just said she knows we work together.
Yeah.
Do y'all tip good?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm a good tipper.
Who tips better?
I tip too much there, by the way. I shouldn't tip as much as I do.
You probably tip a little more than me.
Oh, really? You think she likes him better? She's going to like the tipper better.
Let me ask you this. What is a reasonable tip when you get a haircut?
Buddy, let's say it's a $20 haircut.
Yep.
That's
exactly what it is.
5.
See, I tip too much.
Yeah.
I go 10.
That's what I do.
5,
I think
10,
I think we're tipping too much.
I don't know.
Greg.
I'm asking guys. You're asking a bald man.
I thought you're
asking a bald
saying-
man how much.
You ain't had a haircut since '86.
No. Now JC got one yesterday. Actually,
Went with 86 like that.
JC got one yesterday, and I think he just pays through Venmo to the lady, I guess.
Okay.
And so I don't know what he tipped.
I always feel like
college kid ain't tipping.
No, well, it's not coming from him right now. He's,
still.
I don't know. I have to ask Terry.
Do you know how I justified in my
When I was
mind
in college, I wasn't tipping.
that I'm tipping half of what the haircut costs?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And so
you tip $10 on a $20 haircut?
yes, and
Wow.
here's that's what
nice.
Greg did too.
Let's see.
But no, here's the point. Here's how I walked out of it, or when I walk out and feel okay about it. You know what I think? I have been in here in a total of 7 minutes.
They get it in.
They have got me in and out, and they have cut it exactly the way I want it cut. And so, you know what?
I'll be honest though,
20%.
with that look you got, I mean, they don't have to work hard. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
So you may be off. I mean,
I've always.
Well, I don't. I even tell her this. We laugh every time she'll go. Now, I can't remember. What do we do? I said, just do the best you can. You ain't got a lot to work with.
See, that's me.
Just have at it.
I always tell them.
I'm bald on top. What
I
do you
say,
want me to do about it?
I tell them 3 and 1 or 4 and 1, and I'm gonna be the easiest person you cut hair with today, and you can't mess it up. And if you do, I'll be back in 3 weeks to do it again.
I actually asked her. I said if she could talk you into a flat top, and she told me flat tops are hard to do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she said they're really hard to do.
All right. So
That's why most of
you and I are tipping haircuts way too much.
Okay.
I do think that. Well, Greg, think about it. It's 50% of what
Right.
the haircut
Well, I
is, and
never thought
that's expensive.
yeah, so they say 20 to 25%,
Which makes more
is
sense.
great,
$5
great
would be
range. So
fine.
that's why I said 5. That's 25%. So, I mean, y'all are tipping. Y'all tipping
We are,
good.
and
you know what? That
can I
might be
say
why
this?
they get you in so quick too.
Hey,
we got
it's
us a
the
$10
only-
tipper coming in.
It's the only I don't go out overboard tipping any other place. Unless
No, I don't either.
and we don't do restaurants enough to I'm a decent tipper at restaurants. I don't do the low, but I don't do the high either. But
Now I don't like when I go pick it up at the restaurant. I got to tip.
I can't stand that.
I'm going. No, wait a minute.
And
I
they'll
just
walk you
drove
through.
here and I got to drive back home.
I know. And they'll walk you through the whole. If you could just answer those questions right there before.
What about that thing
and
Starbucks
I'm like,
shoves in your window?
I know.
That it's $2, $1.
They force you to hit that no tip
Yeah,
right in front of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah, like
Wow.
I said, Starbucks got a lot of nerve asking for a tip.
all right. So if I go
Price their
$5 next time, I'm good.
No, you do what you feel led to do, but I'm just saying that's what
Speedy
they.
said $2.50.
No, I didn't. No, don't start this. He's cheap crap. I googled it and that's what it said is average, and that's why I said 5. But I haven't had a haircut in over 20 something years.
That's true. You
Okay.
don't know.
Yeah.
How do you?
Rick and Bubba.
A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. January is no time for the same old meals. HelloFresh is here to kickstart 2024 with enticing flavors and fresh ingredients paired with easy-to-follow recipes and delivered to your door. They'll keep your taste buds guessing with their most expansive menu yet. Over 45 delicious recipes to choose from each week right now. Get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, it is 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to The Rick and Bubba Show. Everybody's got fresh cuts. We got fresh shaves and fresh shoes on. We're ready for the day, and we thank you for being with us. I have to ask Greg something. Helmsy, I know the two of us, we're not into all this, but you know, Greg loved the Golden Bachelor. Him and Adler. Y'all, you were all about it. You claim you weren't, but you knew every detail about it.
I have been caught up in The Bachelor, one of shows, but this one I saw maybe 2 episodes.
Boy,
Lisa had it on, and I sat down and
seem to know the
watched
finalist and all about them.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't find it very. It wasn't very. I didn't like watching it. Put it this way.
Well,
just odd.
Well, I know Adler was all.
That's
even
a
though
young
he claimed he wasn't. He kind of also knew a little bit about it, and then finally came out and said, "Hey, guilty as charged." Well, was their wedding last night or yesterday?
I think so.
Said,
honestly, I'm not kidding. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, it said the Golden Bachelor wedding features live proposal, lap dancing, and message of love.
That's good.
Don't stop believing is what it says.
I seen him, and I did see him getting interviewed during New Year's Rockin' Eve.
Mm-hmm. It was a live ceremony.
Gary kind of talks like this.
It was a live ceremony on ABC last night. If you're listening live, that was Thursday night, the 4th of January.
It was Thursday.
And so I will have to ask Adler about this. It's one of the top entertainment stories today about the wedding, and everybody's all
Adler was glued to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know that?
Wow.
Huh?
Well,
what?
You can come clean. It's okay.
No, I really didn't get into this one. I have in the past got caught up in the storyline, but this time I didn't. It just didn't. It just wasn't. It just didn't look right.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Helmsy,
odd.
Question. I know for a while, Amanda, she loves taking pictures of birds and watching birds and all this kind of stuff. Bird watching. Today's National Bird Day, so just let her know that in case she's out and about.
Yeah, we still do all that.
We still do it all.
Bird feeders and plates of food on.
I had to go buy bird seed.
We have special seed we put out. It's ridiculous.
Hey, how about
they'll crap too,
and they'll go through that bird seed.
They'll bring some. It's got to go out.
Yep. I'm a threat. I had to go by and get a bag of bird seed.
Yeah,
it's so heavy too.
So I'm hunting the hardwoods a couple of days ago, and sunrise it's a very calm, peaceful moment.
It is
when you.
I wish we could enjoy more of those.
Yeah, and really, to be honest with you, and I know some of you are gonna go, oh yeah, whatever. Look, I see a deer and all that. That's a bonus. But you get out there. There you go, shaving a haircut. It wasn't that bad. You didn't go too. Bubba walked in. Yeah, I thought I was looking for more. I like that. Not a boy.
There it is in the back.
Okay, ready for school pictures. There he goes. So I'm sitting there in the hardwood. Bubba walked through. He got a haircut today. That's what we were doing. And I'm sitting there, and it's so calm and everything. You get there. You want to get there about 15 minutes before, maybe 20 before daylight hits, and all of a sudden you start hearing the woods come alive.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, there's squirrels. Overpopulation.
They're loud
of squirrels.
Too. Squirrels are a lot.
You know who harasses
than you
me
think.
the most while I'm hunting? Crows.
Yeah, crows will do that.
Yeah, I don't like crows.
Sick
Crows will
here.
ruin an experience.
Right.
I just get they're just annoying.
Yeah, I don't know my type of birds. I don't. I know the woodpecker because he gets after it. Yeah, and there'll be a couple of them, and it'll echo through the hardwoods.
I kind of like that.
But then these little birds, they're flying around. They're going from tree to tree, and it was so peaceful. All the squirrels. Hey, don't anybody say we need to protect the squirrels. We're overpopulated with squirrels. I had about 30 behind me.
They like
think.
feeders.
Is anybody talking protection of the squirrel?
No, I'm just joking. Some of these people, don't hurt the squirrel. No, we got plenty. Which is a rat with a fluffy tail and gets a pass for some reason. Y'all, the amount of birds that started becoming active, and I'm sitting there, and I actually, it was a great hunt. It was all kind of movement but for a while, about 45 minutes from daybreak to when I saw the first deer come through. I focused on the birds, and I was like, "Look at that little bird!" And I would watch him. He'd fly from tree to tree, and then he'd look down at a little limb, and he'd go to town on the limb, and he'd look around. He'd and he'd do and then another one come flying over like they were buddies, and I was thinking about us, like, hey, I wonder if that's a good time gang.
They
do their own thing, or do they care each other about each other at all? And they just start flying around. Here comes a big bird, they fly off, and I was thinking, man, they got it like they like it. You know, I thought, well, that would be nice kind of flying around a little bit.
I got it.
I got my binoculars after a couple of them. Started really looking.
You're a bird watcher.
Yeah, one of them winked at me, I think.
When we were at the beach, and I know that you're not supposed to do this, and it wasn't intentional.
No,
one of the grandkids had a bag of chips running around with it, so dropped a few. Well, hey,
here they come.
Here they come.
Mm-hmm.
And what was funny is to watch the little ones. One would grab it, and when he did, the others would come to him, and he'd take off and kick it into a gear, and they'd be chasing him. When they get to flying down it was hilarious. Then they'd steal it from him. And, but hey, if they see a little action happening, everybody comes. Then they'll stand there and look at you like, come on now.
Yeah, now was this a straight up seagull or was this the,
I had seagulls,
the other,
those little ones that are about this big?
Yeah, they have really long legs.
Yeah, and listen, fast.
Yeah.
But what was funny, I mean, they would find the gear that the other ones didn't have so they could run away from. It's like that adrenaline was kicking in. So I'm like you. I got to watching them. I was having fun.
He's holding it. Not today.
Yeah. They get close to him. He'd kick another gear.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Sorry about that. I got off on birds, but when I
bird
saw that it
segment
was National
brought to you
Bird
by-
Day, I remember. You know what? I sat there and I really studied the bird, and then it was really dry. It had not rained.
I like birds.
And it was really dry. So any movement, and there was no wind. It was very calm. So you could hear if something was coming.
You've seen her and deer?
I saw enough. I had a real pretty 7-point come walk in front of me, and he was from here to the golden ticket seats. And the wind was good. It was coming into my face, and so he couldn't smell me, but he knew something wasn't right. And he was looking around going, okay, what's going on?
You hammered.
And then I had about 8 or 9 does come through, and they did the same thing. They didn't cross the wind, but they knew something wasn't right. They could just tell. And
I knew
I
somebody was watching birds.
Yeah, I had to freeze. I couldn't move or anything for about maybe 10 minutes. They were all around me. Birds had flown away at that point. But before they came by, I was bird watching.
You loved it.
I like birds.
They had a busy little life. It seemed like it was enjoyable.
Cruel. It's a rough life.
Yeah, it is. But
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and HelloFresh couldn't agree more. That's why they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you're a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy tasty recipes delivered to your door, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free because HelloFresh knows that you're not just hungry at dinner time. In fact, they're here to meet your every mealtime need with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, and desserts that can easily add to every order. HelloFresh also helps you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, making sticking to a routine easier than ever. This year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get free breakfast for the life of your subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. One free breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. At HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Whether you're making big changes this year or just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment on your journey. I know that's for me. It's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds, indispensable in 2024. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me. Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. It's no wonder their everyday earbuds have tens of thousands 5-star reviews. Now's the time to check it out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today and get 20% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 20% off. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The folks at MyPillow know how to make top quality products and save you money at the same time. Known for their amazing pillows, we know that, including the latest innovative MyPillow 2.0. They got so many other top quality, well-priced products for you too. Here's just a few examples of what they got. The popular Giza Dream bed sheets are at a great price of $24.98. They've got terrific down comforters at 33% off. Duvet covers up to 70% off. Dog beds beds, pet blankets, $19.99. Their towels are made with a special cotton that not only is super soft, they're super absorbent, and how about that? You'll love them. Now, the 2.0 pillows I mentioned earlier, they're made with a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. They come with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee, and of course, it's made right here in the USA. MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other radio deals for you when you use our code BUBBA. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. The folks at MyPillow know how to make top quality products and save you money at the same time. Known for their amazing pillows, we know that, including the latest innovative MyPillow 2.0. They got so many other top quality, well-priced products for you too. Here's just a few examples of what they got. The popular Giza Dream bed sheets are at a great price of $24.98. They've got terrific down comforters at 33% off. Duvet covers up to 70% off. Dog beds, pet blankets, $19.99. Their towels are made with a special cotton that not only is super soft, they're super absorbent, and how about that? You'll love them. Now, the 2.0 pillows I mentioned earlier, they're made with a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. They come with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee, and of course, it's made right here in the USA. MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other radio deals for you when you use our code BUBBA. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA. MyPillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. I've got to do something today that I'm just going to come clean on in case I'm seen.
Okay.
And I don't want that coming in on me on Monday.
The way this day's going, where everybody's
and I
getting
know
after everybody.
I know you two are going to be sitting there just like leopards ready to jump on top of me here. So all right, so for those of you who haven't listened in a long time, I have 3 boys. One married, has a beautiful child, River. Mabry, they just are great parents. They're just wonderful. He's got his own little thing going on. You got JC. He's in college. He plays baseball at UAH. Is he 20, 21, 22?
Yeah, boy.
Anyway, and then you got Reese, who is an apprentice electrician, and he is 19. And so that's kind of, and he's still at home. But JC is here for the break, and we've always asked the guys, and I say that because, Tyler's older now, so he's not treated like, oh, what do you want for Christmas, buddy? But we still try to do things nice for him. But our focus mainly is on River and the family for them. But with Reese and JC, hey, what's the one big thing that you kind of want? I mean, we're not going to go crazy and all that, but what, if you had to choose something, what would it be? And Reese gave us an idea. Tyler and Mabry gave us an idea and all this kind of stuff. And then what would be good for River and all that. And then when JC said, well, this is my big thing, he said, you're going to make fun of me, but here's what I want. And I'm like, okay, what you want? He goes, well, he's got a little dog who's about 6 months old now and named Cuddy. And he said, I'd like to have professional training for the dog, so they could learn the basic 7 commands where I can, I teach him to, hey, sit down and stay here and all this kind of stuff.
First of all, I didn't know there were 7.
7.
Yeah, apparently I didn't either.
It's
And
like
it's
the 7
only
wonders of the world.
He's come home talking about all this, and
Okay.
so
Interesting.
we do
We
do some research, and there are some great people out that do awesome training. But there's a place called Complete Canine, and they've got locations all across the country, and they have one here in the Birmingham market. And so we contacted them and stuff, and there's like a four training program that they do. They're each an hour long, and they go through, and they're like, the here, which is, hey, come here, the sit, the stay and which is place, and you go all these commands, okay, and you do it out of a four lesson deal, and today is the 4th of 4, and we timed it to where during the break he could do all this, and then the 4th one would be the day, and he reports back today to school. But there's a conflict with him, with his training and working. They're doing live ABs with some of the college pitchers that are in town, and they need some hitters, and so he's going to be a part of that. And it just flies right in the face of this scheduled appointment.
I see where this is going.
And so it was like, hey, Dad, you think you could take Cuddy?
You're a better father than me.
Wait a minute.
Cover for me?
But does that not mess the dog up that it's you?
Not really, because as JC said, the dog owner is not heavily involved. Okay. But he said that it's a really nice place, and I would know. I remember when I went and paid for it; it was very nice. Think of it almost like a dance studio that has a huge open floor, and then it's got seating around the edges, and then you go in and you basically just sit down and you watch.
Do you have to scoop if he leaves one?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't asked that.
Greg, that's where you go with this?
Yeah. I think it's important.
Right.
I pay extra to not have to.
Yeah. But him being at school, he's like, Dad, I go to different events, and I'm here, and I know it's on a leash, but I want the dog to be able to be controlled and be a good dog owner. And
like mine.
Yeah, like your two. Can you imagine them? Could you imagine Millie and Mr. Buddy running in there?
They'd give me my money back and send me back home.
So today I am taking Cuddy. I'm filling in. And I've got to. If y'all want to know my schedule, I am leaving this studio and I'm going home and getting a dog and taking it to lessons.
Are you allowed to film any of this?
I'll have to. I'll ask the trainer, and she's really good. And Tyler, JC has said that he's learned a lot, and Cuddy actually is, because they send you home with homework. Think of like an adult going through training or lessons or workout.
So you're got to do that.
So you go home and you work on your commands
I think
all
you
week
being
long.
There is gonna mess Cuddy up.
It's almost like you go and then when you report back now, he's made all the lessons. And so when I go today, he's giving me strict instructions on the rules and what you do. You have to go in and ring the doorbell and come back and sit in the car and leave your dog in the car. And then they come out when it's ready, and I think it's because they want to make sure that another dog's not in there and wrapping up their training session. And I guess they don't want that interaction. They want everything to be
this world you're about to enter.
And so I haven't gone, and so we might get in trouble. She might say, "Where's JC? He needs."
That's what I was wondering.
But he said for the first 40 minutes or so, she's working with him a lot, and you're watching and observing, and then they give you a chance towards the end to kind of do what they've been doing. And so I'll just sit in for that. I think today
slap them around. A little bit.
What's today? I think it's they don't call it's basically lay down and stay. Like he's learned place. You could tell him to sit there and place, and he'd go over there. He won't move. You can do whatever until you say break, and then he comes out. But I mean, so it's working. You know what I mean?
Sounds a lot
but
like
it was kind of funny because he said, "Y'all gonna make fun of me. This is what I want. This is my big one," and they are very proud of it. Yeah, I'll tell you this: y'all can't call me cheap on this one.
But let me ask you, I guess you have to, just like anything else. If you start getting lax on it, all the training just goes away. So you've got to stay on top.
Well, you're constantly doing those 7 anyway, and we did this. I didn't tell y'all, but we did this with Coco, and the stuff works at all. So. I mean, it works. Yeah. The stuff works.
Yeah.
Well, when they choke you and beat the crap out of you, I mean,
well, we're not beating the
nobody's
crap
doing that.
We're not beating the
nobody's
crap
doing that
at
all.
They shock them with that pride. That'll get you.
Are you guys doing that?
That's how my parents controlled me and Rick.
Now I've never done this, or this is just what he had requested, and he had done some of the research and found the place that he wanted to use, and some of his buddies had used similar places.
I'm gonna
and
get Millie in this.
now you can keep getting advanced. You know what I mean? And they have schools where you can send your dog off and it comes back all. You know,
I
but
want it where it
those are
jumps
more
through a
like
hoop and
bird
stuff.
dogs and everything. I know a lot of guys that spend a lot of money and they come back and
those are very expensive.
yeah, but this is more. Hey, I just want to. I want a professional to help me teach my dog. You know, the basic commands and,
they don't
and
teach
how
you
to
to run
do
through
it.
that obstacle. You ever seen the obstacle course race they have on TV?
I feel like Coco would be good at that. What's funny about our two is we paid for Coco, okay? And she's well behaved for the most part, but she's protective. She's protective of our property. Like she doesn't like UPS. Like she doesn't bite anybody, but she chases and barks. Like she wants to be. Even when she's in the house, she will roam from room to room to look out the window to make sure is everything okay over here. What about this side of the house? That kind of thing. We paid for her for all these things, and she does those things. You ask her, you can tell her to sit, and you can tell her to stay, and she will stay there until you tell her to go. Mm-hmm. And we didn't pay anything for Blue, but Blue's smart enough to where he has picked up on it, and he'll stand right behind Coco, and he'll do whatever she does.
Oh, there you go.
Which is pretty funny to watch.
2 for the price of 1.
Yeah.
That's good.
So we didn't really teach Blue anything. Yeah. Now, I think Blue's a little dumber than Coco. He's just not as smart, and he's scared of a lot of things. So a lot of his staying back is, let me see what this looks like first before I get involved. Kind of thing. Yeah. But it's interesting to see these personalities because it's 2 different dogs, 2 different personalities, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I know this is completely not what's happening.
Be a
but
dog in the truck.
I picture you, at the dog show when they run out and the handler's holding it right beside it. I'm just picturing you doing that. I know that is no part of this training, but in my mind, I want you having to run in the arena, and you're running beside it.
Yeah. Well, I will be thinking about life and breaking it down as I'm in the truck and there's a dog with me. And
I'm like, how did I get here?
And I'm going to a place and then ringing the doorbell and then taking the dog in there.
It may mess him up though, breaking the routine with it being you.
Well, I mean, JC can't be cloned, and unfortunately, this place is.
You know what? What about the dog?
Yeah, there you go.
It happened again.
again. And we're up against the clock here. He reports back today. Definitely needs to do what he's doing today. He's in the right place, but the lesson couldn't be moved because they stay booked. They're a business and have things going on. You can't just move appointments around.
I'm just glad you're getting to do it.
But so now I get to go today, and so I will for 1 minute. I will try to do that. I'll walk in the way I walk in. I'll do like I'm a dog handler in the canine show.
Do y'all have to hit them with a whip or do the trainer?
Nobody is punishing
Nobody's
the
whipping
dog.
dogs.
Actually,
Greg.
you're doing this so the dog behaves, and you don't have to do anything.
I thought
like
they
that.
whipped them.
I wish that not Mr. Buddy, but Millie, your stray that had all the puppies.
Some things are impossible.
That one may have to be whipped.
Yeah.
Well,
that bites everybody. I wish
think
that
she's
you
been
would walk
whipped.
into this place and go, "Hey,
I think she has, Greg. I think she's been whipped, and that's the way
why-
she's. That's the reason she's.
I'm
like this.
joking about the whip.
Yeah, she's real skittish. Unfortunately,
You know what she's-
she had a rough life before you.
She did.
You know what she does now? And this is what's crazy. If I get a broom to sweep, she'll come running by and snatch it out of my hands, take off with it.
Boy, she loves
She
to grab
loves a
things
good
and
broom.
eat. She also loves furniture too.
You know,
Yeah, but don't get a broom out around her. She's coming for it.
You know, Greg, in
I mean,
her
you can't
mind,
sweep.
hey, as bad of a dog,
she was.
as bad
She
of a
was
dog as she has been. Maybe she's getting better. I think she is.
To Lisa.
But here's the thing. Think about it
Not to
this
me.
way. Compared to her old life, she's hit the lottery with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has. Yeah. When she showed up, she was in bad shape. She's a little different. Yeah.
But so
One
yeah.
day she's gonna curl up on the couch with you.
Golly, I don't think it's possible.
Well,
She was good with you as long as you didn't turn your back on her.
Well, Greg, I mean, goodness gracious, what kind of standard is that?
How many cushions has she tore up?
Like dog beds and
Yeah,
cushions.
yeah,
a lot.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
she loves to get the foam out of it. Can't be good for her.
Right? No, and foam laying everywhere in the yard.
Everywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Do you want more online safety and privacy? I know I do. That's why I started using NordVPN. It guards me against various internet threats. Digital trackers, malicious websites, and malware-infected downloads? Back off. I choose to browse with more confidence. I choose NordVPN.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head, comb it over, wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence, because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out today, because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to anyone that texts BRUSH to 200-300. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad, because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part? Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let Bosley show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text BRUSH to 200-300. That's BRUSH to 200-300.
The $5 Cravings Box is back at Taco Bell, and it's the real thing. We're talking a Chalupa Supreme, a cheesy, beefy 5-layer burrito, a crunchy taco, cinnamon twist, and a medium drink, all for just $5. That's a lot of food for not a lot of dollars. In other words, a wise business deal, like greeting clients with a firm handshake and a delicious 3-course meal. That's only $5. Order your $5 Cravings Box on the Taco Bell app today. At limited participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for price and participation which vary. Drinks exclude freezes. Price excludes tax.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. The Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is now only $990 for a limited time. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day
All right, welcome in. It is 8 minutes until top of the hour, and you've got the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you for being with us. The number 629-932-3244, and we appreciate all of you for being with us today. Getting some emails. It's kind of funny, guys, of people that love to bird watch because today being National Bird Day. There's more of them out there than you think, by the way. They love to walk trails and look at birds.
Yeah. Oh, these bird watchers everywhere.
I like.
They're
There's
emailing.
something about getting a cup of coffee early in the morning and looking out. And,
We have a bird feeder right outside where I drink my coffee, and I like looking at red birds.
we
get tons of red birds.
Yeah, we need to. Amanda gets the two of the feeders that we have are right next to her office, so she looks out to it and she studies them all. She's got binoculars, the whole nine, books laying out. If she don't know what it is, she'll go look. What's that bird?
What's that bird?
Yeah,
that's a finch.
Hey, there's a finch. Come, girls, there's a finch.
There's a chickadee out here.
Yeah. I don't know my birds.
I don't
either.
And I really should.
I do know the finch because I matched it up because his picture was on the front of the bird seat I bought, and I saw one.
I don't know. I don't know my birds, and I don't know my trees.
I'm not big. You're right.
I can stand there with Tommy Lenore.
What is that? That scared me.
I know. It's almost like it was theme music. I can stand there.
With Adler.
Hey, I can stand there with Tommy Lenore.
And we can look at trees.
And he can be standing on in the middle of a hardwood, and he can say, "Oh yeah." Now I do know my white oaks. I know those, but he can go, "Oh, that's that, and that's this, and hey, this is right here. That's a water oak there. That's this." And I'm like, man, I wish I knew my oaks.
Yeah. Hey, there's the eastern bluebird.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, I know what trees are good to climb back when we would climb.
You remember? I do know what a white oak looks.
Yeah, deer love those.
Oh, they do.
What's the best when me and you used to climb? Hey, Helmsy, this broke out at Rick's the other day when we were down hunting about the two of us climbing again, getting our climbers and climbing.
I know. I like climbing a pine tree because it bites.
You like the pine tree? Boys, no, it's noisy.
Yeah, it is.
It's real noisy.
Good.
What's
poplar.
that? What's the one? What's the
poplar?
What's the one that is so slippery? It's like it can't.
It may be a poplar. I don't know.
Is that the one?
I'm not a good tree guy.
The teeth of the climber can't can't bite it.
Yeah.
You ever slid on one of those up high? Oh, that's not good.
Make your stomach go.
Can I give y'all some bird names that we types of birds that we're seeing and we don't realize their names?
You and Amanda are seeing, or just
all of us in general?
They're
in Alabama,
in this area.
Yeah, in the area. How about the cedar waxwing?
Cedar waxwing. What does that guy look like?
It's a pretty bird. Got a little yellow belly.
I'd like to call out cedar waxwing. Hey, y'all, look, there's a cedar waxwing.
The brown thrasher.
Yes, I know exactly what that is, by the way. We shoot them with our BB's guns.
Indigo bunting.
No.
I've seen one or two of those, but that's a...
Indigo bunting.
What about the titmouse?
What'd you call it?
What'd you just say?
Titmouse.
You just wanted to say that.
No, they're too small.
No, it's a tough to...
Oh my goodness!
I don't know where to look.
I'm actually,
guys. There is a bird.
Oh, it's a bird. That's right.
I'm actually not participating in this.
Tufted. I think Tufted. Tufted titmouse.
Okay, buddy. That's
Good
4
night.
times.
What about the Carolina wren?
What about the Carolina Reaper?
Oh, buddy, we're not talking about peppers.
Nobody's talking about hot chip peppers.
Good night.
The common grackle.
Ooh.
I wish. What do all these look like? Hey, is there the one? What about the one that's so tiny you can hold it in the palm of your hand? I would see those flying around.
That's not.
And I was like, well, isn't that a cute little bird? I'd like to hold it.
That's not the chickadee.
It's got like a little fat. Hey, it's got like a little fat belly. It's like it's a.
It may be the chickadee.
It's got a little fat belly and
chickadees come in yellow.
It's a busy little thing.
I think there's one little blue bird that I see a lot. You remember when we were in Texas, them green jays? You know, like we have a blue jay?
Yes,
they had green jays.
They're active things.
Yes.
What about the chipping sparrow?
The chipping sparrow.
Yeah.
I don't know. See, I would like to see these because I don't.
What's the ones that build up under you on your under your EV house?
Under.
Hey, I got some.
It drives me nuts.
I know.
I'll go out there and knock it down. They just put it right back.
Oh yeah, they're like, how dare you?
Where y'all at on the American goldfinch?
The American goldfinch.
I've seen those.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. The American goldfinch?
Yeah.
Sure.
I wonder if
I don't
that's
know. See, I don't know what any of these things look like.
I just know that because it's on the front of the bag that I buy. The seeds.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, there you go.
Done.
There you go.
What about the old red-winged blackbird? Remember him? Got the little red wing.
Hey, how about the
red-winged
crows are getting so big now? They're about as big as a falcon. Have you seen the ones that are like so big and they're hopping
in
around?
my yard and they're loud.
Oh my
It's
gosh,
the most annoying bird.
They're huge now.
You talking about the magpies?
Golly, if they light up on something and get to going,
If this is not a pleasant experience either way, but if you had to sit in your house or on your back porch for 1 hour solid, and every 5 seconds you heard a dog bark or a crow do its thing, which one you going with?
That's tough.
Neither one of them are pleasant.
The barking dog drives me crazy.
Me too. Don't understand.
I may take the crow.
I know.
Really?
I'm sitting here talking about.
That's a tough.
Crow's annoying.
When I was sitting the other morning, there's I guess somebody that owns some land close by, and man, the dog started barking, and you can hear it off in the distance, and it's echoing. The deer are used to it because it's obvious that it's fenced or something. It started barking at about 6 a.m. and at 7:30 it finally stopped. And I'm thinking, are they just not
That's a lot of
home?
barking.
Are they not home? I mean, who lets their dog bark that way?
I know. Do they not hear it?
I don't know, but I would say a crow. I would have to go with that more than a dog barking.
I don't know. It'd be a.
It's not
race.
good. It's neither one of them.
Neither
are fun.
one of them pleasant.
Neither one of them are fun. A lot of people want to know when we said we were bird watching, we're just looking for Greg to give us a sign.
It's a good
and
point.
that is a different kind of bird watching.
We see that bird every week.
Yeah. Now, some of you that watch YouTube accidentally see that.
And I don't.
Greg forgets we're on TV.
I also don't need my binoculars to know what it is.
No,
what type of bird it is.
I know what that is.
That's a universal sign there, my friend. So, all right, we're done with that.
That's the Greg Reaper.
All right, we'll take a break and then the main show starts.
That's it. We're done. See.
Greg's got his pretty white shoes on. That'll be made fun of today.
Really quick in them.
Helmsy's got a fresh cut. Greg went and got a haircut yesterday. Bubba got a haircut.
I usually go the week after Helms everything.
Adler did not. Rick trimmed his beard, and I shaved in the shower this morning. My head is slick. You want to feel it?
The baby's butt.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Should we purge more
yeah.
before we go to the attic?
Come on with it.
Let's go even more.
That's reasonable.
You know what I'm saying?
Is.
Because
Purge again.
why am I breaking my back to get
That's
a
so
half
true.
full Rubbermaid up there that is meaningless stuff that's going to be pushed all the way to the back, and I'm never going to see it again. I'm never even going to think about it again.
Like the stack of rocks I have in the back that I said, but they didn't use all the rocks for the fire pit. Tell them to haul them off. No, let's keep them. We'll probably use them, and they're still there.
I got a whole thing of bricks like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you might need a brick if you chip one.
You
need a few.
I tell you what you got is a mess. You just got a pile of mess.
Yeah.
That's what you got. So anyway, I know you have a story today.
Yeah, and
there's been an incident already.
Well, it's just the whole saga, the way it played out. It started with 3 closings back to back to back.
I can't do it that way.
Was there a back band?
Hold up your 3.
Can I do 3 anymore?
Well, you got to be careful.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're going through Speedy's move. We've had the closing. We've had 3 closings, and now we were moving. The basement went relatively smooth, and then we got to the main floor and then an upstairs area, which Speedy told us going to the break, then took 11 hours.
11 hours, and you think you're prepared. They pull up. I'm like, hey, y'all ain't seen nothing like this.
How can it be 11 hours?
Well, I don't know. And over here, I've got pre-move deer heads. I got that stationed over here. Okay, we got to get back to that. But so they start working, and I don't know what the temperature is around the country because but here it's hot. Okay,
it's a million
and
degrees.
Saturday, Span was sending out record break. It's going to be hot. It's going to be hot.
Oh yeah, Bubba and I were in it. We sweated profusely.
Yeah.
We weren't moving, thank the Lord.
So they start moving, and then all of a sudden I notice that one of them is cramping up like he's in a football game.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my!
And then another one starts cramping up.
What?
And then another one starts cramping up, and before they know it, they're like pouring salt down their throat and chasing it with water and Powerade and everything else. We had to start having heat timeouts.
All right, so
I mean, it's like we got white hat.
Everybody's cramping
Heat
up.
timeout, a timeout. Hold, hey, stop the clock. The movers would say, "I'm stopping the clock. We got to have 15 minutes." The guys would be cramping up. Their legs would be all stiff and locking up.
I've never. Even movers are soft now.
No.
Yeah. I mean, you ever remember a mover just not being able to get a move done?
Yeah.
But I mean,
Need to hydrate before they get
How
there.
about this?
Right.
Maybe we did need 6 movers. You need a second string.
Right. Maybe so.
Rotate in and out.
Maybe so. Maybe
It's
so.
like a defensive line. You can't just have one.
No. And then you think you got everything, and you open up another closet, and you're like, golly, and then there's stuff in that, in the attic. Let's not get into the attic. Oh, the attic.
And then, hey, it's cool up there.
Yeah. Hey, it feels great, So it
I had to
takes.
apologize to the AC people the other day. We were just doing the yearly maintenance. I said, and he said, "Hey, are we done?" I said, "Well, there's one more unit." And I said,
You're not gonna like it.
And I got real bad news where it is. I mean, really, really bad news.
Not in a good place.
Real bad.
And all the color left their face. Where is it? I said, right up there.
Yeah.
Right through that little
So
hole.
then you go from plenty of space to back the truck up to the house, and we finally, after about seems like 8 hours, finally we're ready to pull out. And then we get to the old sidewalk community, the little cove, and here comes the big truck.
Not as much room as over at the old house, is there?
No. And we're trying to, now we got to stand out. We got to look at things, and we got to try to figure out how we're backing in and stuff. So finally.
Big truck, little cove.
Big truck, little
And you
cove.
can't go back.
No,
you
you can't.
Because it's somebody else's house now.
Big truck, little cove.
So there's one big issue though. When we left something behind, and that is our cat. That that Claudia. Claudia. That we just had. We just had to have.
Hey, look! Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Well, whenever we have company, Claudia will run up on the ridge.
So she was hiding,
and she'll go to hiding, and sometimes
What's she gonna do at this new place?
I don't know. And so she'll
throw up in the floor.
She'll normally come back. Well, as we were about to leave, we were all standing, Claudia.
No.
Yeah, kitty. Nothing. Nothing. Kitty will not come back down because she won't come to her name. She won't because a cat.
She's a cat.
Because a cat will do whatever.
I'll come when I feel
She
like it.
won't.
You can call my name all you want.
Right.
I refuse to acknowledge my name.
Right.
So
what y'all may be calling me, y'all have fun with it.
Right.
It's not what I call myself.
Means nothing to me.
So the Leons are the ones that bought our house. So I text a little
bonus for the Leons.
Yeah. So I text Chris, hey buddy, Claudia's not coming back. Just whenever she shows up, will you let me know? Now you're not going to catch her, but just let me know you've seen her. Because now Tyler
Claudia's going feral.
Tyler and JC couldn't care less. Reese kind of likes the cat.
Right.
Terry loves the cat.
Sure.
All right. And now you know why we have the cat.
Oh sure. Well, that's the end of subject there.
Right. And so we head off and we're trying to park now and all the neighbors got it like they like it. And it's just been this quiet little cove, and here come the Wilburns truck, 12 cars.
2 dogs.
Because I feel like we have a used parking lot in our driveway.
Right.
Now we got a little driveway. And
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As a brand new hour is rolling. Kickoff hour now complete. We start with the national anthem.
7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Our 30th anniversary year is underway. 30 years behind us, now rolling into year 31. We're celebrating all year long, and you can catch a lot of Rick and Bubba 30th anniversary swag, and you're really consuming that at rickandbubba.com under the store. There'll be more to come this year. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have completed the kickoff hour. That is available. If you missed that, you don't catch it live, you can find it in our daily archives, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Also, we do an individual, unique podcast most every week throughout the year. It's called Rick and Bubba University. It is unique content, not an archive. And another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is coming out this Saturday. So we'll tell you more about that as Bubba and I look back on yesterday's recording on that. Your phone calls will be coming in, 629-WE-BE-BIG, 629-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you throughout the program today, update you on stories from the last time we were together. But we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
You're going to run us aground right here, huh? To start with.
Out.
That good ship and true was
a bone to be chewed when the gales of November came early. There it is. Gordon Lightfoot.
I kind of wish my nickname was Get Ya Goomy.
I do too.
And the big electric car Get Ya Goomy.
So anyway, that's another thing from us being on vacation. And you never know because Sherry and I are 6 years apart, my wife. So sometimes things come up and that 6 years matters. You know? In everyday life, it really doesn't. I mean, if you're 59 and 53, I mean, But when we were young, and so anyway, I was walking through the kitchen. Of course, I said, "From the trouble on down," and Sherry goes, "What in the world are you singing?" I said, "You don't know about the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald?" and she goes, "What? No, what do you know?" I said, "A big electric call, Get Ya Goomy." And she was like, "What in the world?" And I said, "Gordon Lightfoot." She goes, "Who's Gordon Lightfoot?" And I said, I said, "What? Let's try this." I said, "Sundown, you better stay." And she goes, "Oh, okay." She goes, "I think I remember hearing that, like when I was little." And because he had hits in the 70s and all that. So anyway, I actually had her sit down. And I said, "I'm playing the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald." She goes, "He's just reading history." And I said, "Yeah, but with a cool guitar riff."
Yeah.
And so we did that over the break. Now I do want to tell a lot of YouTubers that are emailing me, Bubba is not wearing the exact shirt to start the year.
We don't think.
Some are wondering, will you wear this every day in 2024?
I kind of take spells. I'm going with my, what was this?
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs look. Yeah, right
now. But I want to declare because you've worn this the first 3 days of the year in a row, and I said, it's the same style of shirt.
Yeah.
And what I call
the pocket.
Well, Wednesday you had the pockets.
Yesterday
no pockets
because it was actually a little short.
Yeah,
I couldn't signal touchdown on it.
I called them. I told everybody. I said it's a style of shirt, but he has multiples. I said he's got the pouch and the no pouch. Now is this the same pouch from Wednesday, or do you have multiple pouches?
I got multiple pouches.
And also, I look around the studio. I heard the kickoff hour talking about that. I see three of you.
Shave and a haircut.
The new haircuts are in for 2024.
That's right. It's the new year.
Fresh year, fresh cut.
Yeah.
Fresh cut.
Fresh year, fresh cut. There's fresh cuts all around. Greg, I also would understand that today we'll be calling Greg today. I've seen his new shoes.
Billy White shoes.
Reno Hightower is with us today.
Pretty quick in them.
From the movie Best of Times.
Kurt Russell, Reno Hightower, the quarterback that wore white cleats.
Yes, when he put him on for that second half, he brought his team back.
So did you?
Or he's Billy White Shoes Johnson to me.
Well, that's right. Well, it was funny. We've talked about this over the years.
Him doing that dance.
We referenced the movie Best of Times a lot. Kurt Russell and Robin Williams in Best of Times is a very underrated.
It
movie.
really is. A lot of people don't even know about it.
That's a great movie.
It's been so long. I saw it one time, but it's been so long ago. I don't even remember the details.
Bubba,
I'm gonna have to rewatch it.
I know your humor really well. Okay,
Yeah.
I should. So, the fact that Robin Williams is the guy who dropped the touchdown pass for his team to finally beat their rival
in high school,
and he can't get past it.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is that his father-in-law is for the other school, or is right?
Yes.
But anyway, but his father-in-law won't let him forget it. Okay, so that's
He'll go,
yeah. So anyway, he's at work one day and he sees his father-in-law walk by, and his father-in-law goes. He starts bobbling. I mean, he's like a grown man, and his father-in-law won't let it go.
And they agree for a rematch.
Yeah, so he wants
years
to,
later.
He wants to do a rematch so he can come back and redeem himself. And Kurt Russell, of course, was the star quarterback, and he tries to get him
Reno Hightower
to get back out, and because he said we never had a chance except the one year when we had Reno Hightower.
Yep.
He gave us a chance to win, and then he throws a touchdown pass, and some third string blankety blank wide receiver dropped the pass. He goes, "I am that blankety blank." That's how
he's watching the film of it in his office.
That's how the movie starts.
So let me ask you this: how does it rate compared to Used Cars?
Rob
Rawson's favorite movie of all time.
I haven't seen Used Cars in a while. Probably for my taste, Best of Times is better. But Used Cars is fantastic. So, I mean, I can't. And Greg quotes it quite often, too.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
In honor of Rob Rawson.
They broke in, a Super Bowl to run an ad, didn't they? Wasn't that the kind of the theme of the movie?
And they hijacked it. They
it was a real low-budget used car lot, and they would do anything anything.
Do you remember when the price was too high?
Yeah, I think so.
That's too.
Well, we've seen some commercials about like
Absolutely, we have. So we'll unpack another day. We'll chat with you by phones. We'll try to get you into the weekend and let you know everything that's going on. So, lot to cover on the program today. I'll tell you one that we'll do when we come back. We all got an email, and another thing I was discussing while we were on our break is we got an email back to 2007. And I remember when this happened. I remember Greg making a comment about it, even in 2007, and we'll share that historic moment with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
January.
And we're parking up and down the road. They finally get it to where they can back it in, and now we start unloading stuff. And where's this going? And Terry, you station at the door, and you're just pointing upstairs, back window, back room. Master bedroom that goes to the garage. Just because they don't know where everything goes, even though we've labeled there's stuff that wrapped.
Oh,
hey, by the way,
you gotta have that person.
This company wanted to wrap everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate you wrapping stuff. I really do. And when I say wrapping, I'm talking about in the movers
wrap.
tape.
Bubble wrap
yeah.
stuff.
And they got it all because they don't want to damage anything.
Understood.
Yeah. But by the time it was all said and done, when we were about at hour 7, I guess, and we were still trying to, I was telling you, don't wrap that. Just throw it in the truck.
So quit wrapping everything.
Put it in a pile.
I don't want you to wrap that. It's the underneath of a bed. I don't care about that if it's scratched. Throw it in the truck.
No more wrapping.
Let's go.
No more wrapping.
And
what do I have to sign to end the wrapping?
And that's when I looked at my boys and I said, guys, we're now part of the moving company. Mm-hmm. If we're going to get this done, then it's 4 plus 3.
Right.
Okay, we got to get after
Plus,
it.
they're over there hydrating.
Right. They're cramping up. There's a heat timeout, and we've got to jump in. So that's the kind of day we've.
The key to hydrating is the day before. Movers, if you're listening, go ahead and hydrate the day before.
Exactly. So around they started at 9, and I guess they left a little after 8, maybe, or something like that. They finally are leaving, and then the neighbors they'll come over and welcome to the Cove and all this kind of stuff. And they said we were kind of entertained by your movers. And I said, what are you talking about? They said, oh, we got a chair and just kind of watched from across the street.
I would have.
And because
Alabama, see people cramp up.
Yeah, because there wasn't any good games. Everybody was blowing everybody out. So she said we were just kind of sitting there watching. And she said, do you know about the fall? And I said, the fall? What are you talking about, the fall? And they said, well, apparently one of the movers was coming down the ramp of the moving truck,
I'd hate to miss
and caught a cramp halfway down.
Oh, that's good.
Speedy.
And lost the dolly.
What's all this cramp stuff?
And lost the dolly and did a belly flop down the ramp and slid into your front porch. And I said, "Are you serious?"
Suddenly the cramp wasn't a big deal.
No,
Does
no.
somebody
have that on their phone?
And I said, "Do what?" I didn't even know this happened. She said, "Oh, yeah, no, it happened. Believe me, it happened because we loved every second of it." He got up. He was fine. He stretched it out a little bit, but he cramped a little bit for sure. And so they finally are leaving, and they get out of there, and we're kind of settling down, and we don't know where anything is, and we're just telling, "Hey, don't even set the bed. Don't set anything back up. I got it. Quit. Stop. Don't touch the furniture anymore." Because you just want them to leave now.
Yeah.
We're just going to sleep on the floor. We're going to throw the mattress on the floor. We're fine. I'll set it all up tomorrow. Just see you later.
Right. And they needed that.
Yeah, they did.
And plus, they're thumping by now.
Oh, they're thumping like you wouldn't believe.
Right.
And so they finally leave, and we we go to bed, and we wake up the next morning, and I mean, just to kind of be transparent, I sleep in my underwear.
Everybody does.
And the next morning, I forget where I'm at, and I needed to get something out of my truck, and I don't know what. I can't even remember what it was. But I get to yawning, and the dogs now are inside because it's what about the dogs? And so now we've got a fence, and we've got an underground fence going in today. It's a combo deal. And all that's trying to get done. But now the dogs can't just get out and run. So every time they need to go to the bathroom, you got to take them out on a leash and let them use the bathroom because you're in that 3-day period where nothing's complete.
Oh, my gosh.
And I just kind of forgot where I was, to be honest with you. I hadn't in my mind, even though I saw the new house, in my mind I had the setup of the old house outside.
Well, you're adjusting mentally.
And do you remember when you went and you pumped gas in your underwear and you forgot?
You don't forget anything like that.
Until you felt the breeze?
Mm-hmm. Cross my thighs.
I'd forgotten that I was in my underwear, and that's it. Mm-hmm. And I get to walking outside, and I'm out looking in my truck, and the dogs are in the back, and they're running around. And I look up, and across the street, I see the light of my neighbor's house, and I see a silhouette in the lighted window, but it's kind of dark because it was real early. Mm-hmm. And I just see ears and look like a head. Mm-hmm. And it was obvious they were standing at the counter looking out in amazement as I was in my underwear
walking
in
around
the front yard.
Right. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
And here's what's so
Wilbur's
sad.
Here.
I didn't just run back in. I just kind of finished what I was doing. I was like, I'm out here, whatever.
Well, look, you were so beat down at this point, you would have walked around naked.
And I come back in, and Terry's like, were you just outside in your underwear? I'm like,
20 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba show.
I say I hate you, we break up, you call me, I love you.
Those of you that are not watching on YouTube are hearing us coming back with Taylor Swift music, which is very odd here on the program, unless it's a Taylor Swift story, and so there you go. So we were talking about this again on the Christmas break because, Taylor Swift, all the discussion of Taylor Swift and her economic impact on cities and the level she has reached as a celebrity and a singer-songwriter, the whole Travis Kelce thing, there's been so much, and she's become this cultural icon. So we looked up and we were, watching some movies while we were on break, and Sherry and I noticed that now her concert, talk about double dipping, you can go see her in concert. If you can't, you can go watch her in concert, and all this is going at the same time as money just rolls in. Uh-huh. And now it's on streaming, so now that's starting to roll in. And so I said, and we were discussing what an icon she was, and I said, believe it or not, I said, the first time I ever heard of Taylor Swift, Greg was telling me about this. I knew she had come on the country music scene.
I think she had one hit.
One hit, and Greg said, "I'm gonna tell you what, she's really talented because she writes really good songs. She's not just some,
And my daughter had went.
Pretty little.
Chandler went to the show.
Yeah, pretty little girl that everybody's trying to give songs to. She's writing her own songs. She can play, and all this kind of stuff. And the concert that Greg's referencing his daughter went to was at a high school where we all grew up. It's called Sachs High School.
We did a pep rally there.
Yeah, we did pep rally there. Ryan Greenwood graduated from there. It was one of our rivals, just a few miles from where we all lived. And so the fact that
The Cats were back.
Taylor Swift played a concert at Sachs High School in 2007, and Sherry was like, she played at Sachs High School in Calhoun County? I said, she did, and I remember discussing it with Greg. I don't know that we even made a big deal about it on the show. And somebody has emailed us, since we're doing all the 30-year flashback stuff, and I sent the flyer to Adler so y'all can see it on YouTube too. Here is the promotion in the newspaper of Taylor Swift coming to Sachs High School, and that you need to get your tickets early because tickets will be $20, and if you want to sit on the floor, it's $35.
Back in 2007, though, that was a pretty good ticket. You got to admit, she was already learning to push those prices a little bit.
Look what it says underneath. Don't miss your chance to hear this great 16-year-old singer-songwriter at Sachs High School gym.
And I'm
at the
sure
gym.
Chandler probably don't know where they are, but I mean, they got the picture made with her, and they got to meet her. And she had a hit out then, I think, of that Tim McGraw song.
Yeah.
And now I may be wrong with the storyline. It seems like the guy in the video for that was from Sachs, and she did this concert for some benefit or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. How did Sachs High School book her
I think
then?
I may be completely wrong about that, but it seems like there was a story like the guy that was in the video was actually from there or something. I may have made that up.
Yeah, so there it is, and that's a good flashback to 2007.
Blake Treadwell sent this to us, Rick, and it's funny because there also was I don't know if this was something he had put in there or what service this is from, but in the email he sent us, it's a clip from the Clay Times Journal. I'm assuming.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I've never heard of the Clay Times Journal.
Well, it's got to be
Lineville, Ashland.
Yeah, Lineville area.
I can remember they had a billboard up advertising because, like I say, he had at the time.
Right.
It says Throwback
But you never
Thursday.
knew she was going to get what she is now.
Oh, I know.
But
Throwback
Sachs High
Thursday.
School gym, I mean, Mr. Lucky played outside at Sachs Stadium.
In the stadium outside. Yeah. Flashback to March 2007 when an aspiring young singer-songwriter was on the verge of a big career. I wonder if she ever made it.
Yeah, that's funny.
That is really funny.
So, yeah, and what's weird about that, and keep getting weird, I promise you I just had a conversation about this during the break.
Isn't that weird?
That is so strange.
All right, so $20. Right, general admission, 35 on the floor, right? Just did a Google search of the average price of her 2024 tickets, and $569 is, and August the 8th, she's in Vienna, I should say, and it says here that the average price could range from, depending on where you go, from around $75 to about $500. So that's the increase there.
Yeah. So there you
but
go.
for $20, you could see her in 2007.
Do you remember? I'm assuming it was an easy sellout at the Sachs High School gym, even then, right?
Yeah, I think so, probably.
I'm sure, but like I said, I remember Chandler having pictures. So evidently, I mean, she stood there and just met everybody that was there. So she, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't one of these when they got to rush her out of there.
No,
she's getting mobbed.
Yeah,
you know?
she wasn't to that level yet.
No, I mean, she stood and got pictures made. And
So
I wish your daughter could find that picture.
I know
funny.
that would be cool.
Have you ever listened to her music when nobody's with you and you're in the car?
The old stuff. I don't like any of the overproduced pop sounds she has now.
That's what I like, the overproduced pop stuff.
I like all
just
of
like
it.
all
Rick,
that.
we're being honest right now.
No,
And I got girls, and that helps.
Right,
Yeah,
but you'd be by yourself.
But they introduced it to me.
Okay.
I
See what
will
I'm saying?
admit this.
Probably didn't help.
I've never in my entire life listened to a Taylor Swift song from beginning to end.
Okay.
I will completely, with no hesitation, say that is true. But I will admit this, that when anybody, unless it's just appalling, if anybody gets to the level where she is, and I start talking to people that I know have sense, and they say, I took my kid or whatever, and I will tell you something, she puts on an incredible, unbelievable show of the whole staging and the way that she uses technology. Adler has told me this, with his taking his wife, and I've had other people say the same thing. So I will say, oh, well, here's a clip. I'd like to see the stage. I'd like to see the screens. I'd like to see how she's maneuvering and operating. Now, I didn't make it long because, and look, we're people of weight. Okay. I had a hard time getting past it. She has one male fat dancer. And for some reason that bothered me. I had a hard time getting past that because everybody else has got on like cool costumes, and then they have to put him in like a a coverall.
Yeah,
and that felt weird to me. On the clips I've seen. But
somebody called a favor.
Yeah, so I tried to find clips where she isn't using the dancers because I had a hard time getting past that.
Was he bringing it?
Yeah. But anyway, now look, let me tell you something. Now he is not holding back. Okay, but he doesn't. I was wanting him to be more like rerun from what's happening, but it's not.
Oh, he ain't doing the.
It's a little more. I'm like all the females up here dancing. I just happen to be a male in a jumpsuit. Okay. And
I've never heard him speak. I've never heard him speak. But I know exactly.
Is it more like Modern Family?
Correct.
Big guy on there.
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
God,
bingo.
Funny.
It's like that. It's like the footage of Gary going down in that.
Correct.
In the parade.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, do not think, Greg.
Hey.
Now, do not think he's holding back because he's not.
Rick.
All right. Well, that time at least he's in a normal suit. The thing
other guys up there.
The thing I saw, he was in some sort of jumpsuit or something.
Okay.
They had a bag on him, Rick.
Yeah. It was. Yeah, that's not a bad analogy either. You really are dialing this guy in. But that's okay.
Live it, know it.
So to answer your question, do I check on things like that to see if they're doing a level of show? Yes. And I saw one thing, one piece of footage. Technologically, it was unbelievable.
Wow. Rick, was this from the movie about the concert?
Yeah, I saw some clips from that.
I would like to watch that. I wouldn't mind watching it all. I love how they do the production too. Just the show of it.
Yeah. My problem.
I bet it's cool in the theater too.
I'm sure the concert's really long, and I think where I would have a problem is when all artists do this to a degree. But if it's an artist you really don't follow. You have a hard time getting through it is when we hit that part of the concert where I don't know any of the songs.
Yeah.
And there's some of them are not songs I really like. I struggle to get through that, But if it's something that's kind of funny, even if I think it's corny, if it's well done, I still like it.
So you're not a Swiftie?
No.
Okay.
No.
Now that'd be a stretch.
Now I wish I was getting some Swiftie royalties. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I think I was. I was outside in my underwear. I forgot where I was, and now I realize I can't do that anymore.
You don't have the 3 acres.
No, I don't.
California's going to do it. They've signed this. The government has. The governor did this, Gavin Newsom, and he's basically saying, NCAA, the next move is yours. And then there's other states that are considering this too, and we're kind of discussing the things that, let's talk about. This is an emotional state. The politics are emotional, and they a lot of times when people come from emotion only, they'll have a shoot, ready, aim mentality, as they've done on many other things like sanctuary cities and things of that nature. And so, is this another California not thinking things through?
Rick, I don't know if they are or not. I don't know if amateur athletics is the way we're going to have to look at it in the future. We may have to look at it as student athletes. And, there'll have to be some limits on it. And then you're going to have people at some point unhappy with the limit. There'll be strikes and, griping about that. Mm-hmm. The governor said something here that I thought was interesting. He said... he said it's going to change college sports for the better by having now the interest finally on the athletes on par with the interest of the institutions. They're calling it a rebalancing act. Mm-hmm. That I can't imagine the institutions are happy about this.
Well, you were making the point because Democrats usually, and I know there's some exceptions, but in general, if you think education, state-run education, you think they get in bed with the Democrats. That's their party.
Yeah.
And so are the very same Democrats and the liberals of California going to create an environment where now the very thing that you hear the biology department and professors and people who claim this is academia and all the money going to these athletic programs, and the athletic programs say, but we bring people here so they can enroll in the classes. Your university,
it's the best marketing you can buy.
Your university wouldn't be known if it wasn't for us. We increase, the attendance and all this. But are you going to see academia going over to these lawmakers saying, what are y'all doing? I mean, you're taking money that would have been going to us, and now you're going to give it to the athletes.
And in the case, let's just say, and I don't know about the California schools, but let's say in the case of South Carolina, if South Carolina decides to do this, they not only will be in trouble with the NCAA and probably get kicked out, but also the SEC. See, the SEC can't have you if you're not an NCAA member. And right now, the payout to the SEC schools from the SEC office, the last information we had was 2018. Each member school got, $43.7 million each to all of the 13 member schools. That's a payout of over $650 million. That's getting, it's real, we're headed toward $1 billion there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I really am scratching my head on this. We all think that the student athletes have too many rules and that they are discriminated against. I do, in a lot of ways, and that they can't go out and earn money like other student athletes could because their time is taken up with their studies and their commitment to their athletic team. So I don't know if you want to call it a stipend like we have now or work study that a lot of kids, get 12 or 20 hours a weekend or whatever. I think they need to be compensated in some way better than they are, at least to be on par with other student athletes that don't have to go to practice all the time, that might go and flip burgers or, whatever they do. But I just don't know if California's going about this the right way. They're trying to force a change, but I don't know if the system's ready for it.
And we got sports out there, baseball, for instance. So we're talking about paying players, but yet we got baseball players that don't even get full scholarships.
Right.
Because that's the way that system is built.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, you can come. We'll give you tuition and a meal ticket. Hey, you can come. We want you to come pitch for us. We're just going to give you books, though.
Right.
Well, we're going to give you 25%.
That's based primarily because of Title IX.
I know. But why don't we solve that problem first?
Amen.
Is the point.
Well, it's to me, Bubba mentioned something, having a son that played in somewhat modern time. He was there 2009 and through 12. So I know they do.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Roaring back with us for another year. Premium mattress brand at affordable price. Tailored mattresses customized on your unique sleep preferences. Greg and Lisa Burgess have been sleeping on one for years now. And let me tell you, if you want to get a good night's sleep, one thing to think about is you might need a mattress that's customized for the way you sleep. They ask you some questions about that. It doesn't take long. Your sleep positions, what kind of firmness you like on a mattress. Are you big and tall? Is this for a child? They got some luxury models. So if you want to customize a mattress, have it sent directly to your door at an affordable price. We're about to get you some savings on it, too. Sleep on it for up to 100 nights, and to be sure you love it. That's a lot, and I think you will love it. But I mean, if something happens and it's just not your thing, then you'll get a full refund, so you don't have anything to lose.
Like every night when I climb in it, I say hello, Helix.
Yeah, hello.
I just snuggle up.
Hello,
and my Helix, where you been?
Hello. Come over, Lisa. Let me snuggle. So get yours right now by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. We'll save you 20%.
Come on,
20% at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Also, look for a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we mentioned that everything that we normally do
they went on hiatus for vacation or right before vacation, is now back. And one of those is Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It'll be out this weekend. This is a unique podcast. Now, this is different than the daily podcast archives. We provide those every day. You get a best of hour every day, and you also get the video archives every day and a best of hour on Blaze TV. What this is a unique podcast where Bubba and I will either talk amongst ourselves about a topic or we'll interview people. We usually interview someone. And this weekend, you'll get another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, the first one of 2024. We interviewed Drew Allen. He's written a book, America's Last Stand, and it's a lot like our 30th anniversary merchandise. As he said, after this year, I guess my book will be irrelevant because it's about the upcoming election.
Yep.
Bubba, I found that to be a fascinating conversation yesterday.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I did not know a lot about Drew Thomas Allen prior to our interview, but I was encouraged after it because, Rick, he actually lives in California and is a conservative.
Yeah, he sent something to Bubba and me, and he's going to talk about everything, including moral issues that we face and the state of our constitutional republic. And he sent Bubba and I a copy of the book, and he put the quote in there from Abraham Lincoln, which I think now more than ever we need to go back and remember. When he was asked by the person if Abraham Lincoln thought God was on the Union side, and he said, "I'm really not concerned whether God is on our side. I have a greater concern: are we on God's side?" Because God is always right.
Mm-hmm.
And he was concerned about the country then, and I think we should share that same concern now. And he said that he believes, no exaggeration, I know there's been a lot of important elections, but he said as far as the future of the country, this is probably, we're at the third most important time of whether this republic will stand.
And you know what I like about this too, Rick? He writes this book, and he has so many citations and notes in here.
Yep.
As you read it, and he has at the bottom of the page, where this came from,
Yep.
where it was published.
Yep.
So you can go and look it up for yourself. So he's giving you the source for all of his facts in this. Which some of the pages, half the page is the source material.
Yeah, and really, I know this is tough. Okay, so I want you to listen because some of you that haven't made your decision yet, I really want maybe you're just young and you haven't decided where you are politically or how you see the world or what is this constitutional republic y'all speak of, and what does it mean when people say that this is going to be the end of our democracy, and if Trump wins, and what is a fascist, and all these things that are being thrown around. He does a good job of, to Bubba's point, of educating you on that. Why don't you take the book and read it, and then if you're done with the book and you decide that continuing to vote for the current party that is in office in their current state is where you want to go, that's your business. But you might want to be educated and think to yourself, like he does one chapter that we talked about, and I won't talk about the whole podcast, but was the Ronald Reagan quote with Jimmy Carter. And he's asking the question, was your life better under Trump or is it better now under Biden? And if you just took personalities, dementia, mean tweets, egos, if you just put all that aside and you just said, as far as the country that I'm living in, my taxes, my ability to pay my bills, the cost of everything, where we stand as far as our liberties and our freedoms. Am I better now? Did I like this America or did I like that one better? And now the way things are going, you may not get to make that choice. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Now I will tell you this, and then we can go ahead and say this because this is pretty simple. He is of the opinion that we're going to be facing, when we finally get to November, the exact same choice we just had.
Yeah.
It's going to be Biden and Trump. He said, believe it or not, the Democrats are going to run Biden. Mm-hmm. Yes. And he said they don't really have a backup plan. Now if he dies or something, that would be different. But they said if he's alive and is functioning, because he's not running the country now and he just won't be running it if he gets reelected.
Yeah, they'll continue what they're doing.
They just want to continue what they're doing.
Well, Biden, they released his first campaign ad, and it's It's to scare you again because it's the hey, they're going to take your right to vote away and all this kind of stuff, which is a common play from the Democrats.
Research that.
Yeah.
Rick, this is one of my favorite. Can I give you this quick paragraph here? And we talked about this in the podcast. Said according to climate scientists, the Earth is 4.54 billion years old. Importantly, according to these same climate scientists, we have only accurate surface temperature going back to the 1800s. In other words, climate scientists have concluded that man is responsible for rising temperatures based on roughly 140 years of data out of 4.5 billion years of Earth time. They claim that the Industrial Revolution, the use of fossil fuels, is responsible for the rising temperatures. But they go on and he talks about some of the other climate things we know back in the Ice Age.
Yep.
But it's just common sense stuff.
Yeah.
And he gives great references on all of it.
Well,
I really like
and that's
that.
one we've talked about before. I love when I see people on the far left, because everything they believe, most of it's based on emotion, how easily they get tripped up. Now, they laugh and scoff if anybody is a young Earth person. I mean, they will just throw their hands back and talk about how ignorant and stupid you are. Mm-hmm. But for them to make a case that is stronger than what Bubba just read to you, their case is actually stronger than 140 years sample would be more powerful if the Earth was only 7,000 years old.
Yeah. Right. Okay. It really would aid them to be new Earth people because your percentage would be much larger than.
Right.
I mean, we're talking about decimal points.
Oh my goodness!
And you can't look. Anybody that does stats knows that's not a good sample.
No, and what's happening is what they do on one hand is they tell you the Earth is billions of years old, and then tell you that this is what's happening based on 140 years of what we've grabbed, and some of the way we grabbed it we've also seen was flawed, and it isn't. And he doesn't say this either. The reason this is important is because things like climate change, they just look at that as another weapon. It's another way to justify doing stupid things. It's another
taking control.
Yeah, it's another way to take more freedoms to get more power. To Bubba's point, I don't really like that my utilities are going through the roof. Well, I'll tell you one thing: that's awful selfish. You don't care about the Earth. Mm-hmm. You just want us all to die. You just want us all to burn up. You know you will have inferior products that cost more because you're saving the planet.
Rick, what I love in here.
Well, then okay then.
What I love in here too, and he documents speeches that Obama, John Kerry, Bernie Sanders have made where they tell us that the sea is going to rise 10 to 12 foot, okay, in our lifetime. But all of them have bought property on the water that is 3 to 4 foot above sea level.
See there.
So
they don't
something
really believe
doesn't
it.
Make sense.
They don't really believe
Why
it.
would they do that if they know it's going to be wiped out? It doesn't make any sense.
Traveling to climate change. We talked about that summit.
And he documents where they are, when they bought them, how much they paid for them. Yeah. Go look it up for yourself.
Just get educated because this is nothing but a propaganda thing. Has the Earth gone through climate change? Yes. What
it's
role?
Constantly.
How about this? What role do human beings play in it? That's the question. And that question has not been proven. And some of the people claiming they're proving it, it's very bad science. And we're going to destroy our economy and destroy this country on this lie. I mean, it's one of the things that's damaging the economy the most because because it's disrupting things and it's really short-sighted and poorly thought through.
Yeah, I saw an article today about get used to rolling blackouts because the demand's going up, but generating it's going backwards because we're shutting everything down.
Yeah, it's.
We're going backwards on this.
And the only way they can get you to buy into something that stupid is to convince you there's a greater good.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up. So catch this weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, wherever you get podcasts.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Stoppings for travel, and which goes back to
that's a hard word for me to say too.
Yeah, back to the revitalization. Going back to all that, can't you just simply go in and say the system we already have and the money they already do receive while they play here, we'll just increase that some? I mean, doesn't that seem like a better plan than getting into endorsements and now they're agents and all? Just because
where does that money come from? I guess is is the bigger question then, because, okay, if it's agents and it's sponsors,
Not
then
agents.
sponsors are
No.
paying. Well,
if the university has the budget now, the NCAA just doesn't allow them to increase it.
Yeah, but we're talking
just
about
allow
paying
them
players off of using their likeness, right?
No. I said instead of doing that.
Okay, I know. What I'm saying is, but then if you do that, where does that pass over to the consumer, us buying tickets, or ticket prices raised, and now we have to?
No, I'm telling you, they already have the money. They're just not allowed to give it. They have it.
Not all of them.
Yeah, but I mean,
just a handful of them have the money.
Well, we're just talking about the money they're making.
I'm just saying,
now.
if you allowed them, then that would be up to them. I don't know how they would do it, but there's a lot of universities out there right now. This would not be a big deal to them at all for a slight increase. They're just not allowed to do it.
Yeah, but very few. I mean, we've talked about the athletic departments hardly make money. Universities hardly make money.
Yeah, but we're not.
We're talking about 125.
We're not talking about paying them NFL salaries.
But there's 125 FBS and 125 FCS that this is going to affect.
Well, what's the difference in they don't have the facilities that the bigger schools have?
I agree. I mean,
it's just.
That's why I think this is ridiculous.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, if I can go to Alabama and they can pay me a bigger stipend than Northeast Louisiana State, then okay. If I was good enough to play at Alabama, then I got a bigger stipend. If I wasn't, I can go play at the other school.
Yeah.
Just like now, my dressing room's nicer at Alabama. I mean, the things I have access to at Alabama is better than the other schools now.
Yeah, I know. But I don't think Florida State can pay as much as in Alabama. So then you look at it like that and go, well, this is two pretty big programs, and I'm going to Alabama because I'm getting more money.
Well, I think that's already happening. It's not called money. But,
You're right.
But I mean,
you're right.
I hate to tell you, I think
it is. It is.
I chose this school because things are better here.
People don't want to talk about that, though.
Right. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Scott Turner is with us from the White House. As we discussed, he's the executive director of the White House Opportunity and Revitalization. And we're going to talk today about something that is coming really, really soon. And you need to be looking for that, called Opportunity Zones. And we're going to get an update on that because President Trump signed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and that established opportunity zones. And we talked about that, to incentivize the investments. And maybe some of these forgotten communities, people come and want to invest in them now because they're giving them some incentives to do so. So Scott's going to update us on that. Scott, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Yes, sir. Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Scott, thank you for joining us. I know you're kind of busy there at the old White House.
Yes, just a little bit.
Well,
but it's go ahead, Bob.
Well, I was just going to tell you, we set it up a little bit because I think anytime, when we live in this time of so much misinformation, I mean, we try to do a talk show now, Scott, with the type of journalism that goes on today, and you have to come back and say, well, the story we had yesterday wasn't exactly right, and they didn't have this right, and they didn't follow up on this, they didn't confirm that. Right. So, I think it's more time than ever, which is one of the reasons why we're having you on. The American people need to be informed on any administration on exactly what they are doing or what they're not doing. So you today, when you're done, at least they'll know what opportunity zones are and what's really happening with the Trump administration with some of the communities that sadly have been forgotten. So update us on what's happening.
Okay, good, and thank you for that segue. As you mentioned in your opening, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, when that law was passed, it had a vehicle in it that created the Opportunity Zone concept or initiative. And Opportunity Zones, just from a high-level overview, are census tracts that have been designated by every governor of every state, every tribal leader, every territory leader, and later certified by the Department of Treasury. And opportunity zones, there's about 8,700, a little over 8,700 opportunity zones in our country. These are areas that have a high poverty rate, a lower median income rate, a high crime rate, lack of quality education, lack of quality food and health care. And so these are some of the most distressed, underserved communities in our country. And so the question came up, what can be done for the communities and for the forgotten people inside of these communities?
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 629 We Be Big. Coming up, we'll get some phone calls coming up in the next hour. Hey, don't forget Rough Patch, the brand new Rick and Bubba CD is now available on all streaming
Hard copies still remain at the store, but if you don't do the hard copy CDs anymore, you only do the streaming, it's available. Rough Patch, the brand new Rick and Bubba CD, available on all streaming services.
Well, we got a lot of emails coming in about this one. A look around the wacky. Baby. Here we go.
You know, Rick, I love Bass Pro Shops.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
It's a unique setup.
You ever had a bad day in there? I
No. I go in there. I like to just browse. You know, it just makes me feel good.
Sure.
Well, we've had an incident here at our local Bass Pro Shop in Leeds, Alabama, the home of Charles Barkley, as a matter of fact. Yeah, this is the one we go to most of the time.
Yep.
A man is in custody and appears to be headed to the hospital and mental health treatment afterwards after he jumped naked into a massive aquarium at the Bass Pro Shop in Leeds on Thursday night. The police chief there said the man was acting erratically and drove a vehicle into a pole in the store parking lot.
Wow.
After the crash, he got out of his vehicle, took off his clothes, and ran into Bass Pro Shop and jumped into the aquarium.
Now, I'm going to tell you there's a lot of stuff in here that is solid gold.
Yes.
I'm looking at some of it in the story.
He
now,
had quite a time in there.
Yeah. Now, we don't have any footage yet. Now, maybe Bass Pro Shop security cams will release it at some point, but we don't have any. You do have a video?
The next line says video taken by bystanders showed the man do a cannonball into the aquarium.
Rick?
Yeah, right.
And later
Naked
stand under the
I've
the
never
waterfall.
searched for something harder in my entire life.
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
just not
naked
been
cannonball?
released.
I
back
bet
to
somebody's
Rick's
got
day.
it that'll send it to us.
Bubba, look at the line right under the cannonball. As two Leeds police officers began to walk up the stairs, the man exited the water, yelled something to the officers, then dove back in.
Oh, wow.
And don't forget, he was climbing out of it, fell, and knocked himself out.
Right.
I think that's how they finally got the cuffs on him. He comes to and he's cuffed.
All right. Now,
and then he starts showing himself again.
Yeah. Now, for
lack of a better term.
Right.
When I see the term, and Bubba mentioned it, but here's the actual quote: he is being taken to a hospital for a mental evaluation. So, do they think he was not intoxicated?
I don't know. Now, he is going through concussion protocol.
Yes, he is.
Obviously, he needs to be evaluated.
Yes, but I mean, so they don't think this is just tied to somebody got and got rowdy.
I
Boy,
that's
when
a
he
lot of
sobered
rowdy
up.
for that.
I've heard of trying out a bass worm, but goodness gracious.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd want to
Look at
be.
the plastics.
And I know, wasn't there something going around for a while about jumping
said
into
it was
that
naked.
aquarium?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
they've
yeah.
had
It's a dare.
several.
It's a dare.
Most aren't naked.
Yeah, most aren't naked. Though.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know if I'd want to be naked in that particular pool with all those big fish. You know, that's a lot.
Back to Helmsley's comment.
There's some big, big.
Oh, bubblegum
I'm
fluke.
not worried about. I'm not so much worried about
Bubblegum fluke. That's
the bass
awful.
and
That
all-
is awful.
Here's what. Hey, is there snapping turtles in there? No.
Could be.
No,
Now
you
that-
don't.
I don't think. I don't. Are they?
Don't know if they can hear the thunder from in there.
Talking about old snapper.
Greg, they said when they pulled him out, he'd actually caught about a 3-pound bass.
Well, not bad.
Yeah.
Here's
Naked,
a kid
hey, I
jumping
don't.
in it.
You don't need to
That's
do
old video.
Well,
You
we-
don't need
yeah,
to
but-
do naked cannonballs.
Yeah,
And we've seen, I'm gonna jump in, I'm gonna jump out, and then try to run out. But hey, I'm running in naked from hitting your pole out in the
Don't
parking
you know?
lot.
Don't you know that they're tired of people doing that?
Yeah,
Oh, so sick of
Oh
it.
yeah, and he wish he could get away.
And
better.
so and there he goes.
A little punk kid. That looks like me.
But I've noticed one thing, and you said, Greg, this guy got knocked out.
No, that guy wasn't shoplifting.
Yeah, I've noticed. That's good. I've noticed this, and I noticed that kid even right there. Apparently, everybody, whether it's a dare or needs to have a mental evaluation, who jumps into the Bass Pro Shop pool, when they go to get out, every one of them, it appears it's a lot higher than they thought it was.
Yes.
Because you can get up there going
And
to
your
steps.
feet
Well,
wet.
they go over the glass side.
Right.
Is there not
Feet's
another
wet.
way out?
Yeah, I mean, how can they not go back down the steps they came up on?
Yeah. Like I say, they
I-
say old
probably.
pal
I don't
knocked
know.
yourself out when
Yeah,
you fell.
there may be no way to get out of the pool to get back up on that platform where you jump in from the steps. And they all try to go over the glass, to Bubba's point and yours, and this guy knocked himself out, right?
I'm not condoning anything, but you got to appreciate the cannonball. I mean, why he's in there?
Naked cannonball is
take
pretty
this
good.
naked cannonball.
Yeah.
Boom.
I don't know why, for some reason, I shout some of the officers and dive back in.
Yeah.
Because I'm out, Greg, then I go back in.
That's old footage.
Yeah, it's all old. I can't find the newest guy.
Well, no, but Speedy had the same problem. Adler's having it too. So many things have happened at Bass Pro Shop. When you Google it, there's tons of stories.
Yeah.
The aquarium is just drawing all kinds of people.
It is. And to y'all's point, hopefully, if given a little bit more time, the video will be released that was taken inside the store. But right now, we can't find it.
You're right, Greg.
But if you happen to be in there and you're the one that took it, shoot it away.
If you got it, send it to us.
He knocked himself out exiting when he hit the concrete floor. He was cuffed, and then he woke up and tried to struggle.
Woke up cuffed.
And someone covered him with a blanket, and they took him from the store.
And the officer said, "Thank you for that."
Cuffed, covered, and stuffed.
That's right.
Right out of there. And don't forget he got under the waterfall right there.
Right. Well, do you think
acted a fool in the Cruiser too?
Oh, I'm sure he
tore
did.
it up.
I always go to what we call here on the show the conference room scenario. So we're in the conference room, okay, and we're building the first ever Bass Pro Shop with the waterfall in the pool.
Okay,
it's really nice.
Somebody, he talks about, and every time he sends out a group text or an email when something like this happens. This guy was at the conference room. He said, "Can I just say one thing? Are we concerned about people jumping in it?"
Yeah, guys, this could be a problem.
Do you think this could be a problem? Aren't we setting ourselves up for people jumping in it? And somebody logically probably said, "Well, who in the world's going to come in the Bass Pro Shop and jump in the pool with the fish and all that?" And
given most people wouldn't.
I guess they're going to need a net. And that's not going to look as nice. It's
going to be just like a Golden Gate Bridge.
When this jumping in now became a dare,
a dart gun.
How many times does this guy send out I told you so?
Oh,
I mean, every time there's a new video.
Remember I'm eating?
Right.
I mean, look, the aquarium looks good, but wow.
I will tell you, this got on this guy's
the
mind.
Russian sturgeon is a handle.
Right. This got on this man's mind because of all the other people who've been doing it. This is not some random thing that he thought of.
Now it's become a thing.
Well, but I think it all goes back to I'm not thinking right.
I want to know what he was doing to the point he drove into the parking lot.
Right.
I mean, I want to hear from those people who encountered it.
The fact you hit a pole and then the first thing you do is step out of the car and take your clothes off.
And you go, you must
We've
be
all
thinking
been in a
there's
fender
water in
bender.
there.
I've never disrobed after it.
Haven't?
You know?
Now, I've backed into a pole before, and I never thought I'm going to strip naked and jump into the Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, I've moved on from the pole. Now I'm in there jumping in the aquarium.
In 2023, or just here, back here in December, a guy stole a whole tarpon out of the thing.
Oh, I saw that.
In a net.
Oh,
he netted a tarpon and got out of there with it. Look at that.
What's the end result?
I forgot about that.
Look,
where are you going to keep that at?
What is the end result on that? Is he going to mount that and put it up and act like he caught it?
Yeah.
Well, he kind of did.
Once again, another story that starts with Florida, man.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next. 629-WE-BE-BIG. 629-WE-BE-BIG. Greg will get on the phones. We'll find out what's on your mind. We got some lines available, so you ought to be able to get in right now if you move. 629-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba Show continuing. A lot more stories coming up, and your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So that they too can be raised up and fulfill their God-given potential to use their skill sets to be self-sustainable. And so when the Opportunity Zone initiative came out, it also created a capital gains incentive for private people that have realized a profit from the sale of an asset, a business, a stock, or what have you, to take that money and defer paying taxes on it and invest it inside of a qualified opportunity fund in one of these Opportunity Zone projects, be it for affordable housing, be it for retail, new startup businesses. And along with that, you have the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council that comes in to partner with public investment to bring revitalization. That's how the formula works. That's the spirit of the law. And the spirit of the council is both economic development and community development, so that the people inside of these communities not only have a better quality of life. You know, it's not a government subsidy. It's not a handout. It's not a top-heavy government program. This is a bottom-up approach that's locally led and privately driven to help the people in the communities to see real transformation and that their quality of life can improve, new housing, new businesses, and then that they can remain inside of that community and thrive as revitalization takes place.
Hey, Scott, this is Bubba here. So, like people who have capital gains on property sales, like you're referring to, they could do a 1031 tax exchange if they were buying other property, but you're saying that has been expanded now to any investment in these opportunity zones, or I guess there's certain qualifications, right?
Right. Yeah, so let's say if all three of us, Rick, Bubba, and myself, let's say we all realized $1,000 each of capital gains from a sale of a stock. We can take that $3,000 that we have, and instead of sending it and paying taxes on it to Washington, we can put it inside of a qualified opportunity fund and defer paying taxes on that until 2026. If we leave it inside of that qualified opportunity fund for 5 years, then we get a 10% step up in basis. I mean, we get a 10% reduction on the profit that we make. If we leave it in there for 7 years, we get a 15% reduction on the profit that we make inside of that fund. But the real goal is to leave it in there for 10 years to get the maximum benefit. If we leave it for 10 years, so that $3,000 we put in there, we leave it for 10 years. Let's say we made $3,000 more, so we've doubled our money, okay? The money that we made inside of that fund after 10 years, we paid no capital gains on it. So you take that, if a person puts $100,000 and now it's $200,000, they paid no capital gains on the extra $100,000 they made, and that creates long-term sustainability inside of that community.
Now, Scott, what I like about it is, and I hate to say this with you on the phone, but the government's not really involved in it, other than giving us a tax break. Yeah. This is actually, I'm glad you said it. This is actually people helping people, and you guys are just kind of administering the program, right?
Yes, sir. That's exactly right. We're just the facilitators of it. Now, you have the White House Council, the Opportunity Revitalization Council that I steward. We have 17 federal agencies and state and regional partners are part of this council. And the goal of that is to streamline and to target and really to target these resources that we have inside of Opportunity Zone projects. So, for instance, the Department of Education will give priority to projects that are building charter schools inside of Opportunity Zones for children that lack quality education. The Department of Justice has a grant program that they'll give preference points to people that are doing projects inside of an Opportunity Zone that may have to do with gang remediation or mentoring or life skills. Health and Human Services may give priority to a project that's building a behavioral health center or a health clinic inside of an Opportunity Zone. You have USDA and you have Commerce and SBA. All across the council, we have different agencies that are completely bought in and are targeted for projects and revitalization inside of Opportunity Zone communities.
So tell us, I know the website is not up yet. We're going to break now, but can you tell us what is the website, and we'll keep checking it until it's live.
So the website will be coming very soon. It's opportunityzone.gov, and it's a one-stop portal to teach the general public, investors, everyone about Opportunity Zones, what they are, what the purpose of it is, and what the mission of the council is.
So be watching for that website when it goes live, opportunityzone.gov. Hey, Scott, thanks for taking time to be with us, and thanks for what you guys are doing.
Hey, thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Scott.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, Walgreens has joined Rite Aid and CVS. I thought Rite Aid was over. I thought Walgreens bought Rite Aid.
I think they did.
I think they.
Or was it CVS that bought Walgreens? I mean,
somebody bought Rite Aid.
They're all the same one. Maybe they're operating.
So why is Rite Aid in this story? I thought they were done. All the ones around here, they painted over the logo.
Different branch.
By the way, we had a shot to get something really cool right here too.
I know.
I'm bothered by that.
You know what's out there now? Nothing.
I know. There's one right by my house that's a dud too. We got to get something going.
I've noticed all the workers that were there have gone to Walgreens. But I don't think that means.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you're talking about that lady that forces that card on you every time you try to buy it.
Yes, she's there, by the way.
Oh no, are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, she must get commission for that.
She's the most aggressive get a card person I've ever experienced. She has given me. I'm not exaggerating this. Back when she was over here.
What's your phone number?
She has given me. Listen, I promise you, this number's not exaggerated. She has given me 9 to 10 cards that I've thrown in the trash as I exited 10 times.
Have you ever had this happen when they ask you for it? You say, no, I don't want that.
Yes.
They get it anyway.
That's what happens.
30th anniversary, 6 minutes past, from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. All right, so we just did a Wacky World story out of Leeds, Alabama, where we're heard on 104.7 WZZK, and we have a guy who crashed his car in the parking lot of Bass Pro Shop, then went in, stripped naked, jumped in the aquarium, dealt with law enforcement, did a cannonball naked, got out once, shouted at the police, jumped back in, tried to get out, fell, knocked himself out, and now has been taken into custody and then on to mental evaluation. Now, we have callers standing by, and we are going to take phone calls at 629-WE-BE-BIG, but as we predicted, but I'll get an update from Adler, I don't know how we can show it. There are now people who videoed part of this incident at Bass Pro Shop, but unfortunately, the man is naked, and the aquarium is set up so you can see into the aquarium.
Yeah.
So
we don't have any way to blur it out this quickly.
There's some new things you can see in the aquarium now swimming around.
Yeah. He is naked. We can
boy,
confirm.
let me tell you that.
I mean, I could try playing it and just keep it real small.
No, I don't think that.
No pun intended.
No, let's not do that.
You know.
Let's not do
Let's
that.
just not.
But I don't know any way.
Discretion being the greater part of valor.
Unfortunately, the person who got the best video is shooting it straight on.
Yes, he is.
And let me just say, kudos.
And he's hanging onto the glass and is pressed up against it.
He's
He is.
hanging onto that glass.
He
and
is.
It's clear glass.
And kudos to the person videoing. Very stable video that was pretty clear.
Very clear.
And thank you for getting it to
Here,
us.
I did a quick edit on a screenshot. Here you go.
Okay. All right.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's
Thanks,
the
Adler.
screenshot. That's
Scared me.
well, at least that's something.
We'll take it.
Okay.
That is something, all right.
And you're right. I think he did go stand under the waterfall at one point too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right next to a pretty nice buck there.
Oh, it's a good-looking buck.
I'm trying to see how the fish are responding in there, but I can't
don't
see.
see
They're
any around.
scared.
They cleared out.
Terrified.
Yeah.
You know, when I was a little kid, I'd hang on to the side of the pool like that and kind of just skip
Naked?
along.
Yeah.
No, just it just reminds me. He's just sitting there hanging on the side there.
To the phones we go.
Boy, is he.
Jason and Phil Campbell, Alabama. Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great, guys. Hey, real quick, I'm going to do it the best I can, considering I've got bronchitis. First thing I want to say is 1, 2, 3. Happy anniversary, guys. I got you on my mind. And second thing,
thank you for the effort in that song.
That was
bronchitis is killing me, fellas.
I was about to say, based on what you just tried, go back to the doctor. There's more work to be done.
Rick Burgess.
Yeah, I agree. And the second thing is I grew up fishing, and my granddad always told me catching a good fish is all about how you wiggle your worm.
All right.
Okay.
That's not going to help the bronchitis, I'm telling you.
Rick, he's showing us
playing
more
with it
pictures.
now, look.
I got another one for you.
Don't
guys.
say that. Don't say that.
I knew you'd pick up.
Oh, what an idiot.
What if you were in the store? You just needed to pick up something.
Based on
all of a sudden that happens.
Based on that, now I'm worried that's the guy that's got my fake Instagram account. Let's go to Paul, Mobile, Alabama. Paul, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I know you guys had to catch Babylon B. Our former Secretary of State Clinton was also in Bass Pro Shop shopping for a rifle, and I see she upgraded from a 308 to a 300 Win Mag.
Anybody?
I don't know.
Are we talking about Hillary?
Yeah, I guess. I don't.
I don't know.
Is there?
I hate to say it once again, and this happens.
Maybe.
And this will happen. Babylon B a lot of times will be so far ahead of me, I don't get the joke, and I think that may have been one of them. I don't know.
I'm just. This whole segment is what I'm.
I liked
laughing
his delivery. I was laughing more at that.
Yeah, here's the guy again.
The black box keeps getting smaller.
Can you please stop?
Hey, the black box doesn't have to be that big.
Chris in Florence, Alabama, WLAY. Chris, go ahead.
Biggins, I just wonder if the fish thought it was a new rattle trap in the tank.
All right. Okay.
Fishing joke.
The water was cold.
There's a million of those. Let's go to.
It really wouldn't have been a rattle trap, though.
I wasn't there to hear any noise, so let's go to Robin in Ozark. Robin, go ahead.
Hey guys, I just wanted to update y'all. I was on Match Moultrie when he was in Poland and had all the 5 ridiculous questions.
Yeah.
And I had to go through the answer was Gutenberg Bible, and I have never heard of that. But I just wanted to say thank you. You guys were so awesome. My daddy got the trail camera. He loves it. And then I ended up going back and buying one for my husband, and he loves it. We've got great pictures. So I just wanted to say thank y'all for working with me, and thank you to Dan. I know he's not there, but thank you for y'all being so great and helping me.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Appreciate you calling.
Yeah, appreciate you listening.
We go to Jordan in Alabama.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, go ahead. What's on your mind?
Morning, guys. I hope y'all had a great holiday. I know I did.
Thanks.
Over the holiday season, I decided to do something I've never done. I wanted to give to charity, but she wasn't working, so I gave to Destiny instead.
Oh, that's terrible. You're awful. You are awful. Awful. Let's go to Brennan.
Why call with that?
Brennan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how you doing, Rick and Bubba?
Good.
It's my birthday today. I'm 33.
Okay, happy birthday.
And cut your radio down.
Hey, appreciate it. Man, that's some crazy stuff that happened up there in the old Leeds Bass Pro Shop, ain't it?
Yes, it is. I will have to agree with you on that.
They ain't supposed to use those kinds of worms in the tank.
All right. Is it just never any worm?
Yeah, I think so.
I blame you.
Yeah. I know. I started it.
Hamza, you started the whole thing.
Yeah, I did.
I think that was a guy that just wanted to talk about his birthday.
I think so.
And he didn't really have anything else to say because he turned into Captain Obvious. Hey, that's something going up there eating that Bass Pro Shop, ain't it? Yeah, it really is. We continue. Lee in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Lee, go ahead.
Lee. Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just wondering how comparable was that to the people that I heard about a guy on the coast of Mississippi, and all of a sudden they're playing golf and a streaker runs through a golf course.
Well, I think the difference would be there's an aquarium, there's waterfalls, and it's in a retail store. So
and there's a big piece of glass there too. So.
Right.
Other than that,
there's some differences. I mean, there's the crash out in the parking lot. You know,
so much.
Yeah, matter of fact, it's quite different.
One was about a 9 iron away.
Yeah, that's all right, Bob.
Stop, Adler.
The other one was a putter away.
Okay, just stop.
I'll
stop.
Last one.
I think you just
Last one.
Right after this one, I'm going to stop.
All right, well, as soon as I show one more, I'm done. Todd in Birmingham listening to ZZK. Todd, go ahead.
Biggins, good morning. Hey, look, we can get all these people to film these picture-perfect camera views of a naked man in a tank. Where are they at when Bigfoot's around? Come on now.
Where are they at when Bigfoot's
Yeah,
around?
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Alan, Nashville, Tennessee, the Music City, checking in. Alan, go ahead.
Good morning, Bubba and Rick. This is the new treatment center that they're having at the big bass stores. Like the women have those manicure and pedicure where they put their feet in the thing and the little fish nibble the dead skin. It's a new treatment they're trying to reach out to the men.
Oh, you know what? That's a good twist on marketing right there. Yeah, there you go.
That sturgeon's a big old fish, so look out.
Well,
I don't want to hit him about feeding time.
I'm with you, Bubba. I know they took him in for a mental evaluation. I got that, but there's more to this story. There has to be.
Look, the deer's looking him in the eye like, dude, what are you doing?
Adler. Okay.
Quit playing with the computer, Adler.
I'm sorry.
That's enough.
He was naked and he jumped in.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Scan it, they break it off, and they throw it in the trash can after you purchase. I go, why?
Because they got to answer to them. They got to answer to them.
I used to give them Bubba's number.
His cell phone.
At Rite Aid. But now over here, I'm in this place so much at Walgreens that I'll give her credit. She has remembered the folks that come in there regularly and say no, so she don't bother me with it anymore.
I'm going to tell you this, though. I'd been participating, and I mean, I cashed in some points one day, and that was like half price.
Well, Bubba, you've got a lot of points.
Okay, good. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Like half.
So that does look like Walgreens did.
So anyway, but they're claiming Rite Aid still exists in this story.
Well, they may have some of them out there.
Zantac
is being removed from the shelves.
What?
Have you seen this?
No, are you talking about the allergy medicine?
Yeah.
No.
Isn't that what
Zantac is for your stomach.
Oh, stomach.
Is that the acid reflux one?
Yeah.
You're thinking Zyrtec.
Yeah,
bro.
I am.
All right,
I am.
yep,
Sorry,
you're right.
Hams. I know
One of
that's
them
your favorite.
Z-Tex.
Yeah.
I'm an Allegra guy myself.
All right, so now it says
in
the
that.
Food and Drug Administration has warned this month that it had detected low levels of cancer-causing chemicals in samples of the drug.
I've taken Zantac.
That's according to the New York Times. So the FDA is saying, "Hey, easy on Zantac," and now we've got drugstores that are pulling this from the shelf.
Let me ask you this: Zantac, it's not new.
No.
So we're just now coming up with this.
Right.
I've taken a lot of Zantac.
Well, you might want to hear it.
It's not new.
Hey.
How'd that get by y'all?
Well, I don't know. Zantac saying that the
I guess they randomly test at different times, and they find, there are different lots. They run them. It's like food.
Carcinogens.
Not always same batch.
Look out.
I'll tell you who it's a big day for. What's the one that's their competitor there?
Pepsi.
Pepsi. Big day for Pepsi.
Yep.
Yeah, true. You're right, by the way.
Big day for Pepsi.
Until we have a report on that.
I'm like Greg, though. How are we just coming out with
this
this?
sitting in
I
new
know.
product. That'd be like coming out saying that Kentucky Fried Chicken, suddenly they found
Easy,
something.
Greg. Don't say that
buddy,
because
don't
they
say
did.
that.
They did.
Well,
I'm just
they-
saying it would
Say
be
anything
like
about it.
Y'all,
Right,
the
but they don't hear
company,
that.
the company doesn't make one batch. That's all they ever made. They're continually, and then somewhere in the process, it gets contaminated.
And I would like to say
they
this,
put something in it.
since we're talking about Walgreens.
I don't think they probably did it that way.
No, I'm just saying. So you're saying they use different ingredients to make it now than they did
Or
originally?
They might have got tainted product from overseas or something. Who knows?
It's kind of like that liquor.
Yeah, I don't think they are saying it's always been like that. But,
No, it's
but
just
maybe.
that they do lots. They do shipments. They do batches of it.
Well, when is it all clear?
Wait a minute. Or Bubba, or it's taking this long, and finally Zantac had to do like big stacks. All right, guys, y'all come on out. They got us.
We've been hiding this.
We've been hiding it for years. They got it. Hey, good news is you didn't have acid reflux. Now you got cancer, but
I mean, between that and Roundup,
no.
I'm all of a sudden Roundup's on there.
Hey, are y'all spooked by Roundup?
That mesh thing. You
Oh
gotta
my
look out
gosh,
for it, too.
watch out for that mesh.
My wife is. Every
Talcum?
time I bring it out. But
Roundup
I'm
or
not
the
using,
mesh?
I'm not, no, the
Roundup.
Roundup. But I'm not using enough for me to
It's
have
like
an
people
issue
that
there.
are-
That's
Once or twice a year, I put it in certain
It's
places
like
in
you're a
the
major
yard.
farmer or something.
Right.
But well, why would you tamper with something you know is bad at any degree?
Oh, I gotta go. It
I
works
got to
good.
kill weeds, Rick.
Put your gloves on. Put a mask on. You're probably
If
all
you
right.
were exposed
Do you
to
use
it
it?
every day,
I
probably.
have, and I still
Will you continue to use it?
Yeah, I'm careful how you handle it.
What's
You don't
that,
wanna get it all
Monsanto?
over
Well, you don't use it much.
You got to put a mask.
You playing in the creeks behind Monsanto now?
Yeah, I know. But I'm like Hams. There's some places you go out to kill some weeds. That's all you
As long as you don't mind testicular cancer, I guess move on.
Well, here's the problem. It's sprayed on all of the food we eat.
Rick Burgess.
Huh.
I mean, it is.
Huh?
That's why we're so productive. Killing weeds. Our green fields, they spray them with it before they plant.
That's my favorite.
You know what that means? You don't have an answer.
Let's go back. Let's go back to this again. All right, because this is a public service announcement for where I live. All right, so where I live, it's getting to be more and more popular. So there's more and more people out there. We got 2 high schools within, less than a mile of each other.
Yeah.
Okay, big ones. So let me. Hey, heads up on everybody. I don't know what y'all doing with the red light up there. But if there's a red light and another red light, we got to get these things. Y'all got these things way off right now. So there's
Traffic flows keep up.
there's a red light that says I can go to this red light and I can go left and go into a Walmart one of those supermarket things. Just got the groceries, okay, and that kind of stuff. And there's some other restaurants and stuff. If I go right, I go into a major grocery store, Publix, and some other little areas over there, okay? Mm-hmm. So that's people trying to get in and out of those 2 places onto the main road. Well, then when there's also another red light less than a mile from there that's keeping people that are dealing with another intersection. We got the schools, we got people coming home from work, people trying to leave out of neighborhoods. And what's happening
20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. We got a lot going on coming up in 2024. Find it all at either rickandbubba.com if you're just interested on where members of the show are going to be throughout the year. And if something's already booked and done, it'll be there. If you're concentrating on where are all the Team Man Church guys going and where are they speaking, you can find that at themanchurch.com.
Man Church is coming up over the next few days. This Sunday night, Lance Ingram, who plays Dr. Lou right here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and also we interviewed Lance on one of the last RBUs of the year about the new daily devotional that he and his wife put together for us, those of you who have small children, to be able to start spending time with your faith, with your children. But anyway, he'll be speaking at Man Church at Liberty Hill Baptist Church, Clanton, Alabama. That's coming up this Sunday night. Looking ahead to next week, I'll be in Dothan, Alabama for a Man Church. It'll be their second year and going into their second curriculum. I'll be at Ridgecrest Baptist Church. You can join us there on January the 11th. That same night, over in Hope Hull Community Church in Hope Hull, Alabama, Kevin Derryberry will be there, and he'll be leading worship, and will also be bringing the message there. So those things are out there. Man Church Conference is also coming up this year, Birmingham. It's about 30 days away. It'll be February 16th and 17th at the Wright Center at Sanford. There's still tickets remaining for that. And also coming up March 8th and 9th in Starkville, Mississippi, the land of 96.1. Granger Smith, James Spann, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and I will be speaking there. Chuck Hooten doing worship. And in Birmingham, it's Robbie Gallaty, Rich Wingo, Andy Blanks, and I'll be there too. And speaking of Robbie Gallaty, Bubba, I'll see him at the end of this month, January 26th and 27th. They're having their men's conference at Long Hollow Church, Hendersonville, Tennessee. So men in and around that area, and I was asked to pass along, they probably won't do walk-ups. There's limited seats available for that. And to also tell young men, they're saying they're having some saying, hey, is this just going to be how to be a better husband, how to be a better dad? What if I'm a single guy? No, it is for you too. As a matter of fact, the message I'm going to be bringing is just talking about us as men and as followers of Christ, period. So yes, if you're a young single man, I'd say that about any of these conferences, there is something there for you as well.
Rick, if you could remember Robbie's ham call, I think he'd be impressed.
Can you help me with that?
Yeah, unless he's changed it.
Okay.
Kilo 4 Romeo Golf Alpha. K4 RGA.
K4
RGA.
4 RGA.
Right.
So could I say that I'll be going up at the end of the month to be with K4 RGA in his church?
Yes.
And then coming to
would be correct.
into the Man Church Conference in Birmingham, K4 RGA will be with us as well.
Yeah, I'm going to verify he hasn't changed that, but that was the last one
That's
I had.
cool, by the way. All right, so let's talk about...
Boy, he'd be handy to put a tower up, wouldn't he?
Yes. Ramaswamy.
Ramaswamy.
We don't know what to do with Vivek Ramaswamy. We want him to do something. I don't know that I'm ready for him to be president, but I want to be part of the next administration if the Republicans win. Don't you?
Oh, absolutely.
And I think we'd like him as press secretary.
Yeah, because he really eats these reporters up.
He does.
I mean, he's really good at it.
So here he is again, and he is he's going to get on another hostile reporter that's after him about this new obsession with the left-wing media, and that is white supremacy. So here we go.
Say that you condemn white supremacy.
I'm not going to recite some catechism for you. I'm against vicious racial discrimination in this country. So I'm not pledging allegiance to your new religion of modern wokeism, which actually fits the test. I'm not going to bend the knee to your religion. I'm sorry. I'm not asking you to bend the knee to mine, and I'm not going to bend the knee to yours. But do I condemn vicious racial discrimination? Yes, I do. Am I going to play your silly game of gotcha? No, I'm not. And frankly, this is why people have lost trust. And I know you're going to go print the headline tomorrow. I already know this. We already know how your game works. Vivek Ramaswamy refuses to condemn white supremacy because you asked a stupid question. The reality is, I condemn vicious racial discrimination in this country, but the kind of vicious and systematic racial discrimination we see today is discrimination on the basis of race in a very different direction. You want to know what the best way is to end discrimination on the basis of race? Stop discriminating on the basis of race. Do that, and we're going to move this country forward. And I don't care whether you're black or white or brown or anything in between. That's how we're going to unite this country. You people have been responsible for dividing this country to a breaking point, creating a projection of national division. I meet people from the south side of Chicago to meetings like this one of every shade of melanin, multiple, from man to woman, doesn't make a difference, who are hungry for reviving unity in this country. And you, with your catechism that you try to get to politicians to whatever fake headline you're going to print on the basis of this conversation tomorrow, that's what's dividing this country to a breaking point. Shame on you. Look people in the eye and tell them what you've actually failed to tell them for the last 5 years. Own the accountability for your own failures as the media. That's how we rebuild trust in this country. And until then, I don't have a lot of patience to play the games.
Wow.
Bam!
Oh, I'd like to see that from the old podium every day, wouldn't you?
Yep. Anybody seen the headline? I bet it was exactly what he said.
Yeah,
you know,
he was dead on.
And if you don't believe that what he is saying is true, just look to 1A. Just look at Biden and Speedy, you mentioned it. Here's the first campaign ad for Joe Biden, and it's going to be full of everything that he just said they do.
Yeah.
It's going to be, to vote for anybody other than Biden is just the end of the world. So here we go.
I've made the preservation of American democracy the central issue of my presidency. I believe in free and fair elections and the right to vote fairly and have your vote.
I can't keep up.
That's what they wanted to go.
I was about to say,
That's
chose
the one
that?
they said, okay, this is the best one. This is it.
Somebody said, let's get a campaign
That's a
ad.
take.
And they said that's the best we got. Do y'all realize how bad he is speaking when the thing starts?
Wow.
Think about how many times they said no, we can't use that when you can't understand him. And somebody said, well, I guess we'll go with that one.
4 years of clips. That's what we went with.
All right, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop, but I had to say
Yeah,
something.
that's fine. Let's hear it again. Listen to this mess.
Good night.
I've made the preservation of American democracy the central issue of my presidency. I believe in free and fair elections and the right to vote fairly and have your vote counted. There's something dangerous happening in America.
Right.
There's an extremist movement that does not share the basic beliefs in our democracy. All of us are being asked right now, what will we do to maintain our democracy? History's watching. The world is watching. And most important, our children and grandchildren will hold us responsible. The Vice President and I have supported voting rights since day one of this administration, and I ask every American to join me in this cause. America is still a place of possibilities, where the power resides with we, the people.
It does not.
That's our soul. We are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
But everything.
Well, that's a paper tiger straw man argument, isn't it?
Wow.
Who
did you notice
trying to stop people from
Yeah, I
voting?
wonder-
You know what we want? We want people to vote once.
That's right.
That's all.
You get
That's
one
all.
vote, not
Did you
several.
notice that when they said voting, they actually showed them in a voting precinct casting a vote, not dropping off ballots
Right,
on the corner of a
Right.
street?
Out of a giant box.
Right.
Again, I want a list of the things that we discovered that people were not given the right to vote. I
Yeah,
want to see it.
who is not voting?
Yeah, let's see.
Our problem is people voting more than once.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They're voting. Joe, it's fine.
The only people that I saw being turned away during this last election were during it was in Arizona in heavy Republican areas. They're like, sorry, our machines aren't working. You got to go to the other machine. And that was the only ones I saw.
Yeah. Well, if you listen to the ad,
They say it, but they never give you examples.
well, the ad also is warning you about everything they do and are going to continue.
I know.
to do.
Isn't that funny?
It's it's such an easy choice in November. It really, really is. If you want this thing to continue. Yeah. But anyway, we'll be back. Also, we have Nick Saban still being asked about how Alabama did not make it to Monday's championship game. The play that everybody's been talking about. Pat McAfee talked to him about that. We'll play that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is that such a short distance between the two red lights on the same main road, even when you get the turn signal to go left, it's backed up because the other red light is sitting there red. We got to get these things working.
Y'all
Y'all gonna have to get this coordinated. Y'all know where I'm talking about, and this has got to be resolved. Yeah, we got a big problem out here. And this is elevating some things. People trying to get out of gas stations can't get out. Oh yeah. Oh look. Speaking of Walgreens, you go into Walgreens, you may never get out again. You better find some help. You can't come out on your own. Somebody's got to help you. You can't get out of there because
you got to find somebody driving the same kind of car you got to help you out, maybe, bud.
You got to.
Hey, a Jeep, I'm in.
I haven't learned the Ram 1500 way, but I need to know it.
Normally, most
people
trucks
don't want to
let
help you sometimes when you're in a big truck. They think you're going to be a hassle.
Oh, the truck guy will though.
Another truck. That's what I look for.
So you got to have a buddy out there.
By the way, had a kind of a smaller car yesterday try to ram me in my Ram. I was like, I thought you were giving me a go ahead here. Huh? Remember what we said? If it's red, go ahead. You were letting me out. And if it's green, be mean because we got to have flow.
That's right.
But this other red light's got to get in sync now. We don't have
Who
that.
messed that up?
I mean, it ought to be that this one here that's green for us. You can't see what I'm doing. We're going this way or we're turning. That one should turn green to these people the same time that one turns green, because they all need to flow that way.
Mm-hmm.
We got to go. What you're doing, you got us red over here and we're dead.
Yeah.
And then we get green and we're stuck, and now everybody's mean. This story today, Christian companies. This is going to be a big day for Crossroads. What's his name?
Up at Owens Crossroads.
Yeah, what's that guy's name? And Owens
Jenkins.
Big Jink.
Brother Jenkins.
This is, of course, this is talking about
Oh,
the controversial CBD oil.
CBD.
The healing power of CBD oil. Matter of fact, somebody said they took CBD oil and then had emu ointment on at the same time, and that they actually went backward and lost 10 years of age. but anyway,
Don't forget about the tea tree oil.
Yeah. Oh boy, don't forget that.
Stinks.
But anyway, so Adam Swanson, a Murfreesboro, Tennessee-based pastor. That's the reason why this is a story today. He said he took a leap of faith when he decided to start farming hemp, a cash crop for his budding CBD business. He sells all the different ways you can get it, and he says the non-intoxicating chemical component in marijuana, he says he wants to be clear that this does not get users high like THC.
Right.
It's said to help with everything from chronic pain and anxiety to insomnia, diabetes, and I won't get into some of the other things, but females, you're included. So this is, this is becoming, first of all, we got to be clear again. When you're talking about CBD, you're not talking about THC, and that's important to know that. So there's nothing that gets anyone high or anything like that, which is why he says he doesn't see any violation of anything spiritual by farming this and selling it the way that he does.
Yeah, the mind-altering part of it is out.
Yeah,
Right.
and he calls his business Genesis 1:29.
Do a quick check on
that. Got quite the crop there.
That's creation right in there. So it's something to do with creation. Must have to do with the plants, or I'm going to guess. But anyway, so it said the idea to sell CBD came to him in a prayer meeting when people started raving about its healing power to treat back and insomnia. So many people were telling me how this oil was helping them. So he did some research, and he decided to start farming hemp last year on a plot of land his family owns. Now, I understand, what he's talking about, and I understand, but there's just something unnerving about this picture of you picturing your pastor with a field of marijuana plants. It just feels
there's just something strange about it.
That. I notice he also has a nacho bar, which has me a little suspect there. But
this is the verse that you've heard a lot of times from the from those that like to partake of the natural herbs. It is about, behold, I've given you every plant yielding seed that is on the face of the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food.
Right, but of course that was pre the fall. But and I understand what we're talking about, because now we also have briars and poison oak and poison ivy. But I probably wouldn't be growing that.
Nobody's investing in that.
I wouldn't get you a mouthful of poison oak, that's for sure.
Right.
$35 minutes past. Rick and Bubba show. Let's go. Now more than ever, unfortunately, you're probably concerned about security when it comes to your property. Comes to folks will break in and steal, so you want to be able to have some protection against them, and the best that is available is simplysafebubba.com, and there is no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. If you don't have a Simply Safe system, you are on the outside looking in. They are the best in the industry right now. They have changed the landscape in so many ways, using modern technology to give us better protection, and right now we'll save you 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor sponsor button. If you go with them at simplysafebubba.com, listen to this. You get these advanced sensors that are really good. It's comprehensive protection. It detects break-ins, also fires and floods and any other threat to the place. If you have a medical emergency, Live Guard protection can really help you. Their monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and confront intruders or speak to you if you're there. So go to simplysafebubba.com, get 60 days risk-free. If you don't love it, return your system for a full refund. But we're going to get you 20% off the new system right now with this wonderful Fast Protect plan by going to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So still looking back on the college football playoff and Helmsley's attempt to get me to like Pat McAfee. So we have McAfee, and apparently you were telling me that he appears on the Pat McAfee show a lot. Saban does.
Yeah, weekly.
Yeah.
And every week. Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody's
during football season. I don't know if it's after that.
I don't know. Normally it's from his office, but this one is not. He's pretty chill.
It came down to one play in overtime, which we all love as college football fans. Unless your team didn't win, then it's not a lot of fun. But it was a great football game. Michigan deserved to win. They made the play. They did all this. They're in the championship Monday, and they deserve to be there. But this last play that Alabama ran on 4th and 3 for the win, or to continue overtime. We don't know that they would have. They actually had to make the extra point, and now let's go another round. But to stay alive, for Michigan to win, all they had to do was stop them. And see if I have all this right. So there was discussion about the snap. There was discussion about the play call. Now, as we sit here today, the center who made the snap is in the transfer portal and will leave Alabama.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes, that is, and they actually discussed that.
Okay, so here is Pat McAfee talking to Nick Saban about the final play and the snap and all that. So here we go.
As we're watching it, we're like 11 yards away. As we see it just get muddy. It just got, there was nowhere.
Sorry, unusually quiet.
I'm sitting here watching and listening on YouTube.
That's okay, buddy.
We send it to you guys too. That would help.
That'd be great, buddy.
There we go.
As we're watching it, we're like 11 yards away. As we see it just get muddy. It just got, there was nowhere straight for Milroe to run. But a lot of people now, couch quarterbacks and things like that, they've gone slow-mo on a sky cam. And because guard pulled, Jalen Milroe, if he cuts to the left, now you see the side shot, that would have been an incredible cut. He would have had to have done it so fast, so quick, and ran a 4-1 potentially sideways right there to get around where the guard. Go ahead.
And it wasn't a great snap. It was a low, two-lace snap, which now you don't have your eyes up, so it makes it harder to make those kind of cuts.
Hey, that was happening all game. I don't even know what was going through your mind. We were talking about it. Even on Chase's touchdown, that was a low snap that he had to pick it up. And obviously, Chase has been a great ball player for you guys. That's something we have a former NFL center that said it can become, you start overthinking it a little bit. Do you think that was taking place throughout it? And did you talk to him? How'd that convo go?
That's something that's been a little bit of an issue for us all year long. Yeah. When you go on the clap, and you use that as a noise cadence. Every time somebody hits a pad on defense, they're not allowed to clap on defense, which is actually what happened in the Auburn game when we got behind the 8 ball before the 4th and 31 play when the ball got snapped and the quarterback wasn't ready for it and we had a huge loss. They actually did clap on defense. They weren't doing it intentionally. The safety was just trying to get the linebacker's attention. And it's a common thing, but it is a penalty. But Michigan was not clapping, but our center was thinking that somebody was making a noise that sounded like a clap, and he was snapping the ball early sometimes and when we weren't ready for it sometimes. So that's a huge issue for a quarterback.
Okay, yes, for a whole offense, especially when it's built on timing and everything like that. And we hope Chase, I believe he's entered the transfer portal, they said, can get through it. That's a no fun mental battle happening in his head. But yeah, I didn't know that was taking place. Early snaps happening in semifinal game is certainly not desirable.
Yeah, well, and you hear him talking about that, but it seemed like y'all said, watching all year, it was a problem.
And I do think I agree with what whoever McAfee was talking about, having a son that played center, and they get the yips just like kickers do, just like anybody does. Mm-hmm. It's almost like they can snap the ball perfectly, and if they get a bad snap, buddy, they just start overthinking it, and they can get on on a bad road, just like other positions on the team. So, but I will say on this particular play, the one thing, and I know it's typical, we all do this as fans or whatever, is in this particular situation, please. You got to stop failing to give Michigan credit and their defense. Their defense blew the play up, and they played like it all. We're going to try to win the game right here. And the play by the defensive player that took the right tackle and just plowed him and knocked out the legs of Milroe. That's just a great defensive play. Now, I know, as they talked about, we all have Milroe making this incredible cut and avoiding the defenders who were out there, too, to get behind the pulling guard. I don't think that's as easy as it looks, especially the way the Michigan defense was coming. The snap did not help. I honestly think if he gets a good snap, they stop him anyway. But I will acknowledge the snap did not help. No. But I think they've got the play covered either way.
I think that right tackle getting blown up.
That didn't help.
Yeah, now 65 getting drilled. And see, this is the problem, which I don't understand, and I know it's a different game. I was talking with a player that played, around the time we all played, and I said, when I go back and watch film of any team from those days, it's like you're watching a completely different sport. Most of what we're watching that you got patted on the back for and got awards for are now against the rules. Yeah. But one of the things offensively and I remember, the struggle of speaking about my son who went in, and when he was in the era, but he was still playing for a team in high school, that the offensive line still tried to win the neutral zone, and they came off the ball and knocked people off the ball. Mm-hmm. Well, when he goes to Auburn, they're telling him, no, stop back now and catch people. Well, he had never done that before, so it was a huge adjustment. And he said, I would get in trouble a lot of times for driving my guy in the end zone because they said I'm creating space now, and I'd have to learn to catch the person. If you see here, 65 is coming back to catch him. If he just comes off the ball and just keeps him from penetrating. I know it could have been – they might have been – did they ever acknowledge where they were giving him a pass option at all, Milroe? Because
I think it was a design run.
So this guy's pass blocking, zone blocking, and he's catching the guy. Look how far he backs up, and the guy is coming at him full speed.
Well, that was the other thing. The defensive back, and I think it was a linebacker, or is it a safety that has he's got a full running start on this guy, too.
Greg, is that the outside linebacker, or is that a safety?
Is it 8 or 5?
I think, is it 8? It's 8 that blows him up.
See, and
is that an outside linebacker? Strong safety, maybe?
See, he has a full head of steam, and he catches 65 kind of doing the, get into the zone block position, and boy, all the momentum's with him.
Don't you think 65 underestimated that? He's thinking, all I got to do is just seal this off, because they're going the other way anyway, and he got blown up. He got pushed back.
Yeah, well, you can get run over so bad that you get knocked back into the legs of your quarterback.
Yeah. If he catches that in his chest, I don't know what happens to the.
He still got to deal with Zero.
Zero took a bad angle.
You wonder.
Yeah, I think Zero's why he drifted up inside. You can see him out of the corner of his eye.
Yeah, he saw the jersey. Yeah. So I think Michigan just made a play. I mean, you can. There's a lot of ways to analyze this, but
you got to make the play.
One real simple play is that is as physical a Michigan defense as I've seen in a long, long time. Or any team in that conference have a physical defense like that, and they played a key role in the game. They did. And it was and they deserve to be where they are. And I hate it for the center because I know that I can't imagine playing in the culture of the SEC and the fans in the SEC. And you've had snap trouble all year. He probably did the best thing. The best thing for him is just to leave and go somewhere else.
Oh,
because his social media and emails and listening to sports talk shows and all that. I mean,
well, you've seen this with kickers before that missed and ended up going, or DBs that tipped the ball up.
How excited
and caused plays to be made.
How excited would we be right now if we knew there was a rematch coming Monday with Alabama and Texas?
That would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But I tell you, I've seen Michigan and Washington play. That's going to be a lot of fun,
That's
too.
going to be a good game.
Yeah, I mean, that's two good football teams right there. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I probably
our briars.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't go there. But anyway, it's he says it's legal. He says I'm not doing anything that would cause people to be intoxicated, unless of course they raid your farm there. But he said he's selling the oil that is CBD, and he is having nothing to do with THC. And I don't know where Jinx would land on this.
Can it be?
Yeah,
can it bust?
Right. So
I forgot about that.
So somehow I realize I just have an idea, even though I understand what he's saying. Can you just hear the discussions outside the church about the pastor's new hemp farm?
Yeah.
It's just just there it is. Look, please look.
Oh, he's got quite the crop.
There
he
is.
It just
Make
looks,
a lot of rope out of that.
It just looks funny for those of us that grew up when that was, something totally
Wait a minute.
different.
You mean does it look funny for your pastor to be selling Mary Jane and growing it on his farm? Yeah, it does.
He's got the devil's lettuce right there in his hand.
And I understand.
Is he Rastafarian?
but what I'm saying is, you think that wouldn't you have to need some security out there?
Well, I started to say, what is going to prevent people from stealing that and smoking it and getting high with it?
Are they two different breeds?
Yeah, I would like to know more about
Is that a different
that.
plant than the other that you're talking about?
Is there HTC in that particular plant that the pastor has, and is it removed in the process they use to make CBD oil?
Read the sign right here. Read the sign.
I can't read it.
It says no THC, industrial.
Okay,
hemp.
so you can actually grow the crop without THC in it.
Well, I don't know if that's true.
I guess
or
that
not.
qualifies it to be industrial hemp.
Maybe that's just what they put on the sign.
Yeah.
Is that right?
The male plant. The male plant doesn't.
Got a botanist in the back.
And it looks I guess it looks the same.
Or a
master
pothead.
herbalist.
Yeah.
Yep, master
Or a
herbalist.
pothead.
What you're saying is the male plant does not have the THC. Is that what you're saying? So he's. It's either the male or the female.
Okay.
He's growing the one that doesn't have THC. Right. Okay, I got you. All right.
See, these are the kind of
well,
things.
there's a lot to explain in the bulletin this week.
Yeah.
How do you tell if you've got the male or the female plant?
Well, you have to pick their lever.
Well,
what if
what if they identify as the other?
Yeah, that's where I was
that's
going.
a male.
What if they identify as something else?
Well, you're in trouble then.
Yeah, that's good, Bubba.
Are you mean to tell me that those plants have some kind of chemical makeup that make them male and female, and you can't interchange them?
Wait a minute.
crazy?
You mean they just grow that way, and that's what they are?
Wait a minute.
They didn't choose it.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Whoa!
Well, it's like these people put up one pecan tree. They go, that's not going to have any pecans on it.
I've got to ask this
You got
question.
to have two.
I want to know which one gets you high, the male or female, and which one is.
If you just joined us.
Well, we're talking about it.
We're talking about Mary Jane, the marijuana plant, and a pastor selling CBD oil. And we're talking about you can grow a male
Which
or
one
female.
makes you better, and which one gets you high, the male or female? I'm leaving it
That's
at that,
too
and not,
easy.
I know, and
That's
I'm
too
not
easy.
going any further with it, but it is a valid question.
That's like shooting pot in a barrel. You know? So let's see here.
What do you think, Speedy?
From what I've killed, I look over on our phone calls, and everybody just wants to kill weeds. They don't even want to grow them.
Yeah,
it's
they're all
all
worried
about the. So
There's
there's the
the
male
male,
versus
female.
female right there on the screen.
There they are.
There's a big
And
difference. I
there
can tell
they
you
are.
that. I
Wow.
can see it.
There it is.
What's the
There it
difference?
is.
Oh,
That's a big
the
look.
bulge on the left.
Yeah.
Thank you, Helms.
Buddy, you can't say that.
What is wrong with what I said? Huh?
Now, which one?
You knew what I was talking about. I know that.
Greg,
Well, I saw it, Bubba.
Greg, if it's anything like
Well,
our
those-
world, the
for
one on the
those
left is
listening.
male and the one on the right is female. If it's anything to do like our world.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So that, so.
But we
Welcome
don't know.
back, Speedy.
We don't know which one has THC in it though yet.
No, we don't. But I
Back to
guarantee,
Helms.
I guarantee we're about to find out if Jenkins can get through.
Art Jenkins' mom.
Yeah, our Jenkins.
Can
mom.
it be?
All right, there it is.
Okay. There. Which one has THC? Which one doesn't? We'll come back. Rick and Bubba, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
So information about the marijuana and the CBD oil. I have a family member that knows a man growing it. It's all female plants. They're guaranteed to be female from the seedling grower. They can be pollinated from up to 5 miles away. If the inspector comes in and finds a pollinated plant, they have to cut the entire crop down. That stuff can fetch $25,000 for a 5-gallon bucket of the oil out of it.
You just said they're all female?
Yeah, no, well, there's a male and female plant, but the ones that they plant and are farming are all female plants.
Well, I thought they wanted the ones that didn't have THC in it.
It only gets THC if it's pollinated.
So how do you keep rogue male plants from coming in there? It doesn't work. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up next hour, 629 We Be Big, as we unpack another day together. Thank you for being with us today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out again this weekend. The first one of 2024, America's Last Stand, is the book. Will you vote to save or destroy America in 2024? Drew Thomas Allen is our guest, and that's. I think you'll enjoy that conversation this weekend. I hope you do, wherever you get podcasts. So one of the things that he talks about in the Rick and Bubba University podcast, easy for me to say, coming out this weekend, is one of the things he's talking about, all the different things. If you want to see where the country is going to go if we continue to leave the current bunch in control, there are things they've already done that you can simply look at and go, oh, I see that. And one of them was the pandemic. The way they handled the pandemic and all the propaganda, all the misinformation, all the shutdowns, all the weird things with masks and the schools, and just, when they saw that they could grab ground from a tyrannical central government, they grabbed it. And so he said you can look at that as an example. Well, one of the things that is hilarious is, like, raise your hand in this room, okay? Raise your hand if you've ever, even sometimes maybe passionately, believed something or thought something was a certain way to discover after much evidence that you were wrong.
Yeah, oh yeah.
My
We've
hand
all
is up.
done that.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you ever had to just say, well, now at one time I felt that way, but now that I've got the new information, didn't have that information, not again, you might have just been misinformed.
Right.
This clinging to the vaccine and the boosters are still doing something that matters. And now the narrative at one time, don't forget what the narrative was at one time. You take the COVID vaccine or a booster for what reason?
You're done with it.
You'll be done. So not to get it. You will not be infected. Now, we all know that is not true. There's anybody that says that's true, I don't know why you're still there. It's not true. People get it all the time after being vaccinated and boosted.
And some people got the vaccine because they would have gotten fired if they didn't get it.
Yeah, don't forget that.
You weren't allowed to travel. You weren't allowed to fly.
Right.
That played into my decision a little bit to get it too.
Sure. Yeah. Well, think about this. When you're being told you're a bad person, that you're putting your children and your parents and your grandparents in danger, it makes you feel kind of bad.
Yeah.
Nobody
wants to be that guy.
Get it for your neighbor. That was what they said.
do it for your friend.
One of my sons who did get vaccinated, he said that was the whole motivation. He said, I was on a college campus, and basically I was told if I didn't get vaccinated on a college campus, I could not do anything, and that I was a horrible human being.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So now the new narrative is, no matter how many times I keep getting COVID after being vaccinated and boosted, it's still doing something. And what it's doing is it's keeping me from dying. Okay, now here we go. So here's Joy Behar. Now, I want you to listen to what she says, and then the obvious points we'll make after. And they're very obvious, but here we go.
What's happening with these anti-vax people? I said this the other day. I have been boosted and boosted and boosted, so I got COVID. It does not prevent you from getting COVID, but you don't die from it. Right. And yet you have people like this Robert Kennedy Jr., who's going out there and attacking Fauci and saying that it's a bad thing to get the booster.
He's not saying it's satire. He's actually believing it.
I know, but this is fake news, and that's another thing.
Fake news.
Good gracious.
All right,
Wow.
All right, raise your hand if you're anywhere in the audience and you have gotten COVID once or maybe twice or maybe multiple times. All right, so raise your hand if you've never had a vaccine and you're still alive. Okay. So the vaccine, to say that the boosters and the vaccines have kept Joy Behar alive, I would say, not a medical doctor,
But I would say you're probably alive because most people do not die from it.
Right.
Just the spin of the wheel.
Thank goodness.
Does Joy want to tell us that she has some kind of comorbidity that we don't know about?
Yeah,
I mean, is she got a health problem? Is there something that
I'm proud on you bringing that back up.
that makes her? Well, I couldn't remember the word to begin with, but it makes her more susceptible to death. I mean, I know Joy's not a young spring chicken anymore, but she seems to be in pretty good health, right?
Irritating.
Is there? Yes.
Still irritating.
Is there some
vaccine didn't help that?
And the reason why, and I don't know that I agree with everything Kennedy's saying or not, but what I would say, I can't listen. I can't listen to that.
I have no idea what he's saying.
What Kennedy is saying is what we said on yesterday's show, and we've been saying all along. We cannot act like that there's not risk to actually taking the vaccine as well. We know that now. And so some people, Rick included, would say the odds of COVID killing me are lower than the odds of me having some sort of adverse reaction to the vaccine at this time. Right. Now, if I end up having an immune system that's compromised, or and somebody can convince me that maybe this would be a good way to keep it from having greater effect on me or something, fine. But remember, the first thing that Joy Behar says is a change. There was a time when she said that it will keep you from getting it.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's right.
So now she never acknowledges that she changed her mind on that.
We got to change that.
And so she cannot draw the line that the vaccine, and Bubba, you've talked about the scientific method and the placebos and all this stuff. The reason why she can't make that statement is the point we pointed out, and a lot of you are pointing out that's quite obvious. But you can't say that because there's people who have gotten COVID once, twice, 3 times, and they're not dead either, and they didn't take the vaccine and have never had a booster. So you can't draw that line that it's the vaccine and the boosters that are keeping you alive.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's just there's no and we can't prove
the
that.
numbers don't work.
And you just illustrate everybody's different. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Everybody's different, but I know someone that had COVID, but they just got finished with having the flu, and they had a much worse time with the flu. We've just forgotten about flus and everything else.
Flu's been rough this
the
year.
flu has been rough this year.
And I took
but
the flu
nobody
shot, I
mentions.
always did.
But nobody mentions it. It's only COVID. It's like there's no other sickness.
Well, this RSV, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
That's this deal. That I know some people that thing has hit them hard. I mean 3 weeks hard.
Ooh.
Yeah. So it's in the category of all the other. The biggest thing about COVID-19 is how it got here and how it got released.
That's right.
It's now, praise God, has gotten into the mode of it's just called getting sick.
Yeah.
And anytime people get sick, they can have a really easy time with it, or they can have a really hard time with it.
Yeah.
Based on, like you said, the individuals and the state of your immune system. I'll say it again. The most important thing that we can do, because there's so much we can't control, is to keep your immune system strong.
Yeah.
That's
the bottom line. Whether you're getting a vaccination or natural immunity or walking around every day, your immune system is going to fight that battle.
That's the battle. If your game plan is I'm not going to get exposed, that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen.
All right, that actually hurts your immune system to not be around.
That's true.
A lot of stuff.
Top of the hour, more to cover coming up in the next hour if you're still with us. Now, if you have to leave us now for whatever reason, don't forget, Rick and Bubba audio and video archives are available every day for you to watch and or listen to on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So now we have 2 vaccines that are really quite effective. The mRNA vaccine, highly effective, extraordinarily efficacious, 94 to 95% for mild to moderate disease, and virtually 100% efficacious, because the real-world effectiveness is even more impressive than the results of the clinical trial.
Anyway, here's a montage of headlines from the time of COVID, and you can see the vaccine efficacy going from 100% to, now it's dropping. The effect, it's only 67. Oh, no, and now vaccines only 50%. It's just amazing the amount of lies that we had during that year, y'all. Anyways, okay, back to the old replays from back to the old replays from 2019. Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube, y'all.
Dogs. Huh?
Well, and if some good old boy is out in the woods somewhere with a set that he's growing to smoke, and he's within that 5-mile loop, he's got a chance of having a crop ruined.
Okay, I got you. Okay, thank you, man. Appreciate that. One time out gone. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Lori in Tennessee. Lori, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, so me and my husband are actually hemp farmers in Livingston, Tennessee, and so I was going to try to answer some of the questions that you were asking. What the guy said just before is true, and the way that you tell if your crop has THC in it is we actually have to be inspected before we can sell it, and they come and take a test, and it's called coming back hot. If it comes back hot, they can come and destroy your whole crop. So what the guy said about it getting pollinated and being high in THC, the hemp plant actually does have THC in it. It's just got to be below 0.3%.
Oh, come on. She was full of information.
She was. Nevada.
If you wouldn't have had allergy, you'd have thrown that flag.
Well, I got to listen to her, and I kind of forgot.
Stupid
I was
allergies.
like, yeah,
CBD oil might cure that. Matthew in Nevada.
It might.
Matthew, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you imagine how many boxes of wafers that pastor would go through for a communion?
What's this line over here? We just want wafers. That's funny. Let's go to David in Alabama. David, 30 seconds. Come on.
Hey, man, that dude that said that when it gets pollinated, it produces THC. Ain't got a clue what he's talking about. When it gets pollinated, it starts producing seeds where it can reproduce and quits producing THC. That's why you separate the males from the females.
Y'all. Okay. He hung up on his own.
Do you see there's a lot of confusion.
I wish the lady would call back. I'm sorry I didn't throw a flag. That's
I
on
am
me.
too. Ma'am, call back.
You do realize that
the professor that just called, y'all didn't even believe him.
Greg. He obviously had a bad phone.
Yeah, I don't think that phone handled his voice.
Hey, what they saying is wrong.
He must be on the tractor screaming at the phone.
You realize that guy just went against everything everybody said before?
Yeah, I'm so confused. I don't know.
Let's go here.
That's why you should seek out a pharmacist.
That's right.
Look, no offense,
qualified information.
No offense, but
as I have said before,
we got a guy on line 5 that claims he's a CBD consultant, but he's from Dadeville, Alabama. I mean, that's some of our people.
He might live in Dadeville. It's a big town.
John,
that just means he got it well.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, John, go ahead.
Yes. Wow. Where to begin? Yeah, I am the first person east of Colorado that was certified by the Physicians Council on CBD. The last guy wasn't entirely wrong. Stressing a hemp plant by not watering it will produce a lot more THC in that plant. Gosh, you guys, there's so much information out there that is wrong that I've even heard on your.
I bet the crop this year is going to be a whiz banger.
Hey,
dry as it's been. You get high driving by.
I would bet that there are a lot of hemp farmers this year that are going to be bankrupt at the end of the year.
Because if it is hot, they'll tell you to destroy it, right?
Oh yes, absolutely, and it's not necessarily the pollen that makes it hot. Stressing it by not keeping it watered, having proper irrigation will absolutely stress the plant and create more THC. I'm involved with several farms. I have my own store. I've been studying this stuff for 8 years.
Now,
and
if they destroy if they destroy the crop, do they burn it right in front of you?
I'm not exactly sure how they're handling it in Alabama at this point. I'm not sure anybody has tested hot. We have had several people that planted an entire crop of nothing but male plants, and that is an absolute waste of time and money.
You know, we started this topic way too late in the hour.
We really did. You're going to have to come be on the show one day, bottom line.
There's your podcast.
minutes past. Thank you for being with us today. A lot to do as the show moves forward. This weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast is available. Go out and grab that wherever you get podcasts. And also, if you are out and about this weekend looking for a man church service, Lance Ingram from Team Rick and Bubba will be there at Liberty Hill Baptist Church, Clanton, Alabama. I wonder if Gary's going. I mean, he does Dr. Lou. I think that's pretty funny stuff. I might go by there and see if he wants me to introduce him or something. So anyway, that's this weekend. And, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. And remember, we only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
That's it. A lot of folks sending this video to us has our very own Eddie Van Adler in charge of the YouTube channel, providing video content the world loves, including the live show every day. But he also, as we know, is a bit of a special martial arts consumer, and is it Brazilian jiu-jitsu?
It is,
That's what you do?
Brazilian waxes and Brazilian jiu-jitsu. That's what I do.
Brazilian what?
Wax.
Right. Okay, yeah. No, that's
He's known for
actually,
that.
yeah.
I thought that
Didn't
was
I
the-
see a
I
video
thought that
of you
was
at
the
Bass
sta-
Pro Shop?
I thought that was the steakhouse where you had the red and green. You kept turning and they kept looking me.
All right, so people are saying, is this Adler in the video, who's the assistant on the video of how to escape a headlock?
Yeah.
All right, so let's,
And it's pretty legit, so I was like, let's check it out. So here we go.
All right.
You know what to do in a headlock? Because it's a tough place to be. He comes over, right? Just
There's Adler.
That does look like me.
That
my
does
hand
look like
wants to be
you.
here. That's the number one thing I want to do. If I build this habit, the more he pulls in, the better my chances are of getting away. This is tight. You didn't get your hand up in time. Okay? We need to go to the ground.
Oh, you
See
going?
where his stance is right now?
Most fights go to the ground,
I'm gonna
guys.
make a hole with my leg. I'm gonna bring my other hand up. Closest hand to his leg down.
Uh-oh.
Right hand, left hand.
Uh-oh.
I'm pulling on this, lifting on this.
Watch
making
out.
his
Wait a
face
minute.
and
Easy,
following
Adler. Oh, Adler, you went down
holding
hard.
on to that headlock.
Why don't you have shoes on?
I don't know.
Forearm on
Oh, he's
face,
framing on his
hand
face.
press.
Oh, no.
Use your body to push and open that up. I got lucky, I trapped the arm. Not too worried about that.
I got lucky.
I want to get away. Knee on the rib cage right away, add the pain. Punch, head on the swivel, looking around. Tight, disengage.
Yeah, that guy knows what he's doing. That guy knows what he's doing.
I thought it was Adler, then I realized he was going against a guy.
Right. No, right. Yeah. So that could never be me.
That's kind of a play on the chalkboard where everybody's blocked. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
that guy's kind of helping me.
I like my head on the swivel.
Adler, does that work?
Punch, head on the swivel.
If somebody's bigger, stronger, does that technique still work?
There was some good stuff in there for sure.
Really?
Yes. Talking about framing and
How do you
all
know
kinds of
this
stuff.
guy? Does Webby know you were this guy too?
Somebody just sent this to me. This is, I guess, the Budo brothers on YouTube. So that's who that is.
Are you a Budo brother?
Now, I noticed he's got kind of the samurai kind of bun going on.
He really does.
I have the man bun, but I should probably go to the samurai
It would look a
bun.
lot better.
do that.
I
Okay.
would prefer. I prefer the samurai
Like a
bun.
sumo bun.
Yeah.
Now, what's the difference?
It seems like it's tighter.
Yeah,
It's more
I can-
Asian,
like
too.
Yeah, like a little.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
more-
one
not-
of them does have a hairpin in it.
Super Asian looking. Yeah. I do. That hurts, actually. Now that I think about it, that kind of hurts. I don't want to be a pin guy.
At first, I thought you were rolling with Paul Thorne. I didn't know.
That's funny. By the way, I dropped
No,
off.
he wouldn't have nothing to do with it.
Right.
Dropped off Ruby at school during the Christmas break, and it's terrible. She looks, her hair. I get to school, I'm like, oh wait, her hair. I just forgot about her hair, and I'm dropping her off at school. I just take the one out of my hair and put it on her head, and I go, all right, I go have fun.
There's a modern dad.
Yeah, pretty good.
Not many dads get to do that.
Yeah, not many dads can share clothes with their daughter.
Elon Musk in the news. Yeah. What? There we go. Boom. Dollar. So Mark Cuban and Elon Musk, the war continues.
You know, Rick, I just hate it when billionaires get into tiff, don't
That's
you?
right. Well, apparently, Elon Musk, like us and here on the show, has a hard time listening to what some of the wealthy leftists say. So Mark Cuban, they've debated, as you know, about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and all this stuff in business, and now Elon Musk has responded to Mark Cuban after the billionaire gave his opinions on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And forcing businesses with all this ESG we've been talking about, all this stuff. Now, here is what's hilarious, and Greg, you've made this point before. He's going to call out Mark Cuban and his attachment to professional basketball, and he wants to ask him, is he going to be diverse there? So here's what he put. We don't have the audio. It's just on X, is it what's called now?
Yeah.
It says, so after he puts the.
Give that lead into it, Rick.
Yeah.
Because that really
Here's what Cuban is saying. Let me help you out and give you my thoughts on DEI, diversity. Good businesses look where others don't to find employees that will put your business in the best possible position to succeed. You may not agree, but I take it as a given that there are people of various. And then
he went on and on. Yeah.
So anyway, he's saying that you should not withhold people because of whatever reason. Okay, that there's people of every. Of course, we said that. What about being excellent? Does everybody think we don't get diversity by making the goal excellence? Yeah. So now, based on what he said, Elon Musk will come back and go, "Hey, cool. When should we expect to see a short, white, Asian woman playing for the Dallas Mavericks?"
Yeah, sports has long since been the kind of the myth buster on a lot of this.
Yeah, right.
Because we want the best players out there, no matter what.
Right.
You talking about something that does not consider DEI in sports.
Oh, wow.
They're not going to have that at all. They're looking for players to win.
No,
but in the same aspect to that, shouldn't every business be looking for that?
Yeah. Well, it's very obvious the point that Elon Musk is making. If I have an NBA basketball team and somebody says, "Will you please get your starting five to be represent all the children of the world. And I want the starting five. I want somebody with a little Asian feel. I'd like to have a trans athlete out there. I'd like to have a black player. I don't know if they care about a white player, but if they want diversity, I want a white player. I want a Latino player. I need a woman. I'd like to have a woman out there because I don't want there to be any gender, without it being diverse. And then the Mavericks would say, well, we're going to go look for the best basketball players in the world, and if it turns out that the best basketball players in the world give us diversity, fine. Because I don't think you have to compromise excellence in order to be diverse, but they may come back and say, well, we searched for people of the right height that could shoot and right speed and leaping ability and athletic ability, and here's the five we came up with. And I look out there and I go, I don't see a lot of diversity.
Well,
and
Rick, think about this.
We look for it, but these are the best players, so that's who we're going to play.
Think about this, how ridiculous. The Dallas Mavericks, we'll take them for example. If you just look at the current stats in our country, if you made that starting lineup reflect the community, okay, you're going to have probably in their area, you're going to have like 2 white guys, a black guy, and a couple of Latinos.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's going to be your starting lineup.
Mm-hmm.
So, but nobody even would consider that. They would think that is absurd.
Right.
But why is it absurd if I need the best team to be a basketball team, or I need the best team of lawyers, or I need the best team of accountants, or I need the best team of engineers, or I need the best team cutting the grass or trimming bushes or building a road or what? I mean, why are those jobs delegated to, we got to throw them under all these other titles, where in basketball or football or baseball, we're just going for the dang best. Let the chips fall where they may.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
And see, I'm for the best. If it happens to be all African Americans, that's great.
Fine.
If it's all Latinos, great. If it's all white guys, great. I just want the best team out there.
Right.
I want the best 5 on the floor all the time.
Well, when it comes to running my business, I want the best team on the field.
Yeah,
if it turns out in my pursuit of the best, it turned out to be a diverse bunch. See, I'm not for withholding something from you because of your ethnicity, your gender, etc. I'm not for that. You're qualified and you are the best, but I just don't like that. That's wrong. but I'm also not for me giving you the job just in an attempt to achieve diversity.
Right.
Even when you're not the most qualified person.
You
or the
haven't
best.
accomplished it.
Yeah, I'm not for that either. We'll be back. Your phone calls are next. Here we go. 629 We Be Big on any topic. Maybe you got to, here we are on the 30 years. You got a question you want to ask. Maybe you're throwing back to a memory. You got something you want to comment on you heard today. We'll chat with you. All 10 lines are available. Speedy heads to the phones. 629 We Be Big. Let's hear from you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is. Oh, Toby Mac.
That's a good one.
Diverse City. Got my own the prize, baby.
Mm-hmm.
I own the prize.
I love the video of that one where they bring the drummers out on stage. They got the cameras
yeah,
on the
sure.
drums.
Huh?
That's pretty cool.
Speaking of that, we're handing the check off to Dawson today, and I was at one of Dawson's conferences and saw him doing it live on stage with the drums.
Isn't that
It was good. All right, so we got things to do today, and I really kind of not – I'm not upset with us. I got on myself a little bit on the way here. I think the reason why we haven't is that you and I don't really believe it to be true.
Mm-hmm.
And that is we haven't even mentioned that this episode of Rick and Bubba University this week will feature something that we've been trying to do for years. And I guess we're not promoting it because you and I don't think it's really going to happen.
Well,
I think that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm not trying to be that way. Involuntarily,
we're
I'm afraid.
protecting ourselves.
I'm afraid to believe it. But Speedy keeps giving us the green light, and it looks like it's going to happen. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, when it becomes available to you this weekend, it will feature your old friends Rick and Bubba interviewing Mike Leach.
Mike Leach, one of the great
Did y'all hear what I just
philosophers of our time, Rick.
Yeah.
He coaches a little football also.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, one of the reasons that we haven't had him on the show is he's on West Coast time.
Yeah, Pacific time.
So he's not up and about till we're done, and this will give us a unique chance to interview him in a time frame that he can be interviewed.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a tough time. I mean, he's had 2 losses. His press conference, he wasn't very happy last week.
Yep.
So I don't know what kind of mood he's going to be
Well,
in.
and I'm making a sacrifice for Mike Leach. This is usually a no-go for me.
Oh, yeah.
And,
this is a dead-on arrival.
Yeah, because it's my birthday on Thursday. I got things I'm normally doing by 2:30 Central Time. And
like napping for me.
So I mean, we're literally going to go to lunch. I even have one more thing I might do because 2:30 so far away.
Oh no!
and then come back and interview him, and then basically when I'm done with that, it'll be almost time for me to go to a speaking event soon after. But Mike Leach is worth it, and so we're going to do it. And I mean, I'm not exaggerating. Bubba and I are just so creatures of habit. We've had people that were probably been pretty important interviews, and we wouldn't do them because they wouldn't be live on the show. And we said, we're not recording. If you won't be live on the show, we ain't staying around till 11. You know what I mean? And so now we're going to stay around. We're going to do 2:30 our time. But Mike Leach is worth it, and I think the audience has been waiting on this. So Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, barring something happening between now and then, will feature Mike Leach.
And we have a backup plan in place that's also really good.
It is.
Yeah.
It's our profile series.
Now, I will ask you this. Is that what you're going to do with Leach? Is kind of a profile
Yes.
of...
Oh, yeah.
I think of the
I don't even want to talk
profile-
football with him.
Well,
I don't think you need
I think the profile series is staff members.
Yeah, it is.
And the intern.
Yeah.
But this will just be
A
what we
conversation.
normally do.
Yeah, a
We'll
conversation.
talk a little football. I'm sure he's a football guy.
Yeah. I mean,
he relates to
See,
football.
y'all are disagreeing on what you're... That's why I'm
That's the
asking. I'm
beauty of the
trying to come up
podcast.
with a plan that's a little more...
Well, no, I'm not saying it's going to be football heavy, but I don't think you cannot talk football with Mike Leach. That's what he does. And some of the stories, some of the stories
he probably
about
don't
him,
want to talk about the way he's playing right now.
No.
right. I mean, some of the stories about Mike Leach are so entertaining, like the fake play sheet that he left, for the team to find that time.
Yeah.
That's good
Now,
stuff.
guys, doesn't he have a tie to the state? Didn't he graduate from some college I've never heard of? And, Or he has a degree from there.
You know what I want to ask him,
He's
Graham?
an attorney by trade, I think.
I want to ask him, I want to see if he was at Valdosta State when Dad was at Jacksonville State.
Well, he was there with Hal Mumme, so I think so.
So I want to bring that up. I want to tell it.
See, I like all these type things. Yeah.
But then I want bizarre things.
Well,
it
we're not
is
going to
a
talk
bit
X's and O's with Mike Leach.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about his life in football.
Yeah, I don't want, like I say, he doesn't believe in defense, so he and I can't really talk about philosophy. But so anyway, but I want to do. I tell you what I want to do. We're going to talk. I want to do everything. That's the beauty of the podcast. We'll talk football. We'll talk how he feels about football. We'll go back and look at his life and do this and say, hey, here's a little tidbit you may not know. Did you play Jacksonville State? What era? Yes, by the way, my dad was head football coach then. He'll probably go, oh, Coach Burgess. And we'll do that kind of stuff. But it's going to be really similar. Do you remember, and Bubba had already gone to
All right, so we've had a phone segment or two on the program, but we have not done a phone troll yet today. Here's the first one. Here's our number, 629-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. Speedy's on the phones. And the beauty of the troll, if you're a caller, it kind of, it forces you to kind of get your thoughts together. And if you're in line, it means the line's going to move pretty quick. Your chance to get on increases. Because people can't use up a whole lot of time, and even though it's a good opportunity to call in because all 10 lines are available, you ought to get in pretty easy right now at 629-WE-BE-BIG, and then because of the buzzer, those that are ahead of you with calls, they'll be gone pretty quick. Now, we do allow a timeout. Helmsy's got one and Bubba's got one, but that's all they got, so they need to use those wisely. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, nothing like that.
Yep.
To the phones we go. Chip is in Selma, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Chip, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Good morning. This is about Nikki Haley and the question on the Civil War the other day. And, she rambled on about what the Civil War was caused. But how come all the Republican candidates, nobody said it was the Southern Democrats versus the Northern Republicans that wanted to abolish slavery? But we don't pick up and give a history lesson when we can as a presidential candidate. And all the presidential candidates should have jumped on that.
Yeah, that'll be also this weekend in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and that is the History Revisionist. The Democrat Party, how they claim that they're not the party they once were. That's now the Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, that's one of their many bait and switches they've tried to pull off and have been very successful with it. Mike in South Carolina. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Greg, have you seen the movie The Iron Claw?
No, I have not. What's it about?
It's about the Von Erich wrestling family. It's a really good movie.
What?
I was wanting to watch that.
The Iron Claw, where is it? Where's it on, Mike?
Yeah, what is that on?
It's in movie theaters everywhere.
Oh, okay. I'm going to have to wait till it comes on.
The Iron Claw. And
the Von Erichs. I remember. It's got, what's his name in it? What's the actor?
Zac Efron.
Yeah. Really?
He plays one of them. Yeah, the Iron Claw. I didn't know it was called the Iron Claw, though.
Any chance I can pull that into a date movie? Probably not.
Be tough, Rick.
I'm probably have to wait for that to come on, as you said, streaming. We
continue.
continue.
Von Erichs?
Bart, Pine Mountain, Alabama. Bart, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
Good. This morning when you played the ad campaign for Biden, my 9-year-old granddaughter, I was taking her to school, and she really doesn't like me listening to Rick and Bubba. It's not in her thing. But anyway, all of a sudden when she heard that, she said, is that the Grinch? And I said, it could be.
It's the Grinch that stole the Republic.
Yeah.
We roll on. Anonymous out of Alabama. Anonymous, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hello.
Anonymous.
Hello.
All right. We continue. Let's go to Riley out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Riley, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thank you for the call. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to question y'all about the Jeffrey Epstein documents that released here lately. Get y'all's thoughts on that.
We looked at some of the list of people who were named in it yesterday, and we have another document dump that happened yesterday afternoon. So we got more names, and Some of them, I mean, they're just being, the witnesses are being asked about some of these people if they saw them or didn't see them. And some of them, it doesn't look real good for. Some of them, it really kind of gets them, pleads their innocence in this because the witnesses are saying, I saw them at a party, but I didn't know anything else about it. So
it gives a great opportunity for people to clear the air, to Bubba's point. And some people are cast in the light that nobody should really be holding anything against them, and they're like, "Yeah, I was there, and this is what happened." And of course,
it's quite a laundry list.
But it is quite a laundry list, and then you have some that not so good.
I forgot that Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
That was something that I was reminded of as these documents came out. Epstein assaulted a girl or something, and Trump banned him from Mar-a-Lago. So as people are trying to tie Trump to Epstein, just remember what's actually real.
How about I keep being invited to Mar-a-Lago and emailed by Trump? Are y'all? Am I the only one?
You probably need to read down. There probably needs to be a donation in there.
Right. He keeps inviting me, and I'm like,
Trump is emailing you?
Yeah, I'm like, am I being rude by not responding? Let's continue. Let's go to Scott in Mississippi. Scott, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're great. I hope you're okay.
All right. Happy New Year. I was just wondering, I remember a while back when y'all would take a break, y'all would come back with, some intros before the next segment.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one that was real good by John Maxwell that I still listen to every night of the day, that gives you inspiration about, you're in control of your own future. You're the
that Helmsy usually plays those, or those do the kickoff hour starts. We don't use them that much during the main show because they're pretty lengthy, and sometimes the top of the hour break has already been kind of long. But
Rick, if he wants any of the intros, and they're all at goodies. So if you go to rickandbubba.com and go to goodies, they're there.
Yeah, there you go. So goodies at rickandbubba.com. Those intros are there,
Bobby Maxwell,
including that one.
Greg, I quit calling him Bobby Maxwell.
I get mixed up. I think I went to school with Bobby Maxwell.
Let's go to Alan in Tuscaloosa. Alan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, Biggins. How y'all doing?
Good. We're great.
Well, in the state of Alabama, if you're working at a place and they bring in new management and you've been doing your job and never been late, this, that, and the other, but they can just get rid of you for no reason. Why is it like that here in Alabama?
What do you have a contract?
No, I mean, you just got a job at a place and been working there for several years, but they bring in new management and they said,
Yeah, well, new management, they're in charge now. So if they don't want to keep you, but the good thing about Alabama, it's also a right to work state.
Yeah,
you can't be, so that's good too.
Sir, the way you phrase that question, you said here in our state, in other states you can't do that.
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm just asking. I know Alabama's a right to work state, so. But if you're there and you're doing a good job and you've been proven that you've done a good job for years.
Yeah, but that doesn't have any legal standing.
Yeah, well, you have new management, new ownership. They can pretty much do anything they want to unless you have a contract.
Right. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At the Celebrity Pro-Am when I got stuck with Nick Saban myself.
Yes.
And I just said, look, before you ain't got to get frustrated. I'm not going to ask you a dumb football question.
Yeah,
right.
Let's just forget football today. You got a day to yourself. What do you do?
Yeah, no, I like that.
And then Nick, he kind of lightened up a little bit.
Yeah, he did.
Because honestly, most coaches like Nick Saban, they don't want to talk football with you because they know you're going to say something stupid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And now Mike Leach is not that way. He couldn't care less.
And they're not.
He may be thinking that. He just didn't say it.
They're not going to share too much with you because that's what they're doing, and they're not going to give away their secrets.
But Leach is not like the Sabans and the Coach Burgesses and the Gene Stallings and those kind of people. He doesn't have that ill attitude about, I wish I wasn't at this press conference because I think all y'all are a bunch of idiots.
Right.
You know what I mean?
The fact that Mike Leach is taking his time to do a podcast says a ton.
Yeah.
That speaks
this time of
volumes.
year.
Yeah. The last
Right in the middle of the season after you lost 2 games.
Yeah, the last podcast I heard him be part of was one that ESPN does.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, he didn't know who we are probably. They have no idea.
Well, we've been trying to get him on
now
since
I'm thinking
last.
we need that backup.
We've been trying to get him on for about a year now, but it's all about the time, and this time just is his time of day. He goes into work or late mid morning, which is we're done by then.
But you have to say this is kind of a new Rick and Bubba attitude.
Right.
I mean, we've got.
Rick, we've turned down so many interviews.
Oh, so many. I'm having 3 big ones.
A real big one.
Because we're like, we're not going to record.
I do want you to get into alien abductions and stuff
we'll
like
do it
that
all.
with
this podcast. It's a long format.
We may put Calvin Parker on the line.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, with sense, you're saying this is not related to anything other than a normal cycle, but that would apply to a lot. Talking about this man-made hysteria, climate change thing, traveling around this past weekend, and Sherry was asking me. She said, "Is global warming back?" And I said, she said, because I thought they got away from that name when we went through a period of time where we weren't warming.
Yeah, it was climate disruption.
I told her, I said, honey, you have to be prepared. They use phrases like climate change. That one they're trying to make stick because then they can apply it to any form of weather.
Right, good, bad, otherwise.
And I said, then you hear global warming. I said, that'll come back anytime it's hot. And I said, and then, of course, as Bubba just mentioned, the one that we really haven't figured out, and it's almost like they tested it and said, it didn't really stick, and that's the famous climate disruption.
Right.
You know, that we as human beings are disrupting climate. And so now I thought they would be falling all over themselves, but now, and I'm sure they still will. I haven't heard it yet, but a gigantic iceberg has broke off Antarctica. But scientists, there's that term. I hope everybody's hearing it. Scientists say this incident is part of a normal cycle and not related to any sort of climate change. Now, first of all, we're trying to say whether it's related or not to something that is not even proven.
Rick,
we're talking about this as if climate change is real and it is man-made. And so we're going as far as just establishing that by saying this isn't related to that.
Rick, this thing is huge, too.
Yeah,
you see the numbers, and they refer to it as it was breaking loose as a loose tooth.
Isn't that funny?
I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
It's more than 1,000 square miles.
But this is important because
that's a big one.
Since we since we seem to, now I have not heard, all the alarmists yet.
Right.
I'm simply sticking with right now. My news source is FoxNews.com, so I acknowledge that they're not part of man-made climate change hysteria.
Well, they're not the bastion of conservatism they used to be.
No, that is true. If you don't believe, I told you
the Suns took over. It's a different deal.
Well, I told you this. I told you that it shows that Sherry and I talk a lot, especially now since it's just the two of us. But Sherry said, like, she came in the day of the impeached Trump over the Ukraine thing.
Yeah.
She came in and she said, "Hey, this sounds bad." And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Well, I was listening to radio Fox News."
Right.
And she said the way they're portraying it and the way Fox News, the TV channel, like what she meant was the way Hannity and Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham are portraying it is two different things. I mean, you listen to just the regular Fox News, you think, my goodness, he's done something. And so you're right. So it's not the bastion that it once was. But anyway, so from Fox News, what I'm saying is, do you think they have to be careful here? Because if all these scientists, and some of them being some of the climate change people, and we say there's a chance that may be tied to a grant more than it's tied to science. And we talked about that on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, with scientist Dr. Spencer. But if they have to acknowledge that something this gigantic is happening naturally, I see they're talking about icebergs try to stay the same size and they break off and shed it and lose it. If that's happening naturally, aren't they opening a door to what?
35 minutes. We're back. It is the Rick and Bubba Show, 30th anniversary. Thank you all so much for all these wonderful years. We've been honored to do this, and without you, we wouldn't be here. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Anybody want free breakfast? By the way, it seems like we have extra breakfast today. Who didn't eat their food? But anyway, we were just looking at that.
And we're all looking around.
Yeah, we're looking around because You know what you want to ask, don't you? Hey, is that up for grabs?
Right.
HelloFresh.com/Bubba. If you become a subscriber right now, okay, and they start delivering these delicious meals to you, and all you got to do is follow their recipe cards and use the ingredients that they send, and man, their chefs have some great stuff to choose from. That's one of the things I like about the most is a lot of times you think, I don't really have any new recipes. I can't think of anything new to try. Hey, our weekly meals getting a little mundane, it's the same old stuff. This now says, well, how you ever thought about this? You look on the list, say, oh, wow, that looks pretty good. I'm going to try that. And they send you the ingredients and the cards, and then all you do is prepare the meals. Now, if you subscribe right now, the life of your subscription, you will get free breakfast. The breakfast item free is done for the life of the subscription. So go now to HelloFresh.com. It's America's #1 meal kit. Go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba. 1 breakfast item per box for the life of subscription. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Bubba's Celebrity News.
Well, with big rock singers.
Bubba, in the summer of Bubba, and when you were still coloring your hair, a lot of people would mistake you for the lead singer of Rascal Flatts.
Yeah, until they heard me sing.
Right. Yeah. Then if they could,
that was all
before then, it was great. Greg, I know you're a big Rascal Flatts fan. Are you familiar with Joe Don Rooney?
Yeah, it's a guitar player.
The guitar player. He disappeared. He vanished. From the landscape of entertainment. Went away.
Hadn't been on social media.
Nowhere.
It seems like did he get arrested for something?
One of the had was that he had actually left Rascal Flatts to transition to a woman.
No.
Well, Greg, he's clearing the air on that today. He said starting the new year, haven't been on social media or anything or been in the limelight for 2 years. But since we started a new year, he returned to X and Instagram. And he says, I'm finally healthy and ready for the world. And no, capital, I am not transitioning to be a woman. That thought has never entered my mind. Nothing against the trans community, because you have to say that whatsoever.
Yeah, whether you mean it or not. Yeah.
Remember, Seinfeld was way ahead of that when they did the episode about George. Somebody thinking George was gay. He goes, "Not there's anything wrong with it," and because you couldn't say anything. But hey, you want me to have sex with you right now? Remember that? But anyway, well, that's what he said. Remember that? George panicked.
Greg says a lot of things too, but we can't say
right. Yeah. George panicked. And he started saying that.
So Joe Dunn drops out of the social network world or whatever,
right?
And we automatically assume he's going to become a woman.
Well,
there had to be more to it than that. That picture don't help.
Well, that
Greg, he's got beautiful hair. I would agree with that.
He's got a little David Bowie going there.
Yeah, I don't like that.
He does. That does not help.
Not recent.
Doesn't help.
Do you think they said, y'all look sexy?
Yeah.
And that's what he said?
They tried.
All
What's
three
your,
of them
what's your sexy look? Ready to go.
Look about it.
I don't have one.
It says if you look at the other band members or some people in the band,
they were done.
They played decades together, and one of the members of the band claimed that Rooney quit the group, telling People magazine how he hated how the group had been dismantled. So that's to your point, Greg.
Yeah, I thought they were.
But in 2021, Rick, he was arrested.
That picture didn't help either.
It doesn't.
He was arrested for a DUI and sentenced to time in jail.
There you go, Greg.
He acknowledged the hardship in his statement, writing, "I ran square into a tree and about killed myself," adding that he was so far gone with his life, he finally sought help.
Yep.
And he went to get treatment for alcoholism.
There you go.
Bless the broken road.
They said, unfortunately, he also started the new year by crashing into a pole at a Bass Pro Shop and jumping into the aquarium.
Hey, got more video.
I know.
Oh,
it's coming in like
Greg.
Hey,
him laying.
I gotta say that.
All right.
Him laying there and them trying to handcuff him is pretty good video.
All right. So, anyway, so start the new year, Rascal Flatts
here it is.
fans. Joe Don Rooney did not leave to transition to a woman.
Okay, not sure how that rumor got started, right?
Well,
Rick drunk hit a tree. That happened. Transition to a woman didn't happen.
Did not happen.
Who started it, you think?
I mean, can the guy just take a little time off social media?
Piano player in the band.
Dolphin star Tyreek Hill, we heard that his house had caught on fire earlier this year.
Yeah, I saw footage of that.
Officials in Florida have revealed the cause of the fire that broke out Wednesday at his home. They ruled the fire is unintentional and accidental. It was sparked by a child who was playing with a lighter inside the home.
Oh, who let the kid have
Now
the
this is
lighter?
while Tyreek is at practice, and he has to leave practice because his house is on fire.
So one of his kids started,
Somebody
or a
let the
friend
kid
of one
play
of his
with a
kids?
match.
Well, a lighter in this case, Greg, but yeah, you're right, same thing.
Wow. Well, hey, that's not a small fire.
That's a bad fire.
Show
right
enough good fire.
That's a bad fire.
Good night.
The hassles that are tied to that fire right now for him.
Boy, you hate to see a mansion burn, don't you?
Oh, you're getting right to the playoffs,
Yeah.
and now you got, here we go.
Did y'all watch all their Hard Knocks on with the
Woods-
Dolphins? Did y'all watch all
No,
those?
I didn't.
Yeah,
Boy,
the
that's a
wood's
big
so
fire,
good.
guys.
The wood's so good in that
Maybe
fire,
Dolphins
Rick.
fan.
The smoke's white. It's not even black.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's good.
stuff.
Well, it's really burning.
Yeah. So, does it say whether it was his kid or just a kid?
It says A
A
in
kid.
the story I have.
So there we go. Greg, I know you today are mourning the death of Glennis Johns, who
sure
played
who that
Mrs.
is.
Banks in Mary Poppins.
Oh.
She has gone on in at 100.
You didn't know who that was, Greg? Is
I
that the
did
first
not.
you don't know
I
something?
didn't know that.
What?
Not big Mary Poppins expert.
You don't like Mary Poppins?
I don't dislike her.
Huh?
Votes for women.
By the way, I will say on my list of people that are really, really old now but still seem quite spry, I'm going to put Dick Van Dyke on that.
He's doing
yeah.
good. He's doing
Now
good.
that beard,
He's like 100.
Did you see they did his special recently, and they were going back through all his career, and it was amazing how spry he still
Don't he
was.
have
Yeah,
like
he's
a real
doing
young
great.
wife and all that?
Well, Greg, I don't know
I
that.
think I saw
Probably.
that.
I don't know that.
I know he was trying to rock a beard and it wouldn't work.
How young is she? 85?
Yeah, she's a lot younger than him.
So anyway, and one of the Mitch Clem, her manager, said today's a sad day for Hollywood. She is the last of old Hollywood.
Well, but anybody, I didn't know her. I mean, that one movie, and I've
Greg,
never,
you
never
don't
really
know.
watched
She
Mary
probably had
Poppins.
she probably had a stellar career before that.
Well, maybe.
And then we mentioned, you've heard people mention, since we're doing celebrity updates, a lot of A-list celebrities continue to be in the Jeffrey Epstein documents.
Yeah, they had some more released yesterday.
Well, a lot of
It's,
them, they flew on the plane.
You have some too that are in this that you wouldn't expect. They were not directly involved, but they were an acquaintance on some level, like Naomi Campbell.
Watch out,
Naomi.
Naomi.
Yeah, her too.
Right. But that's fine.
I can't get past little Stevie Hawkins.
Great. You got to stop with that.
I mean, I'm
You gotta
scared.
stop
of
with that.
I'm scared what that's all about.
Leonardo DiCaprio on the
Cameron
list.
Diaz is in this too.
Bruce Willis.
Yeah. George Lucas.
And there's Michael Jackson. I thought we
Michael
already had
Jackson.
that. I thought we had him on there.
Yep.
Everybody's kind of pulling for Michael.
Now
Greg,
these
no, Greg, no.
Now does this just say that they're on the list? Doesn't mean that they participate.
No,
They had just been
Doesn't mean anything.
at his house.
Some of the testimony actually cleared a lot of these people that if you thought they may have been
the
involved.
Clinton thing, they just said the statement was made that he liked girls young, but there's no accusations that he.
Now the picture of him getting a back rub from one of them hurt.
Right.
No, I'm not saying, but I'm saying right now, I don't think
you're
they
right.
have anything.
No, he's there's nothing.
I would say of what's come out, his was probably the least flattering.
Yeah, and you could go if you're him. Go well. I mean, 20 is young. 21. You know what do you mean by young? I don't mean that young.
Yeah.
I'm just being
Now Prince Andrew.
Bill there.
Hey, wow.
Hey, Prince Andrew, you used some weird thing with a puppet.
Speaking
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
Greg's,
what Stevie
Greg's
Hawkins-
been going over the court documents. I think.
Greg, that may explain the Stevie Hawkins thing.
That's Stevie Hawkins thing. What I'm getting from Stevie Hawkins, he was there at something at his house, I don't know where, and they said that he try to get somebody said tell me any dirt on him that's happened that I could. He basically blackmailed people, a lot of them,
Of course.
and that he was trying to get, but they never confirmed what Stevie was accused of.
Right.
I think I don't know.
Dick Van Dyke and his wife have a 46-year age gap.
That's a big
Wow, that is young.
So he's 98.
He's
Goodness gracious.
and she's like 50 something.
Okay.
All right. She's
All
my
right.
age.
All right.
There's that beard.
Yeah, there it is.
46-year
Look at that grin.
age gap. 46 is a lot. I'm
That's
38.
a lot, guys.
I'm
46.
38 years old.
Think
How
when
old
you
are
were
you,
46 and this person was
45.
born.
Okay, Helms is 45.
45.
So
How old are you?
I'm 38.
Okay, so you will marry someone who was born today at some point.
If you retire from your job and your wife hasn't been born yet, I think that's probably a pretty big age gap. You know?
Guys,
wanna
wait a
go
minute.
a little off here.
Greg, wait a minute. Breaking news on the Jeffrey Epstein Hollywood list. Shocking. Kevin Spacey's on the list.
But now it kind of is.
Well,
we haven't heard.
Well, he's up for anything.
I hope him and Michael went there the same day.
Yeah. Greg, stop with it. You can't say you're pulling for Michael Jackson.
Well, you almost.
Is anybody normal? Is anybody normal?
No.
Is any ultra famous person normal at all?
No, and that leads to the question Bubba and I have pondered for years. Are weird people just more apt to be celebrities, or does being a celebrity make you weird?
I don't know.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These things involving ice and involving this and caps, and could that also just be a natural phenomenon?
I'm sure that some of them are resisting saying that just for that reason.
Right.
Thank you for being with us today on the Rick and Bubba Show. All right. In Georgia, their law has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge. A federal judge has temporarily blocked a Georgia law that would have prohibited women from getting an abortion after as early as 6 weeks of pregnancy. You know, theirs was a little bit different than Alabama's. Alabama's kind of goes a different a step further on the topic of personhood. But anyway, so now a federal judge has stepped in. I say this is the thing that we get going here with states' rights, and I hate to say it, this is the kind of stuff. Now I know slavery is a topic that none of us want to talk about. It's evil, it's wicked, and it is a shame that it ever took place. However, you know, there was also an overriding topic there on the Civil War, which is horribly misnamed, of the fact that no matter what the situation is, where does the federal government have the right to force a state and the state's rights versus the federal government and all that? That really was at the heart of what was going on, and certainly
it got trampled in the process of the other issues
right,
there. So,
right. And
as you stated correctly.
And people would say, well, if something is that heinous, then the federal government ought to step in because states shouldn't be allowed to do those kind of things. I understand that, but when you look at the Constitution, we have to be very careful when we, you know, it's just like what we say. I don't want to lose the right to express our views on this show spiritually or politically. I don't want to lose that right.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to uncomfortably deal with what some other people get the right to say, and sometimes say in front of my family or say in places I wish it wasn't being said. But I have the right to, you know, not watch that programming. I have the right to not listen to that person. I have the right to remove myself from that situation, and then I have to have the ability to persevere through the moments that I can't get away from it.
Right.
Because I don't want to lose my right to do it.
Right.
So you have to be really careful when you start making these blanket statements. So in this particular case, let's just take the topic and let's not even, you know, we may feel one way, you may feel another. What we really need to be talking about, is this country just going to turn into a place where federal judges can run up in the state and shut something down that the people of the state have decided?
Well, it seems that we have a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm, you know, I don't know how. It seems like we have more of it now than before. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just my perception of it. But it seems like you know, we've even had some district judges shut down things that the president was doing.
Right.
Which I don't know that should be allowed either.
Right.
But I think this, Rick, really may be part of the natural process of getting it to the Supreme Court.
And it may be. In the Alabama law, you know, we saw the other day, we did that story where Alabama was forced to pay the legal bills of the people who were trying to stand in the way of it. So, but you're right. It's all part of trying to eventually get to the Supreme Court. And what's going to happen is the Supreme Court, I really think Alabama has done the best job of framing the question the way it needs to be asked and using the Dred Scott case. I thought that was brilliant and also correct.
Mm-hmm.
And that is that, you know, in the past, our country has declared human beings as non-persons. and we didn't have the right to do that.
And it was corrected.
And it was corrected. And so what the Alabama law is saying, we now know scientifically, the interview we had the other day with a former abortion doctor, and talked about when he realized what he was doing was taking life, and then that led to him to making a change faith-wise. But science was the first thing, and an experience that he had, which it's difficult, and I'll try to be kind and not share that in great detail right now. But he realized through the process what he was doing was taking a life. And so what the Alabama law says, well, now that we know where life begins, haven't we declared persons non-persons again? And if this is a person, then nobody has the right to declare them a non-person. So that's going to be a bigger question that will hopefully one day get before the Supreme Court, and we as civilized human beings can maybe correct something like we've had to do in the past that we were doing to people that we didn't have the right to do. And there are other options. This is not me once again saying that I'm pro-birth. I'm pro-life, meaning there are other options to give this person a life, even if you don't think you're the person that can give it to them.
We're back. Our number 629-WE-BE-BIG. 30 years of the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot coming in 2024 to various Rick and Bubba markets all over Rick and Bubba land. March 8th and 9th, Mississippi State University, Better Worse Theater. The Man Church Conference 2024, Granger Smith speaking, James Spann speaking, Scott Dawson speaking, Andy Blank speaking, I'll be speaking, Chuck Hooten doing worship as we roll to Starkville, the land of 96-1 on the campus of Mississippi State. About 20% of the seats are available. If you haven't got your seats to join us for that weekend, it'll be an incredible weekend. Find those at themanchurch.com and grab them before they're gone. Do expect that to be a sellout before we get to March. All right, so Bubba, we
might go outside and do the show.
Bubba got cold apparently.
Tell what you say. I thought we were going to turkey toss.
Bubba just came in with a vest I've never seen before.
No,
I didn't even know this.
Yeah,
and apparently at one time you've eaten in it.
It actually.
This powdered donuts got you.
No, this is some farm work got on.
Oh, okay.
Didn't wash it.
Yeah, that could be farm work or a runny nose.
I think the funny part is nobody saw him put it
No,
on. He just turned around there.
My favorite part is when I first turned around when you and I got to laughing, he hadn't zipped it up yet, and it was coming up on like a life jacket. I thought he was in the water. Go ahead, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
You know, it's one of the mysteries of the Big Boy Studio here that at about 8 o'clock local time, for some reason, the temperature seems to drop over here dramatically. I don't know what it is. We have it in the summer, too. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a crosswind or what. Here.
Yeah, sure.
There's a breeze here. I'm not sure what it is.
You need to bundle up like Bubba?
Rick, I'm a little cold.
The baby brother needs a little banky?
A little bit cold.
Earlier this morning, I would have, if I'd known Bubba's Jag was in there, I'd have went and got it.
Well, some vests are like inside, outside, real
No,
thin.
this
one
heavy
here's a cold weather vest.
I didn't even know this vest existed.
This one is I'm about to bale hay.
Or put up a barbed wire fence.
Yeah.
I thought it was Wilford Brimley only. I didn't realize we had access to this.
Yeah.
Where is Wilford? I ain't seen him. It's been cold.
This
too.
is, I'm trying to expand my vest collection.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
The Wilford Brimley, Greg, is what we call Bubba's vest collection that truly are what we call a vest cutoff. It comes about right here.
It resembles a sports bra, but that's okay.
It can ride up a little bit.
Yeah,
you got to be careful.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Have you seen these vests now that are heated that have the rechargeable battery in them? Have you got one?
I
of
know.
those?
No.
I
I've
haven't.
got
You
a couple
remember
friends who got 'em.
the old
I like
battery
'em.
socks? Those kind of faded? Remember when they come in and had a
You know,
battery?
there
and
was
would warm your
different
feet?
versions of them. They were primarily for hunting.
Yeah.
And I had a pair of soles that went in boots that heated up one time, which was when it was really cold. That was really nice to have.
What about a good boot blanket?
But all the charging and everything kind of got.
Well, it goes.
Oh, there it is.
And plus, it goes to this.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the way where we live in the deep South, which is where we all are from and live. There are days that are really, really cold, but there's two things that hardly ever happen. Number one, days that are really, really cold. They just don't happen that much. Number two, the day's really cold and I'm going to be out in it.
Yeah.
That happens even less.
Yeah.
So it's like investing in these kind of things that you would need in a really
they're
cold
usually
climate. Is I just never felt like the investment's worth it because I never really encountered that scenario. I mean, hardly ever.
Because you can be very cold, and then 2 days later it's 60.
Oh yeah,
You know.
And if it's real cold outside, most time I just stay inside.
Mm-hmm. Well, it just kind of depends what you got to do for the day.
Oh yeah, it does.
And what you do for a living.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Now, if I was somebody who worked outdoors,
for sure.
yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But even on the hunting, if it gets really really cold, I always just go nah.
I'll just sit here by the fire.
There was a day when we would have went no matter what.
Oh yeah,
that day.
I'd sit out in some single-digit mornings, and I just don't.
Would you ever do that again?
Well, I'm not saying I wouldn't, but
it
would not be my preference.
But we're getting to that point now. We're kind of what I call we got old bones now.
Yeah,
and you get colder easier.
I sat out the other morning and it was 27. I thought I've gotten soft because
body.
Well, I mean, I had to really layer up. I mean, big time. But to y'all's point, we would be out in teens and all that. And
high wind.
problem.
The
It
wind's
ain't
the only thing that I
gotten
can't.
that cold yet. But
I went out one time
Last year, remember? It was in the single digits.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a few years ago now, and I was invited by some friends to come to where they hunt. It was there must be something wrong with me that I went out and hunted. It was that cold.
Yeah.
I mean, like there must have been something wrong with me. I mean,
Rick, you're gonna have to guarantee me a shot if I.
not only did I go out in the I'm talking about Arctic cold for where we live. Not only did I go out, I went out for the morning when it's the coldest, and I went out and sat in a ladder stand.
No.
Was not even in a blind. And when I sat down, I was sitting on ice. The chair was frozen, and it had snow and ice on it, and I was snuggling down in it trying to get. And
let me guess, you didn't see anything.
I didn't see one deer.
hey, they get up. They got to walk, man.
And one of the funniest lines, because it was one of those rare occasions, where we were invited by a family, so the wife was there. So my wife went with me, even though they didn't hunt. They, stayed in the house that they had on their land. Well, apparently these people were no offense, Speedy, but they reminded me of you a lot. And because they're frugal.
They were bald?
Because they're frugal. Because they're frugal.
Okay.
Which, in some cases you go maybe cheap. And apparently they were very concerned about their utility bill, extremely concerned.
Oh, come on. In the winter? Like that?
Because they would not cut the heat on.
Now, see, I'm not that
And
way.
so we would come in from freezing, and it would just still be freezing.
Rick,
No.
They wouldn't cut the heat up.
No. Sherry caught her hair on fire because they had a space heater over there because they wouldn't cut the stuff. And she went over and was trying to get warm, and her hair got singed.
Oh, no.
And this was the line that we started laughing in the bedroom. They had us in the guest room, laughing so hard. We get in there, and I'm pulling her up close to me, and she's close to me. She goes, Are you going to be able to sleep? I know how they can't sleep when you're on the road. I said, I can't go to sleep. She said, why? I said, because I'm afraid I'll never wake up. I think I'll freeze to death. I said, I'm afraid to doze off because I think I'll die.
You start thinking about the movie Scrooge where the guy's frozen under the
It was so cold.
Good night.
It's like nobody want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Because if you're somebody's guest, you don't want to be rude and say, hey, could y'all hit that
Was
thermostat?
the heater torn up?
No, they were withholding it from us to a certain degree, and I was like, it's not just a little bit cold out there. It's
just
like
eat less or
it's
something.
real cold out there. I mean,
So cold.
I don't even complain about the cold. I complain about the cold maybe 1% of my life. And I'm upset about this. I mean, it's really
My feet are
cold.
cold.
I mean, this is like substantially cold.
It's so cold.
Yeah, I know we're trying to play cards. My hands, I can't deal. I mean, my hands won't work. And Sherry finally just broke and went over and cut on the space heater and was trying to get warm and singed her hair. She got her face so close to it.
Good night.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good weekend. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and also go get archives of the hour that you may have missed. If you have more, are there aliens in Miami? I'm talking about space aliens.
Yeah.
We know that there's aliens, but I mean, what about
Rick and Bubba.
And what you did, you think was a mistake, but you're not going to make a second mistake. You're going to do the right thing on what you're going to do for this person. So, and then those of us that believe that need to do our part in making sure that those options are available to people and not just be pro-birth. We need to be pro-life. And then, of course, we believe from a faith standpoint, pro-abundant life. Also, maybe we can point you to where abundant life is for you and this person, and that's in the redemption found in Jesus. So anyway, but this is again on really the topic of this story is a federal judge has run up in a state that went through the process of the state to let the people decide whether they want to live in a state. And, we can do all this thing. It mentions in the story too. Well, hey, now Atlanta has become the new Hollywood. We're not going to come there anymore. If this is the kind of things you're going to do, well, that's fine. That you have the right to make that choice. Now, enjoy those taxes back in California. Y'all remember why you left California? You didn't leave California because they did something that you now morally disagree with. You left California because they were taxing you into oblivion. So if y'all want to roll on back over there and pay those taxes, and roll on. You can run away from a state that's decided they're going to have some kind of sanity when it comes to, birth. I mean, you realize how far we fail? Even if you were a pro-choice person, you got to be looking around going, we've let this thing get away.
They did. I think they took it too far.
And what you did is you overplayed your hand, and that's why you got these laws now. People had a moment, and you caused it, by the way, where they said, my goodness, what in the world are we doing?
Yeah, that goofy governor in Virginia and Cuomo. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's unbelievable. When you saw that, you were kind of turning your head going, am I hearing what I'm...
Right. Yeah.
Is he saying what I think
Well, I think the statement that was said here on the show, and I'm sure others did too, I thought we all agreed that after birth, that's where life began.
Yeah.
I didn't even think that was...
Yeah. I didn't think any of us were debating that.
You've taken the woman's part in this, not only to be the mother of the child, and for her to have, the claim that it's her body, but now you've made her God.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's bizarro.
So anyway, that's an update and you're going to see that with these laws. These laws are designed for us to really, really, as a generation, take a look at this situation. I think it's important that we do so, no matter how you may see the world. From a faith standpoint, this is about humanity and decency and being civilized and not being animals. And so I know some of you wish we were more like animals.
No.
I'm going to take a pass on that. Top of the hour.
Pass.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, charity charge time. We got, there we go, Buffalo Wild Wings and the Rick and Bubba Show, the charity charges, and there you go, release the Buffaloes. It is, yep, here we go. Tim Spencer is back from Buffalo Wild Wings. He's brought delicious food for us in the golden ticket seats today. Tim, good to have you back on the show, buddy.
Good to be here.
And so another charity charge has been successful, and you're holding a check for yet another charity. And today, our old friend Scott Dawson is here with the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association. So, Tim, tell us how we did.
We did well.
Okay.
Again, Monday Night Football. We did well. $4,000 going to Mr. Dawson.
$4,000, and there it is. $4,000, Dawson. So Scott's here with us today. Now, obviously, we have a long relationship with the show. You've been part of the show for a very, very long time.
Yep.
And we were thinking about different charities and ministries that we already love and have supported, and thought this would be a great way. Tim Spencer loves to take part in this and to donate 10% of the food sales when we do this. But people listening, surely they know about you. But I'm gonna tell you, like I got a guy today just started listening to the show last week. So some people may not know. But so give a brief who you are and what you guys do. And then let those that went out and participated, what did they help?
Sure.
And then anything else you want.
Well, first of all, thanks to Tim, Buffalo Wild Wings. That's incredible. Very generous of you. In fact, when we heard we had charity charge and then we got Monday Night Football, I was like, oh, my gosh. And then you told me it excluded alcohol, and I was like, okay, it'll be okay, but but we have to do with what we've got. But it went really well. Thank you so much. For 32 years, SDA has existed to share hope. And every time when I'm out speaking, if it's in a stadium like recently, or if it's in a church auditorium, I know people are asking, why am I lonely? Why am I empty? What is the meaning of life? And to be able to have the answers to those questions, it's what people are searching for. So that's why SDA exists. But for this charity charge, we were like, what could we really utilize this money for at this particular time? And October is Pastor Appreciation Month. So this month we have 4 pastor breakfast around the state of Alabama. I know you guys are nationally, but if you're listening in the state of Alabama, if you're in Huntsville, if you're in Dothan, Birmingham, or Mobile, we have a breakfast that we come along beside and just appreciate you. We have a speaker, we have worship, and then we give away gifts because think about the pastors. They deal with so many issues and they get so much criticism. You know, people say, well, they only work one day a week, and that's true. But no, I'm just kidding. Anyway, but you know, they stand in front of people and they have those issues. We want to come along beside them and appreciate them. But what this charity charge is going for, Tim, is for youth pastors. Because youth pastors have, as a parent, they have my greatest commodity. It's at their most critical time. They're making life-changing choices. And we have an entire month of appreciation for pastors, a worship leader, if you're...
It is 6 minutes now past from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we get ready to spend another hour together with you, America. We'll talk to you at 629 We Be Big. Yonder go Bubba.
Yeah, buddy. How are you, sir?
Good and ready to go, Bubba. We have a story out of Miami, and you know, people said, well, what was going on? Police were called because you had some young people that didn't know how to act in gangs and all this stuff, and police had to go to this big, is like a mall area, right? Some kind of mall.
Yeah.
And there's quite a police presence there. There's no doubt about that. But people are now saying that based on video evidence, could it be possible that these police were taking on 10-foot tall aliens from another world?
What the? Look at that. It looks like a movie scene.
That's a lot of cops.
Yeah,
just kids
Do
fighting.
y'all realize how many people are there? They're saying that it's bigger than gang violence. We're talking about a gang of extraterrestrial beings eclipsing 10 feet tall.
They have some video that shows some shadow moving. Of course, it's high up. It's hard to tell what it is. But with this many people involved in that crowded of an area, if there's 10-foot aliens walking around, I would expect for us to have really good video.
Look right there.
Unless the government covered it up.
Yeah,
That's
right.
Think about this, too. How quickly we got video this morning of the guy in the tank at Bass Pro Shop.
Do you see that giant alien right there?
Shouldn't we have some of that, too?
Right. Don't you see that giant alien?
Right.
Yeah,
there he is.
And then on the first step, there's a person walking behind it. You can see how small the person is compared to that object.
Really? Where's the
Compared to
person?
that alien.
But why would a person
step.
be walking that close to a 10-foot alien?
They're cops. Right.
Right
What
there.
was the? Is he trying to apprehend the alien?
So we got alien here and then a police officer right there.
Right.
Okay.
And guys, are you going to have that many cops respond to a teenager shooting fireworks in the mall?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they arrested 4 teenagers. All these cars, and we arrested 4 teenagers.
I would think
the original call may have been more gang
Shooting
related
or something.
Yeah.
For all we know, Scott Dawson called it in.
Yeah,
But I
who
still
knows?
think that's
Who
a
knows?
lot of cars for 4 people.
To
be
your
arrested.
point, Greg, 4 teenagers were arrested in connection to the incident. They were shooting fireworks at each other inside the mall, which I guess caused panic. And that does sound like firearms
maybe
going
like
off,
it
like
does.
you know,
May have been
something.
reported possible.
And didn't we have another school shooting?
in Iowa.
In Iowa.
Yeah.
I saw
Sadly.
some interviews about that.
17-year-old.
Yeah. So I think that's
In this
probably
video, you can't see what they are calling the alien.
Right.
The other is real grainy looking.
Yeah, and the reason why
The
all
clear footage you never shows.
the 911 reports that were all reporting numerous gunshots in the mall. That's why the response
Yeah, I
came
was
in.
about
And then
to
they
say.
find out it was fireworks.
Yeah, you would have this response if people thought fireworks were actually guns.
Yeah,
and they were gunning people down at a mall. That would explain the police presence, I would think.
Now, and then
Now,
on down it says something about the aliens we're trying to get into.
right?
Yeah,
well,
that too.
And it didn't help. They found some really large vehicles in the back, and on the tag actually was from Skinwalker Ranch.
It was a Utah tag. Right?
Right? Yeah, that's.
It's about time for that to kick up again, isn't it?
But I don't know what you haven't given us a Skinwalker update in a while.
Well, it ended last fall, I guess. So
well,
I haven't seen it in a while.
I think that I have to tell you that you need to quit dabbling with Skinwalker. We've talked about that. I think you need to just put that up and let that go.
Yeah.
Okay. There's.
I'm kind of glad they're in the damn town.
It's a terrible, terrible line we've drawn from your involvement in Skinwalker Ranch and your rough patch. Okay. And so,
we all will go through rough patches. I'm glad to be through it.
Yeah, right.
On the other side.
It's behind you.
Yep, all behind me.
Yep, there it is. Well, sometimes
there it is in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, you just have to sometimes declare it.
Yep.
That's. I guess that's our version of naming it and claiming it, sort of. So we go from fireworks could be gangs shooting people or at each other at a mall, and the police presence, people questioning the police presence, even though that seems like a simple explanation. It's not that. It's 10-foot-tall aliens. Look, here's one right here.
If I was kids shooting fireworks in the mall and we had this overwhelming response, I think I would start a good alien story.
Yeah. No doubt about it. No doubt about that. So anyway, and then on the Iowa shooting, which is terrible, unfortunately, there's a sixth grader that was killed and 5 other people injured in that act of evil that also happened. So sad thing. So we'll cover. I think that's all that really is happening on that. But one thing we haven't covered, Bubba, and you mentioned it, and I know Adler didn't see it, is that last night, on a much lighter note, it was the Golden Bachelor.
Oh yeah, the Golden Bachelor got married live on TV last night. Your buddy Jesse Palmer was hosting. He said he was expecting a baby at any moment, and he might have to run out of there. They had a backup host waiting, but they got married on live TV last night.
It was a beautiful ceremony.
so you, not that you saw it. Did Erin, your wife, Chris? I know you said she pulled you into Golden Bachelor,
right?
Did she care about the live wedding?
We watched it to make fun of it. Yes, yeah, we did watch it.
Was it worthy of being made fun of?
It was worthy of being made fun of, but it also, I mean, it'll tug on your heartstrings too. You know, so it's a way. Who doesn't love a wedding?
Right.
What I thought was strange, a lot of the women that were on the show were there in
Yes.
various parts, including the one that went down to the finals.
No.
Yes,
And
it's like
she's
having all your
there.
exes at the
Yeah.
wedding. What are we doing?
And one of the women he dated in this actually did the wedding. She was officiating the wedding. The one that looks like Liza Minnelli.
Yeah. That,
What, one of the women officiated the wedding?
Yes.
As if it isn't bizarre
And he's been on a date with her and made out.
Oh,
Why?
Huh?
Why did they have the exes there? That was weird.
Why she's officiating the wedding?
Now, that's weird.
I've got many questions on that one, but
You know, I will say this: I did see the actual part where they were exchanging the vows.
watched it.
Betty was watching it.
The vows were really sweet.
And I thought the lady doing it, the officiating of the wedding, actually did a pretty good job. I thought it would be really weird, but
Bubba says she
they
ain't bad.
stayed, with real traditional approach to it all.
Yeah,
and I don't know that I would have had her doing it if it was me. I'm just saying for her doing the ceremony, she did a pretty good job.
Over and under on how long this lasts.
Wait a minute. First of all, isn't this woman that officiated the wedding? Isn't that the Kardashians' mom?
It looks like her.
It does look like her.
I thought it
Same
was.
haircut and
It
everything.
does.
But no, can you imagine the day you're getting married, a person that we all know, unfortunately, had some intimate relationship with you just a few weeks ago, or a few months ago, I guess, when they did it live. And all of a sudden, here she is at the wedding. I just think that's I think a wedding should not include people that you were sleeping with.
Yeah, well, that's
other than your wife. You would just think they would not be invited.
Yeah,
It could be a little awkward.
Yeah, so
I think
you're
everybody
on
was
television in front of everybody.
Everybody was glad to be on TV and get a check again.
Sure,
move right along with it.
No, I guess,
and then Jesse ran. I mean, he literally ran out when it was over. I don't know where was it at. Do you remember, Adler?
It was beautiful wherever.
No,
it was.
where was it though? Because I don't know if Jesse was across town from where his wife was expecting to go into labor at any moment, or he had to catch a plane and go, states over.
I don't know what's happening, but I'll tell you, just being a husband like all of us in here, if you miss this birth,
oh boy,
you're going to hear about the stupid Golden Bachelor the rest of your life.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, he missed that, honey. He missed you being born because he was at the stupid Golden Bachelor wedding.
Yeah, with Gary.
Yeah, with Gary, who none of us like.
Spells his name
who
weird.
was basically a fake. I mean, you can just see the person getting mad about that.
Sure.
I mean, I guess I understand the drama of all the, of course, the it was not a theme that drew me in, but the drama of all that. But I don't know why anybody would want to watch the actual wedding. I can see the old process of him trying to pick somebody, how people get caught up in that. But the actual wedding, I don't see that.
Really get into The Bachelor.
Yeah, but
I know.
But anyway, but it sounded like Adler said it was beautiful.
It was heartfelt.
Right.
Her vows were better than his. She had hers memorized. He
Yeah.
had to read his off of a card.
Well,
Also, they have to cut away from Jerry or Gary or whatever the heck his name is, because he does this thing when he's listening to people. He mouths what the people are saying
I've
to
seen
him.
that. Yeah.
Have you seen this before?
I've seen it.
You know what it
I've
looked
even caught
like,
myself
Adler?
doing it.
You know what it looked like? It looked like he was cueing her what to say.
It really
because
did.
she was not reading it
So
off
he
the
was
card.
saying-
But you didn't see it.
I did see that part where they actually did the vows. I walked through the den. I saw
All right,
that part.
so over and under on the
And I said, why is Liza Minnelli doing the
Right.
service?
Yeah, that was weird.
Over and under on the length of the wedding. Do they stay married? Because if one of them passes away, then that doesn't.
That
then
doesn't count.
According to
that
y'all, it
means
won't
they
last long because they won't stay alive that long.
But anyway,
That's according to y'all.
No, that's according to
do
you.
y'all think they
No, that's
make it?
y'all.
Do y'all think they make it till death do one of them part?
I don't know.
Yes.
I do.
I don't know.
I do.
I think
not.
they're done in a
one
year.
episode.
But speaking of, my wife said to me, she goes, if I died and you went and had a second
were
marriage
the Bachelor.
on TV and you had this whole, I would be so pissed off at you. And so that was fun.
Well, so we'll be back. 629 We Be Big
What is
is
it
the
with this
number.
last hour? With
I
that
don't
hour?
know. 629 We Be Big. You got to stop hanging around Greg. I've told you that for the last time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know how you go in.
Good. They get the dinner certificates. What does the youth pastor get? They get, you were too loud on Wednesday night. We're cutting your budget by 20%, and why aren't you growing anymore? So we want to come along beside them and say, hey, we appreciate you. So this money will go to help us put on a retreat in November in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, for 200 youth pastors and their wives. For 2 nights and 3 days, we provide their meals, we provide their accommodations, and then we provide a program for them. And we try to do 3 things. We try to inspire them, we try to encourage them, and we try to challenge them to continue on. Because if you read Scripture, you'll find a lot of men and ladies who start well, but very few finish well. And we want to come along beside them to say, man, we're here with you. We can make this go on.
That's really great because the youth pastors and all pastors, Bubba made that point many times on the show, and you try to check on them. And these are pastors in general. They never get this phone call. Hey, I just wanted you to know I'm solid. Yep. Man, I'm devoted to Jesus.
I'm having a great day.
I'm treating my spouse the way I'm supposed to. My kids are all in line. Yep. You know, I've got the job that I was hoping for, and I just wanted to let you know that I just want you to know that everything's fine.
Yep.
They do not get those calls.
No.
And then, of course, then you get into what this is going to, a retreat and also a challenge for these youth pastors. Youth pastors, and I've talked to them many times. Of course, you've pulled me into the world of youth ministry too from time to time.
You've pulled me into the world of podcasts.
Yeah, and all this. And so I remember talking to a youth pastor, and a lot of them just can't make it. And I said, what? He said, it's just the wide range. I mean, you literally can be weeping with a teenager who says, today I got it, and you think that teenager right there has got it. They're solid. They've devoted their life to Christ, and then in 48 hours you'll see them naked on Instagram.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And you see beer laying around in the background, and you're just like,
but they have a
goodness.
verse on it. They have a Bible verse.
Yeah. They got a tattoo, but it's a Bible verse. But anyway, so like to see that on your heart if it's going to be on your arm. But anyway, so. So yeah, it's a very difficult, incredible highs, but incredible lows, and really I don't want to over generalize this, but they live in a lot of frustration.
Absolutely. And when we did the survey, we found out that a majority of them are the breadwinner for the family, both male and female. We have both of them that we serve. But here's what we found. A majority of them haven't had a vacation at least in the last 3 years. And we thought, man, how are we doing that when we also did the survey of what makes your ministry a success? What makes it when a student walks across that platform and gets their graduation gift that you say, man, that's a success? Number one, they're surrendered. They don't want to just know about Jesus. They want to know him. Number two, that they're going to be involved when they leave high school, that Jesus is not an event. He is the person, and that's who you're surrendered to, the person of Christ. Number three, they have a biblical worldview. Think about this. That reason of Instagram is because we compartmentalize our life with Christ. Christ He is above all. He is over all. He is working through it all, conforming me to His image. I'm in a relationship with Him. And the fourth thing is we want them to continue on that growth pattern. That's what youth pastors say. So if you're a parent, and if you can find a youth pastor that you can have your child under that's going to encourage him or her, inspire them, and come along and encourage them in this growth, my goodness, that's what we're looking for. Just yesterday, I found out in the latest government stats, if you want to know what's causing the greatest amount of poverty, Helmsy and I were talking about this. If you have a mom and a dad and a child, that makes up less than 5% of our poverty people in our country. So the destruction of the family is what is just increasing this poverty across our country. There's a way we can change our country, and I believe it's through these students, because you'll see this one kid, 16-year-old, who, we don't want to throw rocks at her. I wish a youth pastor could come along and help her understand that emotion can be filled with fact. You can have your own opinion if you want to, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And if we could bring those youth pastors into children like this, students, they're the ones who believe in the thing they've not yet seen. They still believe a revolution can happen. I'm not talking politically. I'm talking about spiritually. In every awakening you've ever discovered, it wasn't started by senior adults. It was started by students.
So there you are, and so that investment is a great investment. Thanks to all of you that went out and took advantage of the charity charge. Tim, thanks to your commitment to this and your company.
You so
and so we're going to come back, and when we do, we've got another charity.
Phone calls. 629 We Be Big. America, your time to talk. Come on. Helmsy's on the phones. 629 We Be Big. We'll find out what is on your mind. You can make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. Looks like Jake is standing by. He's been on hold. You can join us too at 629 We Be Big. Hey, Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good Friday, guys. Listen, I'm gonna have to say, if we keep up the Bachelor talk, you're gonna have to bring back the 13 Days of Horror, because, I mean, if anything flies in the face of how Christians are supposed to conduct themselves in courtship, dating, marriage, and all that, man, this goes totally against that. So don't want to be a Debbie Downer here on a Friday, but
Thanks, buddy.
No, thanks for making everybody feel bad.
Look, I don't think it's going to be a big problem.
Yeah, it's actually talked about on the show in a comedic way and never in a desirable way. There's a lot of things we talk about that are news stories that are not the way that followers of Christ should live or do things. I would say the worship of sports is not the way that there's a lot of things that go along with that. A lot of things in our politics and our government. There's all kinds of things that we do stories on that are not cast in a positive light. But are still relevant conversation. And this was more intended to be comedic because of the whole thing, like we were talking about even in the break. I mean, when you have the Golden Bachelor, if you're saying to death do us part, that could be next week.
So being the elderly version.
So it did offer itself up to some comedy, but I don't think you ever heard anybody on this show condone it, celebrate it, or act like this is the way to go. So, but I appreciate what you're saying. But I actually think that we never cast it in a light that would be inappropriate.
And really,
but you did step away from the 13 Days of Horror, and it's not talked about. So I guess I would encourage you to just. I wouldn't even joke about it. I'd just step away from it.
Understood.
Not even bring attention
But
to it.
but what you're talking about is apples and oranges.
Yeah.
We're not actually marrying people and putting on a show that promotes, condones, or puts ourselves in that position like we were with the 13 Days of Horror. You're kind of making an apples and oranges comparison in all fairness.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that you're wanting to make a point about it, but I agree with
and
Rick.
agree with your
point. I think you're mix matching your arguments here, and if we follow your view on this all the way out, if we walk it out, we don't have a show. We might as well just pack up and go home because very little that happens day to day is actually something we would be positive behind.
Right. Yeah. So, but I understand your concern and your point and agree with it. Not ever discussing it, I don't agree with that. So, but that's fair, and that's why you're there, and I appreciate you bringing it up.
And if push comes to shove, I'm good with not having any Bachelor talk.
Yeah, me too. That would be my preference. I do think the Golden Bachelor lent itself to some funny comedy,
and it was new.
And I think the way we talked about it certainly didn't cast it in a positive light.
Acting like that you really don't like it, but you do. We're putting on.
Yeah,
lighten up, Francis.
Lighten up, Francis.
Now Adler did enjoy it.
Right.
No, I'm kidding.
No, he did. He didn't.
No.
Now, if you wanted Jake send Adler an email on why he was taping it and watching it, now you can do that.
Yeah. Why he's got Gary's poster up in his room.
Let's go to Lynn.
Got y'all
in Alabama. Lynn, go ahead.
And always the catch-22. My wife wanted to.
Right. Always. Yeah. Lynn, go ahead.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Because I have you on speakerphone.
We can. We sure can. Yeah.
It's a good one.
Okay. I was just going to say, when you and Sherry stayed at that house, that's a great way to get rid of people, because it sounds to me like they were trying to freeze their guests out.
You know what? I never thought about that. Maybe they didn't want us there in the first place.
That's it. Did y'all invite yourself?
No, they invited us.
Okay.
They did.
But then they froze you out.
Yeah, right. They were. Speedy would call them frugal. I'm not sure that's what that felt a little different. But you're good point. Jimmy and Fairhope. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey guys, one of the downsides of you guys playing best ofs is that I didn't get to hear Greg do his rendition of The Little Drummer Boy, complete with him saying "pa-rum-pa-pum-pum."
I don't remember that.
When has that ever happened?
Remember, what was the one that was it? Oh, Christmas Tree, that y'all acted like it was me singing. I can't remember.
That was funny.
Wasn't that?
Is that what he's talking about?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Our brains.
Did you
weren't
follow
good,
that?
We do so many.
But we did.
segments.
I
It's
remember
so
for a
hard.
while you jokingly said it was me singing it, but people actually thought it was.
Right. Is that what he's talking about?
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I put it up there with the 12 Days of Horror.
I will say this.
Okay, there was it 12 days of horror.
Whatever. It
Never was.
13 days. Whatever.
You're the one.
It's 13 days of Christmas, 12 days of horror.
That's right. Get it right.
Robert, North Carolina. Robert, go right ahead.
Hey guys, Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Since it's the last day I can say it to Greg.
Yep, it's
I
it.
wanted to walk pruners last week, or when y'all were doing it, and I'd like to thank you for them.
Awesome.
Did you get them?
Yeah, I did. I got them.
Woo! Have you put them to
Put them
work?
under the tree. I haven't tried them yet. Don't have anything to prune just yet.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Just go find some.
That's true. Yeah. Be
careful. Keep your fingers out.
Yeah.
Watch your fingers.
Well, Robert, I'm glad. I love hearing from everybody who won prizes, and you finally got them, and those of you that got some Rick and Bubba gifts and all that. That's always a lot of fun to go back and look at.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, whether you won them from us or somebody bought something for you, or you did that. Now, I will say this on the 30th anniversary, maybe that call a minute ago is a time to bring up. You know, Chris Farley did a hilarious thing when he was alive, when he would do the interviews, and he'd ask things like, Paul McCartney, you remember that time you were in the Beatles?
That was cool.
Yeah. And that was
cool.
That was very, very funny. Now, there are some things you can ask us about that we obviously can remember because it's very obvious. But I'm going to warn you, if this year is going to feature, y'all remember that time? Some of this we just don't remember.
Yeah, we're not being
like
rude.
what that guy said just then might have been a great line. I don't.
Yeah, you're gonna have to paint the picture a little more for us.
Yeah,
It's on us. I mean, it is.
Can I tell you what I did not know? I did not know the 30th anniversary shirt that on the back, like a concert T-shirt, it has all the CDs and best ofs of all the years. I didn't know, Bubba, that you found all of them, including the cassette years.
Yes.
And I'm sitting there with that shirt on, showing Sherry, and I turn around, I hear her go, "Butt Naked Christmas." And I'm like, huh? And she goes, "The shirt has Butt Naked Christmas on the back of it."
Well, it's a historical document, Rick.
I said, "What?" And I turn around, I'm like, "Oh, that actually was a cassette." Yep. She goes, "You want to walk that out for me?" I'm like, "That's not important." Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Coming up Monday, October the 7th. So this coming Monday at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. And we're going to tell you the next ministry that you're going to help, and tell you how to do that when we come back. If you want to get all the information about SDEA, we'll put that in show notes today there at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Says, what do your eyes say about your health? You know, Greg?
The window to your soul, Rick? Is that what you're talking about?
Hey, Red Eye?
I'm telling you.
So, and I know, didn't you just have your appointment?
I did.
Did they look at your eyes?
That's a different appointment, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, any doctor, you could say, hey, my eye keeps getting
Well, it's
red.
done healed up by then.
Right. So, did you let anybody look at Red Eye?
No.
Okay.
Well, it's just
Rick, you can't even get him to wear his glasses. The doctor has said wear your glasses.
No, that has nothing to do with the people that have blood vessels busting their eye. That's not a big
Well,
deal.
Greg, according to this story, it is.
Well, you might need to get it looked at when it goes on for a long
But
time.
if you could see what you were doing with your glasses, you wouldn't bust eye blood.
But the good news is this: you have just had a checkup, and apparently this red eye was not an indication of anything bad with you.
Well, no, you tried to tell me it was high blood pressure, and my blood pressure was excellent.
Okay, well, I'm just telling
they
you,
like gave me an award for it.
Carried you on the shoulders.
It says your eyes say more about the general status of your health than you think. Changes in the eyes can indicate diabetes and high cholesterol.
Oh boy!
So, and here are some of the signs that we need to be concerned about. And
got a red eye if it does it.
Thank you, buddy. So, all right, let's start with number one.
I got checked for both of those.
Are y'all ready for number one? I don't see number one. It starts with like
this is
number
where
two.
you tell us stuff and everything you say we have.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah. You ever notice that?
Does anybody see white rings around your iris?
Here, look at mine, Greg.
White rings.
I'll look at yours.
So
Rick, do you remember when I had the heart issues? The very first sign I had was an eye that was giving me trouble.
Look around. Yeah,
Well,
you're
right.
right. No,
There was
you're
an eye
right.
that was
No, that's
giving
what I'm
me
talking about.
trouble. About what?
White rings around the cornea. Everybody see it?
I didn't see it.
White
Greg.
rings.
White rings. Hey, give me a Bubba.
Okay,
I know.
everybody look.
seeing it.
This is an indication. It can be an indication of aging, but it also can be an indication of high cholesterol. It can even predict a stroke.
What?
Rick, I'll go ahead on the record here. I do have aging. I have that.
Right. Greg,
Someone
it
has
says
white rings around.
If you're
Really having to get too close to each other.
here's the key. Everybody listen to me on number
Right
one.
after we eat wings.
The white rings around your cornea says it's really a bigger deal if you're 45 or younger because for us it may just indicate aging.
Okay.
Adler.
Adler?
Let me see your eye. Is that your eye? That's Adler's eye.
Oh God.
He's showing his eye.
See, was that the white ring? Go back to
Let's
that.
see,
I did see a white ring in that. See the white ring?
yeah.
That is different.
That is
Now I
clearly
know
a
what to
white
look
ring.
for.
Okay, now I know what to. Let me come here, Bubba.
Adler.
Inside,
You got to get real close.
outside the
Speedy, you got to get
in the
real
white
close
part?
to see it.
Look at Adler on the camera. Look.
Adler, I see a white ring.
I see that in a man bun.
I remember when
I'm glad that they were looking at Adler, not Speedy looking at mine.
Well, we had to get close.
Speedy, look one more time at Bubba. I don't think you got close enough.
All right, moving to number two.
I'm going to have to isolate.
Going to
Number two, do you struggle with watery eyes?
Oh yeah.
Eyes get watery.
Well,
Do you?
in all fairness, this is a bad time of year to ask that because everybody ought
I'm
to be
just
struggling
telling
with
you,
watery eyes right
Like I
now.
said, we'll have every symptom.
Right.
Everyone, check a box.
It says that this could be an indication of a health problem if you have kind of abnormal
Yeah.
watery eyes. Okay,
Good gracious.
doesn't tell
Not
us.
really.
Uh-oh, this is a bad one here.
Uh-oh.
Floaters.
Oh, I'll get a floater.
Floaters.
Yes, sir. You know the little squiggly
Little
lines
specks
you
that
see
move
in
around your
eye.
field of vision from time to
When
time.
you're looking, all of a sudden there'll be a little
Floaters.
almost looks like a.
Now, the only time I see those,
I
Rick,
have
is like
had
when I
those.
take
I've
my
never
eyes
had a
way out of
floater.
focus because normally you're focus. They're talking about the ones that's going around your eye all the time.
I'll have a floater.
It says floaters will increase again with aging. However, if you have an abnormal number of floaters, this could be an infection within your eye.
What's a floater?
You know when
It's
you
like
look
a little.
You ever look
in your
and see
vision?
them moving around a little bit?
It'd
You
be
ever see
like
a
looking
floater?
through glass and it had a little squiggle on it. or
I'll
something.
see floaters.
You have to, Helms, you have to
Floaters?
knock your eye out of focus to even see what they're talking about.
I don't think I've ever had a floater.
All right, coming up next is a biggie, and I don't see it in this room, but I've seen it in people before.
I always thought it meant you had liver trouble or something.
Number four
Jaundice.
is really bad. Yellow white of the eyes.
Oh yeah, that's liver bad.
That's really bad. They
That's
said,
liver. Take a bump.
They said this one is as
He
Bubba
just
said.
made fun of me saying that, and then he said, "Yeah, that's right."
It is right. It means something's drastically wrong with your liver.
No, I knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know stuff.
Drastically wrong with your liver. Yellow in your whites of your eyes, not good. Dry eyes.
Can I ask you this? How does the liver affect how white the white of your eyes?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean,
Eyes, liver.
Bubba,
eyes,
this is
liver.
you here.
eye liver.
It says if you have dry eyes that are really, really bad, this is a form of allergy, of course. and it says
gracious.
you can keep it to a minimum, and you need to. So the over-the-counter stuff can probably help you with that.
35 minutes now past the Rick and Bubba show. We are moving forward. Thank you for being with us today. Relief Factor is a great product, and I love hearing from all of you that you've tried it, and you're with the majority of us that once we tried it, we saw such great results that we went forward with and continue to use it. I take it every day. I take a pack when I get up. I take a pack before I go to bed. And I love the results, as do 70% of the people who order the Quick Start Pack for $19.95. They see such great results, they continue and still are ordering it and using it. And, you know, our health is probably the greatest investment we can make, because if your health is garbage, it really doesn't matter about everything else, because you can't do it.
Nope.
So one of the things that you could do is look into these 4 botanicals. And there's a lot of great things that these botanicals have always done. But their role they play on the body's inflammatory response is, we've been studying that for years. It's a unique formula, Relief Factor. You've got turmeric and omega-3s and to help reduce or eliminate the everyday aches and pains that you're experiencing. So whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, Relief Factor can help. Over 1 million people have gone and gotten the Relief Factor Quick Start Kit, and 70% of those are still using it because of the results, and I would be in that category. So go to relieffactor.com, get the Quick Start Pack, and you can get that for $19.95. You can find them at rickandbubba.com under sponsors, or you can call them at 1-800, then the number 4, then spell out the word relief. Bubba, it seems like today we do nothing but keep telling you about celebrities who have gone on in. Starsky and Hutch, actor and / singer-songwriter, David Soul, dead at 80.
Yeah, I love Starsky and Hutch. I watched him when I was a little kid. He was the blonde guy on there.
Right, and he also sang what, Greg?
Don't give up on us, baby. Remember that?
You know, I had a record with that on it.
Did you really?
It was one of those K-Tel, hit
sure.
records.
Sure.
And I didn't even know that was him until later. I went, gosh, that's the same guy that was singing that song. I didn't know that.
We used to get to stay up late on the night it came on.
Oh, yeah.
Like Friday night, wasn't it?
No, it seemed like it was during the, I think it was a Thursday. But it was normally a time we'd had to go to bed, but on that night they'd let us stay up. And I thought that Gran Torino was the coolest car in the world.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask this
Huggy
question.
Bear.
And
he had the word on the street, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Greg, us getting to stay up to watch Starsky and Hutch, I thought, well, we're getting big now.
Oh yeah.
You know, but did you have a favorite? Did you like Starsky or Hutch? Who did you like more?
I kind of leaned towards Starsky.
Really?
I think I did.
I think I did too. I don't know why.
I don't know why. I mean, I had nothing against Hutch.
No, I don't know. And I think it seems like now
is it left to right?
Yeah.
Starsky?
No, it's actually the opposite. Yeah, it's
Sitting
Starsky
wrong.
and Hutch. Yeah, they're not sitting the right way.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah. So yeah. Paul
And the
Glacier,
souped-up
was
car.
that the other actor? Paul Glacier.
Michael Glacier.
Paul
Didn't we have
Michael something
three
Glacier.
names?
Yeah, something like
Neither
that.
one of them did a lot after this.
Right.
It seemed like I saw David Soul in other things.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe a Love Boat or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet they were both on Love Boat or Fantasy Island. One of them.
Don't give up on us, me.
Or Love American Style, something.
Did you always find it? Did you always find it odd when, like, an actor that was like supposed to be this hard-nosed detective, and like you just said, Bubba, you'd look on Bandstand or whatever, and he's singing "Don't Give Up on Us, Baby," like that weird footage with John Travolta, singing like a pop song, and
before he was Grease and all that.
Yeah. Jack Wagner, remember that guy from the soap opera? He sang some song. And, I'm pretty sure
Rick Springfield was
Rex Smith.
Yeah. Rex Smith was another one, and then of course I can't think of his name right now. I can see him as clear as a bell.
It's tough, isn't it, Rick?
Ghost.
Patrick Swayze.
Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, he had a hit.
Didn't he have a hit too?
Yes, he did.
She's like the wind.
Yeah, she's like the wind. That was it.
I've listened to it.
It was not a bad song.
Not a bad song.
Not
Not
really
really
not.
not.
Really not a bad song.
I had the Rex Smith 45. I can't remember what the name of the song
What song was it
I
he
just
had?
remember having it. If you want to know, he was on Columbia Records.
It was. And his aunt taught school at Oxford.
Sure did.
Remember that?
Sure did. What was that song? You're My Everything or something? What was it? I don't remember what it was.
That's one of the lines in it.
No,
Is
I
it?
think, Rick, you're thinking about Andy Gibb.
No, I'm not.
No, he's
I'm
not
Your
doing
Everything.
shadow dancing.
No, I'm Your Everything was Andy Gibb.
That was the name of a song, wasn't it?
You can't remember Patrick's?
She's like
No,
the wind.
no, Rex Smith's one.
Oh.
No, She's Like the Wind.
Yeah,
I
you
remember
knew that one. Okay.
And then Rex went on to host Solid Gold. Remember that?
He
Rex
sure did.
Smith.
Well, how do you remember that?
I don't know, but I do.
You take my breath away.
That's it. You take my breath away. I remember sitting there picturing myself singing in concert and all the girls at school watching me. You take my breath away.
You don't know what to say.
Right, that was it. I forgot. Oh yeah. I was in tears. I was in
What are you
tears.
talking about?
That just wrecked me.
Just a fool to believe. She's like the wind.
Oh, couples only. Rex Smith is spinning.
Oh, Rick, are you kidding? Only God, what was that other song?
I didn't-
The guy had one hit, and I can't think of it. There was another.
There's
slow
a lot of them out there.
Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't it.
Oh, okay.
Well, then, and rarely, like Bubba mentioned it, but then sometimes it would go the other way. They'd be known for TV, and then that would be overshadowed by how popular they were with music, and that was Rick Springfield.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He left the whole. I'm on.
And
soap
he was on
opera.
General Hospital too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then
a lot of singers on General Hospital.
But then he became better known for being a singer.
Oh,
than-
yeah.
By the way, last night it came on because I wasn't watching the Golden Bachelor because we wouldn't discuss it here on the show.
Right.
But right after that went off, there was a General Hospital show that came on, and it's been on like 50 years or something crazy. I don't remember what the number was. But they showed all the people who'd been on there, and it was an incredible run of people who've gone. Demi Moore was on there for a while. I mean, all these people who went on to do other things. Was
Then
on
there's those who got on it and couldn't get off of it.
Yeah,
They were on there for
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
decades.
And I made
I haven't
the
seen one in
mistake,
20
Rick.
years, and I'll tune to it now. They're old, and they
They're old,
started out.
Brazil.
I was like, oh my gosh,
Rick, I
They're
made the
sunny.
mistake because they went to where they were filming General Hospital,
Right.
and they showed the ABC lot that we got to tour with all the little
Right.
rooms down it and everything.
Yeah.
And I said, Betty, that's where we. And it makes her mad every time I bring it up because she wanted to go see all that, and we never did.
You know, of all the things I have to be ashamed of, and there are many, I never ever watched a soap opera. Never did.
Really?
No, never saw one.
I
I used to-
accidentally.
I had a Days of Our Lives run.
I did.
Yeah, I did
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
I
yeah.
did. Bo and Hope.
Yeah,
Right.
I was
used
breaking
to-
my classes. I'd go back.
Yeah.
Back in the day when I worked for the power company, they would hire you and they'd put you in the garage and the warehouse. It's different now. You cut grass. But anyway, part of your stint when you were a helper was working a garage with the mechanics on the
Yeah. Oh,
equipment.
I remember when you did that.
So we'd take lunch, and we had a room upstairs we'd go eat our lunch in, and there was a TV that got like 3 channels, and The Bold and Beautiful would be on. And we all got caught up in it. We'd be in there going, a bunch of go mechanics all over there watching The Bold and Beautiful. What's he doing?
What in the world is he
I thought he
thinking?
was dead.
Right,
He came back.
Well, what would happen is they get ready to kill somebody off, and then they get bad email, or when I email them letters, bad letters about it, and the ratings go down. They bring them back.
Yeah.
Well, the key was for them to be killed mysteriously, like they disappeared in the woods or their car went
Yeah,
in the
you can bring
river,
'em back.
and then it was an easy ride to bring.
Once
them
they
back.
get their contract worked out, they
Right.
bring them back.
Right, yeah.
He was found downriver, and he didn't know who he is.
But you know how,
And he's had a facelift because we got a new
got
actor.
a new guy.
How many of them you see wrapped up like a mummy?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so true.
Yeah, they'd replace the character with a completely different person.
So now here I go, like, and then we all have selective memory, and sometimes things are just hard to remember correctly. Is it true or not true? Because sometimes, I remember something the wrong way, and I acknowledge that.
Rick,
okay?
that happens.
It happens. Is it true or not true? Of course, I'm asking another person who is exactly my same age, so he's not going to remember it right either,
Right,
because we're the only 2 people who were there. Am I, in my mind, making this up, which is possible? Did I dream it? Also possible. Or did it actually happen? That's our 3 options every time. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Did we sit down at a table in a scene they shot, and we were just people sitting over at a table?
We walked up to the bar
on that soap opera.
Yeah,
and for one scene,
I did.
in
I
one-
don't know what you did.
in one episode that we were like sitting in the background at a table.
Well, this is so funny
That they let
this
us
has
be
come,
in it.
that this has come
Rick,
up
you
because I
No,
saw.
I think something like that happened.
you weren't in a soap
like I said, I
opera.
could be remembering it wrong.
You remember Mike Norman?
You were the
carried us
patient.
on the-
I didn't say I was saying you take my breath
Yeah.
away.
Mike Norman carried us on the tour, Mark's brother, and I
Right.
saw him at his funeral.
Right, yeah.
And I even mentioned when he had hosted us in L.A. that time. But they were shooting a scene.
Yeah.
And Mike says, just go walk up to the bar like you're ordering
So that's what I
something.
remember.
And I'm like, we're not in. He said, they don't care.
Right.
They don't care. They got all kind of extras out here. Just walk. He said, if anybody that's in here walks up to the bar and acts like you're ordering something, they don't care.
Okay.
So we did that. Then when we went to lunch, the Quartermain family was at a big
Now,
table.
who are they?
That was the main family.
Okay.
They're sitting at a table next to us.
Right.
And I needed the ketchup. And we didn't have ketchup, and they had 2 or 3. So I went over and asked for the ketchup, and the daddy Quartermain handed me the ketchup. And you remember I come back and I said, well, the Quartermains just gave me the ketchup.
How about that?
And I thought that was kind of weird. Because I had watched General Hospital with my aunt that used to babysit me when I was a little bitty kid.
Understood.
And so I knew all the characters.
Right. So
I wish one of y'all would have been a patient in the bed.
Me too. He said, just walk up to the bar and order something.
Right. And then you give them your Rustin line for some reason.
Yeah. So I'm remembering that somewhat right. Does that go under somewhat right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we kind of crashed the scene that we didn't think we were supposed to do.
Sure. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top. Our number 629.
I was like Quartermains. Remember me? Cheeseburger? Remember?
More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But that's usually a sign of allergy problems.
Mine's usually watering because I've got, irritation of the eyes from allergies and the heat and ragweed and goldenrod and all that stuff.
Twitching eyes.
What?
I'll get that out now.
Let's talk about that. Is that too much
like that.
caffeine?
It means usually that you're too stressed.
Well, I'll get the
stress.
twitcher.
Stress.
I do too. Now I'd well do that.
I was twitching all weekend.
Drive you
I
nuts.
Really was.
The twitching of the eye is usually tied to tiredness and stress.
What about cross-eyed? You know what that means? You're cross-eyed.
It does. It does, Greg.
What if you got one eye that's just off a little bit, like wandering just a touch?
What about white spots?
That's it right
See, I
there.
thought that was a
that was
floater.
me Saturday.
I have kind of a fog.
What about white spots on the cornea? Now, this is not the ring. This is spots now.
We need a picture.
White
of it. Show us
spots.
what
You
it's-
don't have any spot.
What are you talking about, Adler?
Now,
Can
Speedy, you
show us a
need to check
picture of it?
Bubba again, see if he's got any spots.
Check
If
it.
you don't mind.
I do see something on the bottom of your left eye.
What's Speedy?
Rick.
Oh, my gosh.
Speedy.
No, I got it. I saw
And then when Speedy starts snorting on you, it's even worse.
Uh-oh, blurred vision.
I've had it.
Yeah, well, that's
I've had
I
it.
can't see.
Blurred vision
I can't read.
should never be ignored.
Oh, wait a minute, Rick. You missed one. Tongue in the eye.
No.
Speedy.
I'm about to come over and look at your eyes. You know?
Hey,
Richard Simmons' tongue in the
Check,
eye.
Speedy. Go check Greg's eye.
Guys, what I'm about to
Speedy will
say.
check it for you.
What I'm about to say is very important here on blurred vision. Blurred
What?
vision. It says the eye is a little camera into your general health. So if there's any kind of interruption in your cornea lens, this will result in blurred vision. Blurred vision is screaming something's wrong.
Wow.
It's a little camera into your health.
Little camera, Rick.
Does that mean there's-
Little camera.
Uh-oh, puffy eyes.
I've got that now.
P.E. Puffy eye.
That one's simple. You just need more sleep. Puffy eyes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's wow. That
Did
makes
somebody have to
sense.
put that in the top 10? Didn't we know
I
that?
knew that.
That one should be number one.
What
about
about
glaucoma?
what about a bump on your eye or a yellow patch?
That ain't good.
That's you.
No, it ain't.
You'll get a bump.
You will. your eye if it gets a bump.
Oh, I had one busted blood vessel. Y'all wrote me off.
You know what that's a sign of, Greg?
Well, Greg, you have them like for a week at a time.
Well, it was
Yeah.
a good one. I'll give you
Every
that.
6 months.
I
It's
think it
a
was a week.
recurring thing with you.
A bump on the eye or a yellow patch, like an area that's discolored, that's UV damage.
It's you laying out in that sun, Greg.
That's UV damage.
Dang it. Staring at the sun again.
There it is.
You know what you say to that?
There it
Hey,
is, Bubba.
hey, thanks, Panama City.
Yeah.
This Rick and Bubba the podcast will be able for you to watch or listen to coming up this weekend, and our guest scheduled for Rick and Bubba University this weekend, Mike Leach.
Wow,
I'm just telling you.
Great to hear.
I'm just telling you we're supposed to interview him tomorrow afternoon, and then it'll be out on Rick and Bubba University the podcast this weekend. We do need to deal with something that's taking place. It's time for Rick and Bubba Court. An incident has taken place, and we will get to the bottom of it.
Yeah. In the restroom, and from the men's restroom, it butts up with the wall in the kitchen, so you can hear a lot of times what's going on in the kitchen.
I hope you don't hear what's going on in the restaurant.
And that's a good point. But I
when you eat
hear
chicken.
Greg and Adler really voicing their opinion on something that is missing from the kitchen.
Yeah.
And so I came in after the restroom and I said, "Hey, what's going on in here? Why are y'all so vocal about this? What's going on?" And that's when they said, "Where are the corn dogs?" That Buffalo Wild Wings,
the mini corn dogs,
which are a big part.
The mini corn dogs are missing, and
let me go a step further.
Now, in all fairness, I got rid of some of them.
No.
The box is gone.
Yeah,
There
the
would be an
container in
empty
which they were in is missing as well.
I didn't eat that.
And you, Bubba, you eat a lot, but you couldn't eat that whole thing.
No,
Yeah.
I had a few of them.
What? I did too. Well, he could eat the whole thing, but he hasn't today.
Why don't you say there's such a variety he wouldn't eat the whole
That's
thing?
it. That's
he
what I meant.
absolutely could.
Oh,
eat
could
it.
he? Yes, he could.
I could empty the table in there.
I got you.
How many did you have?
Let me go a step further. Okay,
a few times a few.
Look, I enjoy Buffalo Wild Wings, but I'm a traditional wing guy.
Yeah.
So
I'm scared.
The thing that I eat when they bring it, and they're for me especially, are the mini corn dogs.
Yeah.
That's my whole meal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Landry normally brings you some from
yes.
Tim's
I know.
Dog.
Matter of fact, I've even had
She puts a little note on it.
I've even had a container that was just mine.
Yeah.
So really, the mini corn dogs mean the most to me. On this.
And we all know that.
And everybody knows that. And so I go.
So we'll
in,
jump to Asian Zing.
Yeah, I go in to say, well, I think I'll have a few more of those mini corn dogs. You know, get my mustard like I like it, and they're gone.
Well, and I'm afraid
completely.
I'm afraid, Rick, we have some substantial evidence.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Speedy. Again?
I thought you might like it. Just don't tear up.
I don't know what to say. You take my breath away.
Come here, white shoe.
Hey, Reno Hightower, get in here. All right, so, Bubba, just say this. And you take my breath away. Okay, so the national championship game, Monday night, Washington Huskies will be taking on the Michigan Wolverines. And though we have acknowledged on the show, as SEC guys, we've acknowledged they deserve to be there. They are two really
won it on the field.
Really good teams.
Mm-hmm.
But is this matchup intriguing to the mass audience that the NCAA wants on Monday night, and the numbers are coming in that maybe not?
Well, if you are looking for tickets, the news is getting better. If you're a ticket broker, the news is not as good. Before the Final Four, when Alabama and Texas lost, which many people thought they would be in a rematch, no matter how the teams were ranked.
I was kind of jacked about that too.
And there was a lot of excitement about that. You had a lot of storylines with that. Ticket price, and I'm just quoting. There's all kind of stories out about the prices today, and I'm going to give you just a ballpark figure. Tickets were about $3,500 each. Okay, which is a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
Since Alabama and Texas have been eliminated, the cost of the average ticket is running between $1,500 to $1,200, according to the story I saw. Now again, they're going to tell you the highest prices, the lowest, all that, but ballpark. We've gone from we've took about a 50% drop since Alabama and Texas is not in the championship game. Now, I don't know what that's saying, if they thought the Alabama and Texas fans were going to be more passionate about this.
Well, they would have been.
Because, I mean, there's very passionate Michigan fans and Washington fans.
No doubt.
But
Michigan,
I don't think
Washington, I don't know, but I don't know much about it. But Michigan, no doubt.
Yeah, I think the sheer number that was anticipating a Texas-Alabama matchup drove those prices up. A lot of it because of the storylines of the coach, and, it could be Saban's last round. We'd heard that.
Where'd that come from?
Yeah, I know. Sarkisian, being a former assistant.
It had a lot.
I mean, it just had
a lot of good narrative.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, speaking of fan bases, and I know it's an older stadium, so I don't know how, the seats are probably small, kind of like you have at Neyland Stadium. But is it Neyland? Neyland Stadium?
Neyland.
I say
yeah.
Neyland. Anyway, I've gone there before, and it's true they get a lot of people in there, but boy, they cram them in there.
Yeah.
But, I think the Big House is still the biggest college football stadium in the country, right? In the Big House still number one?
If it's not, it's real close.
Yeah. So who do you like Monday night to win?
Rick, I would have
Want to save that to
probably.
Monday? You want to talk about that on
Well,
Monday?
yeah, let me tell you where I am right now, and I may rethink this over the weekend. I think the default standard for me would be Michigan, but I'm telling you, I was very impressed with Washington.
I agree.
I don't know if it was just one of their best games they've played, but their quarterback is amazing. I mean, he is a weapon, and he's got all the pitches. So, I texted you while I was watching that game. What's his name? Pendix.
Yeah, I think you and I on that moment were the last two standing.
Yeah,
because it was just you and me talking.
Speedy, how do you say his name? Is it Penix?
Penix.
I texted Rick. I said it's very possible Penix should have won the Heisman after seeing him play.
Now to say it correctly is actually Sites.
Right.
But anyway, but the Penix, I'm with you. You and I were discussing.
He's good.
You were like, maybe you should have won the Heisman. I'm like, I'm telling you, I agree. I mean, I was very impressed with him.
I don't know how his skill set will translate to the next level. A lot of that has to do with what team you go to and how good their line is. But
it does.
And he's certainly a weapon right now for the Washington Huskies. And I remember when wasn't it Warren Moon that played for them when they won the championship? I seem like I remember him being with them, and the last time they won.
I don't.
I think you're talking about the national title.
Yeah,
I think that was with what was the big back? Tui Asasupo, wasn't he the quarterback? And
I don't remember, but Warren Moon played there, didn't he? Wasn't he a Washington guy?
I really don't know.
Him
we used to for some reason we used to see more West Coast games than we have recently. I don't know if it was maybe I didn't go to bed so early.
Well, in those days, it was a different deal on audience and all that kind of stuff. So I and pardon my ignorance here, but this is what I would ask if I was picking the game and trying to say, well, I'm going to give you my prediction like anybody cares, but I'm going to ask a dumb question because I don't see Washington play much. It's the only time I've seen them play was while we were on
Warren Moon
the
did play for them. By the way.
Is their offensive line good?
Yeah,
Washington,
they're pretty good.
Got
some Samoans
because right now the Michigan defensive front is a very, very good defensive front.
I think their line is considered pretty
okay,
good.
Okay, well, because that's where
I could be wrong.
If they can't handle Michigan's defensive front, they're gonna have a hard time.
Yeah,
but if they can, they're gonna
especially if their linebackers can get a running start on your tackle on a really crucial play and pancake him. Yeah, and you just can't have that.
So it'll be interesting. I'm with you. If somebody just walked up and I didn't have time to stop and think about it, and they said, "Who you think's going to win Monday night?" I would say Michigan because I think they were so well balanced.
But after
I saw Washington play, I don't know.
I don't think I could bet against them. Let me put it that way.
And I know Oregon's not the end all, but Oregon's got a good football team.
Yeah.
And to beat them twice in the same season,
and to do it the way they did when Oregon was rallying, and they had to control.
You kind of felt like Oregon was on a roll.
Yeah, they had to control the line of scrimmage. They marched right down the field, control the game, eat the clock up, and stuck it in for a touchdown to put it away.
Yeah, they did everything they needed to do.
Yep. That's hard to do sometimes.
So it'll be I think it'll be an interesting matchup because I think it's two really good football teams. But like you said, Bubba, if you're wanting to buy tickets, they've dropped by almost 50%.
Yeah, yeah, it's good news.
Yeah, but
you wait another day or two, you might get them even better.
Yeah. If somebody gave you free tickets, you had nothing to worry about on family responsibilities or work responsibilities, would you go see the game?
Yeah, I would. I think it'd be a good game. Mm-hmm. I like good football.
Yeah, but
and plus,
but we're going to see it on TV. I'm talking, would you go in person?
Well, you said no responsibility, like being at work on Tuesday,
right? Yeah.
I'd love to go see it.
Right. So
because I haven't been to that stadium, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, it's a nice stadium. Yeah, but that would that comfort of home. The footage has gotten so good.
I know, and that refrigerator's so close,
and you have
the bathroom so close,
and you have no control over what Nimrod's going to sit next to.
I know. Nobody spilling beer on you.
Is there anything worse than you've paid good money for some kind of something entertaining wise, and it's all ruined by the people that sat by you?
No, I know.
It's tough.
Is that the worst? I told you that time when I took my dad to the last time they got to see the Eagles. And some guy behind me is on his phone talking the whole time. And I finally was like, hey, man, these tickets weren't cheap. I mean, did somebody give them to you? I mean, wow, you're talking through the whole concert. And you don't know it on the fast songs, but on like the best of my love, I mean, I can hear you.
I mean, I got you.
You're all over me. Have a good weekend. If we're wrapping things up, don't miss Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Drew Thomas Allen, our guest, the book, America's Last Stand. Get it wherever you get podcasts.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.